Devouring Antihero. Volume 3. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Mom, are you feeling all right? Iria asked worriedly, looking at her mother Sarah's face. It was nighttime, in a room of the church in Melt Village. The law god religion, which Iria and Sarah believed in, was the largest sect on the continent and, true to its name, presided over the law. The social status of priests was high, and it wasn't uncommon for senior priests to be entrusted with official trials and inquisitions. Sarah in Melt Village was no exception to this. She was called upon to mediate various disputes, from small quarrels between villagers to large conflicts between villages. In addition to the trust placed in her position as a priest of the law god, there was also deep personal trust in Sarah herself. Even those with hot-headed disputes would typically, albeit sometimes reluctantly, lay down their arms if Priestess Sarah says so. However, not all disputes were settled smoothly. Most disputes were clashes of desire against desire, revealing the ugly side of human nature. There were even those who directed their ill will towards the mediator. Iria had experienced this many times as a priest herself. With the recent increase in disputes both within and outside the village, Iria couldn't help but worry about her mother. In response to her daughter's concern, Sarah smiled and replied, "Thank you for worrying, Iria. But I'm fine. But who do you think taught you martial arts? I didn't train you to give up so easily." Seeing her mother laugh heartily, Iria furrowed her brow in concern. Of course, she understood what her mother meant. Despite her gentle appearance, Sarah as an adventurer was not just a priest, but a warrior priest. The skills she had cultivated hadn't been lost even after she quit being an adventurer. In that sense, it might be presumptuous for the inexperienced Iria to worry about her mother. Iria understood this, but she couldn't help worrying about her mother because the cause of the increased disputes was none other than herself. In essence, the root of recent problems lay in the recent orc subjugation. The unexpected windfall from the reward money and material sales proceeds, transferred to Melt Village at Sora's request, had sparked heated debates in the village about how to handle this large sum of money. It was troublesome enough with just the villagers butting heads, but now neighboring villages were sticking their noses into the discussion, causing the commotion to show no signs of settling. Iria shook her head in irritation. Really, people who are so greedy are just unsight. Iria. Sarah called her daughter's name shortly. Though her words and expression weren't particularly stern, there was something in her voice that stemmed Iria's anger. I'm sorry, Mom. I understand what you want to say, but I want you to understand the anxious feelings of the villagers too. The poison in the Keel River hasn't disappeared yet, and in response, the shadows of monsters have begun to appear. Thanks to you and Sora, we avoided disaster with the recent orcs, but everyone is worried about their future lives. When such an unprecedented amount of money comes in at a time like this, Sarah thought it was natural for people to change their attitude, especially when not just their own future, but their families' futures were at stake. That's why Sarah didn't see a problem as long as the disputes were being resolved through discussions. The problem would arise if someone appeared who resorted to force for their own benefit. Given the enormous amount of wealth brought in, such people were likely to appear sooner or later from both inside and outside the village. In the worst case, villagers might end up taking up arms against each other. This was what deeply worried Sarah. However, Sarah had no intention of sharing this anxiety with her daughter. Neatly concealing her inner apprehension, she changed the subject with a calm face. More importantly, I should be the one asking if you're all right, Iria. Doubly, what do you mean? You might think it's gone unnoticed, but you've been sighing dejectedly at every opportunity, keeping your distance from Lars, who's returned to the village, and your mind wanders during worship. No mother would fail to notice such changes in her daughter. Oh, you're already an adult, standing on your own as a warrior priest. I don't intend to meddle uninvited, but you must know what people are whispering behind your back, don't you? Yes. Iria, along with Sora the Dragon Knight, had supposedly annihilated the large group of orcs. That's how the story went. In reality, Sora had done most of it alone, but to hide his abnormally high combat ability, Sora had ordered Iria to present it as a joint achievement. Of course, Iria was forbidden to speak about this order, and she was the only one who knew the truth. To the villagers who didn't know this behind-the-scenes story, Sora and Iria, who had fought a desperate battle against countless orcs, appeared to be comrades bound by a deep bond. On the other hand, a deep rift remained between Lars, who had returned to the village, and Iria. Iria, who used to be inseparable from Lars, now avoided him and barely exchanged words. Lars, for his part, seemed to accept this relationship. It was inevitable that some would start to speculate that something had happened between Iria, Lars, and Sora. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Sarah softened her expression. If you're aware, that's fine. In any case, think carefully and make a decision you won't regret. If you feel you can't handle it alone, don't hesitate to ask for advice. There's no shame in that. Yes, Mom. Iria nodded with a solemn face. Just then, voices calling for them were heard from outside the room. Hey, Mama Sarah, Big Sis Iria, the village chief is here, says it's an urgent matter. It's urgent. It's a matter. Hearing this, mother and daughter looked at each other. Considering the current situation, the words urgent matter only gave them a bad feeling, and their premonition would turn out to be spectacularly accurate. Sora revisited Melt Village 5 days after this day. Chapter 1. Return to Melt Village. I left Ishka and arrived at Melt Village much earlier than planned, without any particular troubles. The time saved was thanks to Klaus Oliz's efforts, probably because he was looking forward to Priestess Sarah's cooking. He seemed to have really enjoyed the food she made for him last time. By the way, I had already informed the main organizations, like the Adventurers Guild and Ishka's government, about my departure from Ishka during the height of the magical beast rampage. Some of the higher-ups in Ishka were reluctant to let me leave the city at this time, but I managed to convince them by explaining that I was going to bring back reinforcements, Lars, Iria, and Priestess Sarah, to help defend the city. Upon arriving at Melt Village, I first took a bird's-eye view of the village from above. As far as I could see, the village looked the same as when I last visited. There were no signs of monster attacks or conflicts with other villages over the orc profits I had shared. However, I was concerned about the small number of villagers out and about. Feeling a vague sense of unease, I landed Klaus Oliz in the back square we had used before. As soon as we landed, I saw the 3 little rascals numbers 1, 2, and 3 running towards us. Their faces were not filled with joy at reuniting with their beloved dragon. On the contrary, they were crying with scrunched-up faces. At first, seeing this, I jumped to the conclusion that something had happened to Priestess Sarah, and my whole body bristled. The image that flashed through my mind was the miserable face of someone afflicted by Hydra's death poison. To cut to the chase, this intuition was half right. The part that was correct was that there was someone in Melt Village afflicted by death poison. The part that was wrong was that the victim was Priestess Sarah. The one afflicted by death poison was not Priestess Sarah, nor was it her daughter Iria. The one who had fallen was Lars, the leader of Falcon's Sword. There exists a magical creature called the Water Horse. Also known as the Kelpie, this monster takes the form of a horse, as its name suggests, and appears near bodies of water such as rivers and lakes. Its mane is made of water plants, its tail is that of a fish, and its body and forelegs are covered in countless fins. It can run on the water's surface as if on land, swim underwater like a fish, and once submerged, can remain active for hours without needing to breathe. Moreover, the Kelpie possesses the ability to shapeshift, allowing it to disguise itself as an ordinary horse. The reason for this ability is to deceive humans and lure them onto its back. The Kelpie's back secretes an extremely sticky bodily fluid, making it impossible for anyone who mounts it to dismount, as their clothes and flesh become stuck to its back. When attacking humans, the Kelpie first disguises itself as an ordinary horse to catch its prey off guard. It then entices them to mount its back, and once they're unable to escape, it dives deep into the water, drowning its rider. Afterward, the Kelpie slowly chews on the drowned human. In other words, the Kelpie was classified as a man-eating magical beast. Some say it doesn't eat the liver, but even if that were true, it would be of little comfort to those who fall victim to it. This Kelpie had attacked Melt Village, according to the explanation given by Priestess Sarah, whom I had reunited with. However, it didn't suddenly raid Melt without warning. To explain in order, 5 days before I arrived at the village, News came from a village upstream of Melt that they had been attacked by a Kelpie. According to the report, the Kelpie seemed to have been affected by the poison flowing in the Kale River, and instead of trying to deceive and drown humans, it bared its fangs and attacked outright. Fortunately, the Kelpie was alone, and the villagers managed to cooperate and drive it back into the Kale River. Afterward, considering the possibility that neighboring villages might be attacked, the villagers sent messengers to surrounding villages, including Melt. Upon receiving this report, Melt Village kept watch along the riverbank, considering the possibility that the injured Kelpie might attack. As evidenced by the upstream village's ability to repel it without the help of adventurers, the Kelpie itself isn't an exceptionally powerful monster. In fact, when the Kelpie attacked 3 days ago, 6th-rank adventurers Iria and Lars led the counterattack and managed to defeat the monster after a brief battle. They didn't come out unscathed, with Iria and Lars, who fought at the forefront, both sustaining injuries. However, these were minor wounds that could be quickly closed with healing magic. If it had ended there, all would have been well, but from that day onward, Lars' condition began to deteriorate rapidly. Healing magic had no effect, so they tried giving him the antidote I had left behind earlier. While it temporarily improved his symptoms, they quickly returned. Kelpies are said to possess cursing powers and can sometimes curse those who defeat them. Upon learning this, Priestess Sarah attempted curse-breaking magic, but to no avail. It was at this time that I arrived at the village. I've tried everything I could. Priestess Sarah, whom I was meeting again after about a month, looked terribly pale, her face a mixture of deep fatigue and intense worry. As someone who had long healed people as a priest, she might have sensed something about Lars' condition. Perhaps she felt that this poison was beyond human capabilities to cure. Priestess Sarah explained with a grave expression. The medicine and magic work at first, but the symptoms quickly return, and that's not all. When the symptoms recur, the effectiveness of previously working medicines and magic diminishes until they eventually become completely ineffective. She said it was as if the disease was growing and evolving within the patient's body. During my previous visit to this village, I had left not only the antidote made by the Slave Traders Guild, but also the fruit of the Jurya oak. According to Priestess Sarah, even the Jurya oak fruit had no effect on Lars' current condition. This was undoubtedly the Hydra's death poison. As I thought this, and was about to explain about the death poison to the priest, I hesitated. It takes considerable courage for an amateur to express opinions in front of an expert like Priestess Sarah, especially since the crucial part about it being incurable was merely speculation. So, I considered simply handing over the new medicine created through Miroslav's dedication without saying anything about that. However, this also posed a problem. Although Miroslav had confirmed the safety of the new medicine by using herself as a test subject, there was still a non-zero possibility that it could adversely affect a patient like Lars, who had already been weakened. Dragon blood is like a potent drug. In the worst-case scenario, it could potentially cause fatal damage to Lars' weakened body. To avoid this, if I were to explain in detail, I would inevitably have to mention the incurability of the poison and reveal the secret of my blood, which could remove this incurable poison. Both of these would likely sound like gibberish to Priestess Sarah. The thought of being met with a skeptical gaze from the woman before me made my tongue feel frozen and unable to move. Even though I knew that, considering Lars' condition and Ishka's situation, this was no time to be wasting time like this. Just then, Priestess Sarah, who had been sitting across the table from me, suddenly leaned forward, bringing her face close to mine. Startled by the sudden movement, I leaned back reflexively. Whoa, what's the matter? Sora-san, did something happen? Why do you think that? In response to my question, Priestess Sarah returned to her original position and replied in a calm voice. You looked like you were in great pain. Come to think of it, I haven't heard about the purpose of your visit this time. If you have something you'd like to discuss, please don't hesitate to say so. After saying this, perhaps realizing her current state, the priest put her hand to her haggard cheek in embarrassment. I may not seem reliable in my current state, but I used to be a warrior priest like Iria. I'm more resilient than I look. Priestess Sarah flexing her muscles was, how should I put it, incredibly adorable. It's not an appropriate thing to say about a woman more than a decade older than me, but there's no other way to describe it. I felt the urge to kneel down right there and confess to the priestess before me. What needs to be done now is treating Lars. Why hesitate when I know that? True, my speculation about the death poison lacks solid evidence, but I'm not intentionally speaking falsehoods with malicious intent. Surely Priestess Sarah would understand that much. Actually, having made up my mind, I began to explain the circumstances leading up to today in detail to Priestess Sarah. She listened intently throughout, maintaining a serious expression. As a result, treatment with the new antidote began that very day, of course. We provided Lars with a minimum explanation, and the pain that had been tormenting Lars was completely eliminated. Section, thank you for helping Lars, Iria said with a complex expression that night after Lars' treatment had settled down. In a forest a little way from Melt Village, a place where villagers are unlikely to visit at night. Of course, it was I who brought her here, and Iria followed quietly, though her face was tense. As soon as we arrived, Iria was quick to thank me about Lars. This was probably her best attempt to change the subject without upsetting me. I shrugged slightly, deciding to go along with her intentions. If you want to thank someone, thank Miroslav. All credit for the new antidote goes to her. If Miroslav hadn't used herself as a test subject to prove it was harmless to humans, we couldn't have given it to Lars immediately. Before that, I probably wouldn't have even brought the antidote. In that sense, my contribution was practically zero. When I said this, Iria shook her head and responded. Still, you were the one who actually brought the medicine, you. Thank you. I found Iria's awkward use of polite language towards me a bit amusing. Thinking about this, I continued speaking. Just to be clear, he's not completely cured yet. This is also a fact. Lars's symptoms from the poison have subsided, and he's on the road to recovery. His once pale face has regained much of its color. I confirmed this with my own eyes. While there's no joy in watching a man's sleeping face, it was somewhat pleasing to see smiles return to the faces of the little brats who look up to Lars as their big brother. According to Priestess Sarah, when they administered the old antidote, the symptoms would return after a while, but so far there's no sign of that. The effectiveness of the new medicine was exceptional. However, it's hard to believe that the legendary Hydra's poison would completely disappear just from a little of my blood. I suspected the symptoms would eventually recur. This was also the assessment of Priestess Sarah, who knew the situation. Iria lowered her head weakly. Her face, illuminated by moonlight, was pale and anxious. If Lars's symptoms recur, we can just make a new antidote. But looking at it differently, this means I now hold Lars's life in my hands. If I wanted to, I could withhold the antidote and let Lars die. Of course, I have no intention of doing so, especially in front of Priestess Sarah, but if asked whether it's possible, the answer is yes. This fact weighs heavily on Iria. Already collared to me through faith, now she's been further shackled with Lars. It's only natural for Iria to turn pale. Moreover, Iria's worries aren't over yet. The white-robed warrior priestess, with a hard face and voice, said this. Was there an ulterior motive in revealing the secret to my mother after all? The secret she's referring to is my existence as a source being, a soul eater. Iria, whose soul I had devoured earlier in the mountains, knows about the source being. To be more precise, while she doesn't know the term source being, she knows that something beyond human dwells within me. This time, I revealed that secret to Priestess Sarah as well. Knowing this, Iria suspects that I intend to get my hands on her mother too. In fact, since I had hinted at something like this after the previous orc subjugation, Iria's paranoia isn't entirely unfounded. To conclude, this suspicion is unnecessary. As mentioned before, I revealed the source being to Priestess Sarah out of necessity, with no other intentions. When Priestess Sarah heard my story, she couldn't hide her surprise, but the fact that she didn't interrupt Lars's treatment speaks volumes about her judgment. Priestess Sarah chose to trust me. I shrugged and dispelled Iria's anxiety. Relax, I have no intention of going against the priestess's wishes. I revealed the secret because it was necessary to explain the new medicine. By the way, the reason I went to such lengths to cure Lars was because Miroslav asked me to. It was her condition for cooperating with me that I wouldn't harm Lars. There's also the matter of Lunamaria. If she found out I let Lars die, it might plant unnecessary defiance in the elven sage. The same applies to Iria. After making Iria swear allegiance to me during the previous orc subjugation, I returned to Ishka after forbidding her to speak about it. The fact that Iria obeyed my order while I was away is proven by the unchanged attitudes of Priestess Sarah and the villagers. Although it was clear she wasn't submitting from the bottom of her heart, at least she wasn't actively trying to rebel. If I were to abandon or exploit Lars now, Iria would likely shift from passive submission to active rebellion. Considering all of this, I revealed the secret to Priestess Sarah and cured Lars. Well, that's enough idle talk, come here. As I spoke in a stronger tone, Iria flinched like a scolded child, then approached me with her head lowered. I grabbed her waist with my right hand, pulling her body close, and used my left hand to lift her chin, raising her face. Iria's face was before me, pale except for her flushed cheeks. I silently sealed her lips with mine. The moment our lips touched, Iria's body jerked violently. Her hands touched my chest, probably a reflex attempt to push me away. But that action was never carried out. After resting on my chest for a while, Iria's hands eventually fell away limply. Some time later, after I had thoroughly savored Iria's soul, I pulled away from her lips, leaving a bridge of saliva between us. Unaware of this, Iria looked up at me with moist eyes, still in my embrace. Her rough, panting breaths were thrillingly sensual. Looking down at Iria's face, now completely flushed rather than just her cheeks, I was inwardly engaged in cold, calculating thought. The oath I forced upon Iria earlier in the Rem Mountains has a loophole. While it binds Iria as a warrior priestess, it conversely cannot bind Iria if she's not a warrior priestess. There was a possibility, albeit small, that Iria might abandon her faith in the law god rather than submit to me. There might also be other loopholes I'm unaware of. This series of actions was to confirm whether Iria had had a change of heart while I was in the royal capital. In that sense, Iria's current reaction was beyond reproach. She probably has her own intentions, but for me, it was a satisfactory result. After that, Iria leaned on me in a daze for a while, but suddenly coming to her senses, she hurriedly wiped her lips and moved away from me. Then, probably to cover her embarrassment, she blurted out, I have a question, no, there's something I'd like to ask. You don't have to force yourself to use polite language. So what do you want to ask? From what you've told me, I gather that the river now contains an even stronger poison than before, probably from the Hydra. The water horse was infected by this poison and went berserk, attacking the village. And Lars was poisoned through his wound, is that right? That's about right. If that's the case, why wasn't I poisoned when I was injured just like Lars? Could it be? Iria trailed off, looking down as if finding it difficult to continue. Guessing what she was trying to say, I folded my arms and responded. Lunamaria has confirmed that my blood and fluids have a strong influence on others' bodies. So it really is like that. Iria hugged herself as if suddenly struck by intense cold. I've already seen firsthand the fate of those afflicted by death poison, and I've shared this with Iria and Priestess Sarah. Iria probably shuddered at the thought that she could have ended up like that. In a sense, my actions saved Iria. If I hadn't touched Iria during the orc subjugation, it might have been her lying in bed now instead of Lars. Section. Come to think of it. Why yes, what is it? Iria flinched again as I opened my mouth. She was still using polite language despite being told it wasn't necessary. Well, from Iria's perspective, she probably didn't feel comfortable reverting to her previous way of speaking just because I said, okay, I understand. I didn't intend to force her to change, so I continued without minding it. I heard there's been a lot of trouble over the reward for those orcs. I heard the priestess is being pulled in all directions. Yes, how do you know about that? The kids told me. They said Big Sister Iria was saying that greedy adults are unsightly. Iria exclaimed, seemingly realizing something. She muttered under her breath, those children. Judging by this reaction, it seems the kids weren't just making things up. I said while scratching my head vigorously. Well, thinking about it calmly, this was bound to cause trouble. I should have been more considerate. And no, it's a fact that you saved the village. Being saved from orcs only to end up in a human conflict, that's no laughing matter. I'll talk to the village chief and the neighboring villages about this. If I gather the villagers and declare, If there's any squabbling over the distribution of the reward, I'll take back my word and not give this village a single coin. It should have some effect. As for the neighboring villages, I'll go there myself and warn them not to interfere with Melt Village. While I'm at it, I'll add some benefits for them too, like priority supply of antidotes and partial compensation for poison damage. If the villagers don't trust me, I can get Lord Dragnot to write a note. Most people would bow their heads if I flaunt the backing of Canaria's leading noble. This should make things better than they are now. At least you won't be dragged into every dispute, Priestess. Ah, thank you, that's a great help. Iria's eyes widened in surprise as she thanked me for my plan. Then, hesitantly, she voiced a question. When you say Lord Dragnot, you mean the Duke Dragnot, the leading noble of Canaria. That's the one. We got acquainted in the royal capital due to various circumstances. Did you perhaps meet Lady Astrid as well? Iria's voice suddenly became excited, so I nodded while internally surprised. Yeah, I talked with both Lady Astrid and Lady Claudia. We even went shopping together, and Lady Astrid even gifted me clothes. Are you acquainted with them too? Acquainted, not at all. I just happened to see her once when I was in the royal capital for a request, and thought she was wonderful. It seems Iria harbored admiration for Astrid. Was it my imagination, or were the warrior priestess's eyes sparkling? I shrugged and responded. You'll likely meet her soon too. Lady Claudia is set to visit my home before long. When that happens, Lady Astrid will probably show her face from time to time as well. Isn't Lady Claudia the Crown Prince's fiancée? There's a lot that happened there. It's a long story, so I'll tell you everything when we get back to Ishka. I took the opportunity to announce that I'd be taking Iria to Ishka. Hearing this, Iria's shoulders trembled slightly and she looked down, but at least she didn't openly refuse. Given her reaction when I embraced her earlier, and now this, it seems I might be able to increase my supply rolls more smoothly than I thought. Just as I was inwardly grinning at this thought. I have one request. Iria raised her face, her eyes shining with a strong light of determination. I had thought she was sinking into resignation, but let's hear it. It seems this won't be as simple as I thought. I urged her to continue, thinking this. Then, as if on cue, Iria said with a serious expression, "Please fight me. Seriously. I thought I taught you in the Rem Mountains that you have no chance of winning. Or have you come up with some foolproof strategy while I was away?" I asked back, slightly annoyed. Iria shook her head while firmly looking at me. I have no strategy. I understand that I can't win against you. And yet you want to fight. I thought you were ready to follow me. I glared at Iria with sharp eyes. It goes without saying, but I forced Iria's submission as retribution for when we were attacked by the Fly King. Adding the word lifetime to the oath's wording was also part of the revenge. However, I had thought that if she dedicated a sufficient amount of souls like Miroslav, or worked diligently to atone for her sins like Luna Maria, I would set her free before long. And now she comes with "fight me." I inwardly clicked my tongue, thinking that my leniency might have backfired. Perhaps I should have thoroughly crushed her like I did with Miroslav. As I indulged in such cold thoughts, Iria opened her mouth, seeming to suppress her fear as she tightly clenched both hands. I want to settle things, please. Settle things, huh? So if you win, you want me to forget about that oath? Yes, that's right. In return, if I lose, I'll follow you. I've already sworn to God, but this time I'll follow you of my own will. Hearing this, I raised my right eyebrow. Are you sure about that? You know what I'll do? The rumors about you switching from Lars to me will become true, you know. That's what I intended when I said it. When I tried to mock her, with the rumors I had overheard in the village during the day, I got a more serious response than I expected. Seeing Iria declare without hesitation, I slightly changed my expression. I thought she might be struggling in vain, unable to accept reality, but the atmosphere didn't seem that way. If she had anticipated her own defeat and still proposed these conditions, Iria's thoughts were clear. She wanted to follow me not because of a strategy that used God, but as a result of fighting head-on and losing. Even if she was to submit either way, she wanted to choose the method she could accept. That must be what Iria calls settling things. It sounds a bit like an Amazonian, might makes right mentality, but when you think about it calmly, Iria is not just a priestess, but a warrior priestess. It's only natural that her words and actions reflect a meritocracy. Having understood everything, I nodded, lifting the corner of my lips. Section, Gah-ha. A groan of agony escapes Iria's mouth as my fist digs into her stomach. It seems there was some bloody sputum mixed in, as the ground was stained red with a splat. Iria tries to leap away, anticipating the next blow, but her legs don't seem to obey her, probably due to the powerful hit she just took to her stomach. To say her legs were shaking like a newborn fawn might be an exaggeration, but she certainly couldn't move as she wanted with her trembling legs. I mercilessly aim a roundhouse kick at Iria's side. Iria quickly tries to lower her elbow to defend, but her shaking legs can't brace her. Unable to withstand the force, her body lifts off the ground, and there's a creaking sound of bone from the elbow that received my kick. I follow through with my kick using brute force. Gua! Her slender body flies through the air like a straw scarecrow. Without time to brace for impact, Iria is slammed into the ground, bouncing 2-3 times. Her white outfit becomes stained with dirt and mud, turning into a mottled brown pattern. Iria, lying face down, tries to get up, but her actions amount to little more than struggling. This is only natural, as it's already the 5th time Iria has been thrown to the ground. Until now, she had always quickly stood up to prepare for my next attack, but the accumulated fatigue and pain must be nearing her limit. I calmly look down at Iria, who is groaning and clutching the ground with both hands, and say nothing as I fold my arms. I'm not trying to torment her. I'm doing this out of consideration for Iria's wish to fight seriously. In other words, I'm indulging Iria until she's truly satisfied that she has lost. As I'm thinking this, Iria staggers to her feet. Breathing heavily and painfully, she wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth with a swift motion. Her expression as she grits her teeth and stares at me is terribly pained, but also dignified. I don't ask if she wants to continue. I can see the sharp fighting spirit still burning in her eyes. Immediately after, Iria raises her eyebrows and charges at me with a battle cry. The speed at which she closes the distance in a single breath is worthy of a rank 6 adventurer. Her fists strike as sharp as spears, and her legs lash out like whips, aiming to crush vital points. Her punches and kicks grow more intense with each passing moment, like a human-shaped hurricane. Moreover, each attack sets up the next. This dazzling series of attacks, like watching a martial arts performance, is the culmination of Iria's fighting techniques honed over the years. However, such intense attacks also consume energy quickly. Iria is probably moving on her last reserves of strength now. Once these attacks end, she likely won't be able to stand for a while. I either block or dodge the successive blows, waiting for Iria's momentum to break. The moment she runs out of breath, I plan to counter with a painful blow, making her taste dirt for the 6th time. Iria probably realizes this too. Her relentless barrage of punches and kicks intensifies even further. Say, a sharp front kick is launched with explosive speed. If it had landed squarely, it would have pierced my solar plexus and left me writhing in agony. But of course, I wouldn't make such a blunder. I quickly guard with the bracer on my right hand, blocking Iria's attack. A numbing shock runs through my right hand as I absorb the blow. I'm a little surprised by the unexpectedly heavy impact. Then, perhaps spotting a moment of weakness in my reaction, Iria's body suddenly floats upward. Using my right hand that blocked her kick as a pivot, she launches herself into the air. Hylia. Twisting her body like a screw, Iria unleashes a powerful roundhouse kick, using the momentum. The strike traces a white arc in the air, reminiscent of a scythe. Had it connected, it could have snapped even a wyvern's neck. Facing this somewhat familiar attack, I raise my left hand to meet it head-on. The impact that follows feels like being hit by a log, nearly causing my left hand to recoil. But somehow, I manage to withstand it. Without missing a beat, I stretch out my right hand and, just like before, grab the hem of the fluttering robe in midair, then yank it down hard. Iria, suspended in the air, has no way to resist. The Priestess warrior is slammed to the ground. I pin down the hem of Iria's fallen robe with my foot, then straddle her body. It was to restrain her movements, but it seems that's no longer necessary. Having tasted the dirt for the 6th time, Iria lies motionless on the ground, offering no resistance, not even a twitch. It appears she had poured all her strength and concentration into that last exchange, and now she's just gasping for breath. I told you before that flying was a bad move, I say. In response to my words, Iria silently meets my gaze. Her eyes, distant from hostility or fighting spirit, are almost gentle. Seeing her face, I somehow sense Iria's inner thoughts. Iria's recent attack, the combination of a front kick leading into an aerial roundhouse kick, was exactly the same as when we fought earlier in the Rem Mountains. Iria deliberately used the same combination as before for her final attack. Surely, this too was Iria's way of bringing closure. Something has certainly been removed from Iria's face beneath me. Then, Iria gently closes her eyes. She doesn't say anything in particular, but there's only one reason throughout history for closing one's eyes in this position. I can't find any reason to refuse what's being offered. Section. The next day, as I had declared to Iria, I set about resolving the various conflicts arising from the orc bounty. I gathered the village chief and elderly villagers to urge caution, then rode Klausolas to deliver stern warnings to neighboring villages. I also alerted them about the emergence of a new deadly poison and the occurrence of magical beast rampages, advising that this was no time for inter-village disputes. To be honest, I had expected some resistance. It's human nature to want more once you've got something. However, surprisingly, every village was completely compliant. Maybe they didn't want to incur the wrath of a dragon knight, or perhaps they were intimidated by the mere mention of Duke Dragnot's name. Or it could have been the imposing presence of Klausolas up close. For those who looked displeased, I spoke with full force, so maybe that was the reason. Heh. Well, it's far better than the opposite outcome. If they were to repeat the same mistakes after I left, I'd just have to take different measures next time. Having settled this matter in less than a day, I decided to have a one-on-one talk with Priestess Sarah. Originally, my purpose for coming to Melt Village was to warn Iria, Priestess Sarah, and the 3 kids about the magical beast rampage and the deadly poison, and then to evacuate them to either the Empire or the Holy Kingdom. However, if I were to say this honestly, the other villagers wouldn't stay quiet, and the priestess herself would likely refuse. So I had planned to create a pretext of reinforcements to counter the magical beast rampage to cleverly escort Priestess Sarah out of Melt Village. But thinking about it calmly, it seemed unlikely that my deception would work on a priestess of the law god who could be entrusted with official trials. Moreover, now that I had secured Iria as a sole supplier, inviting her mother, the priestess, to the same house was dangerous in many ways. I had already revealed to Priestess Sarah about the same source beings to prove the effectiveness of the antidote. Although I hadn't mentioned the soul-leading characteristic, someone as sharp as Priestess Sarah might deduce the truth from my reactions and those around me. If that happened, I'm not naive enough to think that Priestess Sarah would still treat me favorably. Considering this, perhaps I should be satisfied with just taking Iria along, without resorting to any tricks. The magical beast rampage could be stopped in Ishka, and we had confirmed the effectiveness of the new antidote against the deadly poison, so the risk of fatal situations in the future was low. Yeah, that's right. I was thinking smugly about how humans always want more once they get something, but this applies to me too, doesn't it? Right now, I've got one thing and I'm wanting another. To avoid becoming what Iria calls a disgraceful human with an insatiable greed. I should exercise self-control here. That's what I was thinking, tightening the reins on my heart, when Priestess Sarah's first words left me dumbfounded. Please take me to Ishka. What did you just say? When you return to Ishka, could you please take me along? I'd like to assist you, Sora-san. Priestess Sarah repeated her previous words verbatim with a serious expression. Well, it seems it wasn't an auditory hallucination born from my intense desires, I thought, still in a daze. Seeing my reaction, Priestess Sarah lowered the corners of her eyebrows sadly. Of course, I'm not insisting. If you think I'll be a burden, please say so. Snapping back to my senses upon hearing this, I frantically shook my head from side to side. And no, not a burden at all. In fact, I was thinking of asking you myself, but are you sure about this? Priestess Sarah's role in Melt Village goes without saying. In case of an epidemic, she would single-handedly take charge of treatment, and in case of disputes, she would be the first to be called upon as a mediator, working tirelessly on all fronts. If word got out that Priestess Sarah was leaving the village, there would surely be those who would try to stop her. At worst, she might even be accused of trying to abandon the village. That's why I had been racking my brains on how to escort Priestess Sarah out of the village as quietly as possible. Just as I had finally given up on this scheme, I never expected to hear from her own mouth asking to be taken along. Of course, Priestess Sarah wasn't saying, "I'll follow you forever from now on." I should assume she's offering her help for a limited time until the magical beast rampage is contained. Still, it meant she would have to be away from the village for a considerable period. What could have driven Priestess Sarah to this decision? As I carefully chose my words to inquire, Priestess Sarah blinked her eyes in puzzlement, then smiled gently. Someone to whom I owe a debt of gratitude is facing danger. Isn't it natural to want to be of help? This isn't just my thinking, but that of the village residents as well. I've already obtained the village chief's permission for me to go to Ishka. Why, you're well prepared, aren't you? Once a magical beast rampage occurs, the situation could change drastically at any moment. Every minute, every second counts now. I judged it better to persuade the village chief first and then ask for your permission, rather than the other way around. Hearing this, I nodded in understanding while quietly observing her face. Her way of speaking was as if she had experienced a magical beast rampage herself, which intrigued me. Noticing my gaze, Priestess Sarah accurately read my thoughts and responded. Do you know, Sora-san? This country experienced a magical beast rampage once, 20 years ago. I believe it was caused by volcanic activity at Mount Skim. That's right. At that time, my husband and I were adventurers, and we fought against hordes of frenzied magical beasts for 3 days and nights. Priestess Sarah spoke with a distant look in her eyes. It was Guildmaster Elgart who had told me about the magical beast rampage from 20 years ago. Come to think of it, Priestess Sarah is about the same age as Elgart. It's not surprising that she would have experienced the rampage. I've heard that Ishka didn't have the current city walls back then. Without a defensive stronghold, they had no choice but to confront the massive horde of frenzied magical beasts head-on. The battle must have been brutal. Seeing pain and mourning in Priestess Sarah's eyes, I realized that my unnecessary curiosity had reopened old wounds, and I hurriedly bowed my head in apology. Please forgive me. You have nothing to apologize for, Sora. I was the one who spoke without asking. But please understand this. I know what it means when a magical beast goes on a rampage. I didn't offer to accompany you without being fully prepared for the dangers. Seeing me nod without hesitation, Priestess Sarah smiled gently and continued. You asked me what made me decide to go to Ishka, and the answer is the beast rampage. Yes, but that's not the whole answer. Even if I hadn't experienced a beast rampage before, I would still have offered to go with you. In that sense, the rampage isn't even part of the real reason. The truth is, you were the one who made me decide, Sora. My voice came out dumbfounded, and Priestess Sarah chuckled softly at my reaction. When I blushed and looked down, she stifled her laughter and spoke more seriously. You brought knowledge and medicine to this village, which was suffering from an unknown plague. You brought countless smiles to the children's faces. You saved not just this village, but possibly all of the southern region from the threat of monsters. And once again, you were the first to rush to our aid. I don't think I could have saved Larskun without you. I'm truly grateful, from the bottom of my heart. Hearing her deep expression of gratitude made me feel both happy and embarrassed, and I couldn't help but stare at the ground. However, when she mentioned Lar's name, I felt a pang of irritation. Of course, I didn't need to think too hard about it. As Iria's childhood friend, there's no way Priestess Sarah wouldn't know Lars. And besides, in a village as small as this one, it's easy to imagine they've known each other for a long time. So, it's not strange that she would call him Larskun, but the familiarity in her tone made me feel a twinge of jealousy. I know it's petty, but still. While I was silently grumbling to myself, her gentle voice interrupted my thoughts. I heard from Iria. She said that you went around the other villages today to lighten my workload. Why? I let out another dumbfounded sound at her unexpected words. Iria, why did you have to tell your mother that? As I floundered, Priestess Sarah continued sincerely. The village chief also apologized to me. He said he was sorry for making me work so hard until today. When I asked him why he suddenly said that, he told me that the Dragon Knight strongly advised him to. I don't think I was that harsh. But the village chief was trembling with fear. I'm truly grateful that you care for me, but it wouldn't do if that led to you getting a bad reputation. The hero who defeated the orcs, the Azure Dragon Knight, your words carry more weight than you might realize. Please remember that. With her clear, earnest gaze fixed on me, I had no choice but to nod. I'll keep that in mind. Yes, please do. Now back to what we were discussing. Yes. It would be too painful for me to just stay in the village, praying for your safety, after everything you've done for us. I'm still a warrior priestess like Iria. I haven't forgotten how to fight, and I'm confident my healing skills haven't dulled. So please, I ask you once more, let me accompany you to Ishka. I promise I won't be a burden. I want to repay you for all the kindness you've shown us. Once again, with that clear, sincere gaze fixed on me, I found myself unable to do anything but nod. Chapter 2, The Iron Law. Let's go back in time a little. A few days after the Ishka government reported the outbreak of rampaging magical beasts, the defense lines set up in the suburbs continued to resist strongly despite repeated attacks from monsters. The defense force, composed of regular soldiers and adventurers, performed remarkably well. Except for some flying types, the hordes of monsters had yet to even catch a glimpse of Ishka's city walls. In response to this situation, the Ishka government and the Adventurers Guild sent a supply team loaded with commendations and supplies to the front lines. This included Liddell and Parfait, two guild staff members acting on internal orders from the Adventurers Guild. When I saw the master's face change color, I thought it was going to be a big deal. But it looks like it might be resolved pretty easily, don't you think, Senior? Parfait said. Her side ponytail bounced slightly up and down with each jolt of the driver's seat. Liddell, sitting next to Parfait on the driver's seat, frowned at her junior's optimistic comment. We mustn't let our guard down, Parfait. The master said it too, remember? There are waves in magical beast rampages. Besides, from what I've investigated, most of the monsters killed so far have been species that inhabit the outer areas. We've hardly confirmed any from the deep regions. But there were corpses of sword beasts and manticores, weren't there? Those are deep region monsters, right? And yet, the defense line hasn't been broken even once until today. Even if the current defense line were to be breached, we have the untouched second, third, and fourth defense walls behind it. I think this is as good as one. Oh, you. Faced with Parfait's confident declaration, her chest puffed out, Liddell heaved a deep sigh. Certainly, there was some logic to what Parfait was saying. Liddell acknowledged that, but if an Adventurers Guild staff member were to say, it's as good as one, it would create complacency in the minds of those who heard it. Nothing good ever comes from approaching matters with complacency. As guild staff, even if victory seemed likely, one should have the discretion to carefully conceal that fact. This was what Liddell wanted to impress upon her junior. But Parfait was no fool. She always made these kinds of statements when she was alone with Liddell. Now, too, only the two receptionists were sitting on the driver's seat. The cargo area was loaded only with barrels of wine. Apart from Liddell, only the pack horse, sweating and stomping its hooves, would have heard Parfait's current statement. This made it difficult for Liddell to complain. She couldn't help but sigh at her junior, who was clearly teasing her senior's seriousness, fully aware of everything. By the way, it was my first time seeing a sword beast. Have you ever seen one before, Senior? Twice, both more than 3 years ago, though. The sword beast Parfait mentioned is a magical beast classified as a sub-dragon, a dragon's kin. If winged beasts are sub-dragons specialized in flight ability, then sword beasts are sub-dragons specialized in defensive ability, with sharp, sword-like scales densely covering their backs. The largest individuals can exceed 10 meters in length, boasting a body literally as big as a small mountain. The scales of a sword beast are materials for high-grade weapons and armor. If you managed to take one down, you could live comfortably for years on the fortune you'd make. However, there are rare species even in the deep regions, so encountering one is uncommon to begin with. Moreover, mediocre weapons and magic can't even scratch their scales. Their charge, utilizing their sturdy body, boasts destructive power that could rival a battering ram, easily tearing apart a human body. Despite their huge size, they're not slow movers either. If you encounter one, you need to worry about your own life before dreaming of striking it rich. It was 2 days ago that sword beasts appeared at the defense line. There were 2 of them. These two rampaged considerably, and the defense force temporarily fell into disarray. The ones who saved them from this crisis were, I wonder what kind of people are in that rumored trio who defeated the sword beasts. I hear this gauze person shattered the sword beast scales by brute force, so I think he must be just my type, all muscle and brawn. Hee, I can't wait to meet him. First Sorosan the other day, now Gauze-san. You sure keep yourself busy, don't you? Ah, senior, that way of saying it sounds sarcastic. I can't help it, you know. With Falcon's sword practically disbanded, I need to secure a replacement as soon as possible or it'll affect my future salary. I can't afford to be picky about methods. You can't eat pride for dinner. Liddell fell silent, as if overwhelmed by Parfai's forceful declaration. Born into a middle-class family in Ishka, Liddell had never experienced hunger. But Parfait, who came from the frontier, had that experience. She knew that even now, Parfait never failed to send money home to her parents and siblings. This wasn't something she had heard from Parfait, but was written in a letter from Parfait's parents to her superior. Thinking about it that way, perhaps Parfait was far more adult than herself. Reflecting on this, Liddell bowed her head to her junior. I'm sorry, you're right, that was an unpleasant way to put it. I like that honest side of you, senior. Of course I forgive you. All Liddell could do was smile wryly at being told this with a mischievous grin. Just then, Liddell's gaze caught sight of what appeared to be a wooden watchtower. They had arrived at the first defense wall, the front line of the four-layered defense line laid out to protect Ishka. Section. It wasn't difficult for the two guild staff members to find the rumored trio. After greeting Gauze, Curia, and Klimt, Liddell immediately voiced the request entrusted to her by Guild Master Elgart. She asked the three, who had achieved great results in the current magical beast rampage, to come under the guild's command. Of course, this came with exceptional conditions. This was the scouting of new fighting power that Parfait had mentioned earlier, but it wasn't solely the Adventurers Guild's decision. It was an action agreed upon with the Ishka government. The situation was as follows. A trio of unknown identity suddenly appeared in the face of the magical beast rampage crisis. Each of them was worth 1,000 soldiers. Hearing this, the upper echelons of Ishka felt suspicion before joy. It was clear from their clothing and equipment that the three were from the east. There had already been an incident in the royal capital of Horus. They naturally became concerned that soldiers from the neighboring eastern country of Ad Astra might be trying to infiltrate the kingdom of Canaria under the cover of the magical beast rampage. The invitation from the Adventurers Guild was like bait. The Ishka leadership thought they could gauge the trio's intentions by how they responded to the guild's offer. Gauze Shima accurately understood these underlying motives of Ishka. For Gauze, this assistance wasn't driven by any ulterior motive, but aimed to atone for the misdeeds of Jijinbo, his fellow disciple. Logically speaking, he should first apologize for Jijinbo's incident and then offer his help anew. However, this matter involved imperial national policy. As long as the emperor still desired the marriage between Crown Prince Azil and Princess Sakuya, Gauze couldn't reveal the truth based on his personal judgment. If that was the case, all he could do was make amends by devoting himself to defending against the magical beast rampage. Of course, he wanted to say he'd do it for free, but if he were to state that he didn't need compensation here, Ishka's suspicions would only solidify rather than dissolve. Throughout history, nothing has been more expensive than free. So, Gauze decided to simply accept the exceptional reward from the guild. He could distribute the received compensation to the victims in the royal capital and their families. With this in mind, Gauze told the braided receptionist that this is an unexpected honor, and broke into a smile. Later, when the woman who introduced herself as Parfait praised his achievement in defeating the sword beast with coy manners, he responded with an attitude that wasn't entirely displeased. He could feel the siblings' gazes piercing his back, but if one couldn't perform this level of political maneuvering, they couldn't serve as the strategist of the Mitsurugi family. Even to Liddell's eyes, Gauze's behavior seemed natural. On the other hand, the attitude of the two behind him, especially the younger brother Klimt, caught Liddell's eye. His attitude, with his right eye full of dissatisfaction and his left eye brimming with contempt, could hardly be called friendly. Seeing this, Liddell decided that if she was going to probe, it should be here. Certainly, There was nothing unnatural about Gaz's attitude, but the fundamental unnaturalness of such powerful individuals who could effortlessly dispatch monsters from a magical beast rampage traveling without belonging to any country or organization couldn't be erased. While it's an unspoken rule in the guild not to delve into adventurers' pasts, given the suspicion of them being spies from a neighboring country, it was also the duty of staff to gather what information they could. While Gazdono's defeat of the sword beast was impressive, I hear that Curiadono and Klimpdono each defeated a manticore single-handedly. This too is a splendid military achievement, and Guild Master Elgart was full of admiration. When Liddell praised them, Klimt responded as if spitting out his words. HMPH, taking down 1 or 2 manticores is nothing to boast about. The adventurers of Ishka must be quite low-level. Klimt, that's rude. It's just a fact, sis. The guild master is all impressed. Defeating small fry like sword beasts and manticores, what's the big deal? Hearing Klimt's words, Liddell's eyes narrowed slightly. While maintaining a pleasant expression, Liddell continued, "Those are harsh words. In Ishka, sword beasts and manticores are considered highly dangerous magical beasts, and forming parties is recommended when subjugating them. From the perspective of those who have successfully defeated them alone, our level is indeed low, I must admit. HMPH, at least you know your place. It's Sir Sheba's decision, so I'll cooperate, but don't you dare try to order us around. Make sure you tell that Elgard person too." "Understood." As Liddell nodded without resistance, Klimt snorted and closed his mouth. His behavior was rough, but there was no lingering resentment. The way he seemed satisfied after saying what he wanted to say was typical of young adventurers confident in their abilities. His sister Curea conveyed an apologetic look. While responding with a smile, Liddell assessed the relationships and personalities of the three. Klimt was too impulsive to serve as a spy. Gaz and Curea showed depth in their personalities, but their behavior and characters were positive, seemingly unrelated to covert work like espionage. However, judging from the three's abilities, they undoubtedly harbored some secrets. To bring back reliable information to Elgard, it might be worth pushing a little further. As if reading Liddell's thoughts, Parfait tugged gently at Liddell's sleeve. Senior, there are people in Ishka who have defeated magical beasts alone too, right? Like griffins and scyllas." Parfait spoke in a lowered voice, though still audible to everyone present. Noticing Klimt's cheek twitch, Parfait continued speaking to Gaz, pretending not to notice. "Ishka's adventurers aren't to be underestimated. You might have heard of this, but do you know about the Blue Dragon Knight? It's about an adventurer who tamed a ferocious blue-winged beast." "No, I don't know about that. I might have heard something about a dragon knight, but, from what you're saying, is this knight the one who defeated magical beasts alone? Even with the help of a winged beast, taking down a griffin is quite impressive." Gaz nodded, seemingly impressed, but in reality, he wasn't particularly interested. People in this country make a fuss about dragons and dragon knights, but winged beasts aren't even dragons to begin with. And to borrow Klimt's words, winged beasts are small fry to the illusory sword style. Consequently, there was no need to fear winged beasts, nor any reason to be impressed by those who control them. This opinion was shared not only by Gaz, but also by Klimt and even Curea. Noticing their lack of reaction, Parfait realized she had chosen the wrong topic. However, thinking it would be unnatural to end the conversation here, she continued casually. "That dragon knight, named Sora, is probably the most famous person in Ishka right now." Parfait was about to finish her sentence, when Gaz interrupted her with a sharp voice. "Wait. What is it? Did you just say Sora?" "Huh? Oh, yes. The dragon knight's name is Sora, but..." Sora, how old? What's that person's age?" "Well, probably around the same age as Klimt and Curea here." As Parfait responded, a growl escaped from Gaz's mouth. "Hair color, is it black?" "Yes, do you perhaps know them?" "Maybe, I'm sorry, but could you tell me more about this person? About how they became a dragon knight, and about defeating scyllas and griffins alone." Gaz leaned forward intently as he asked. His eyes were fixed on Parfait's face with piercing intensity, unwavering. The Adventurers Guild possesses a wealth of information about its affiliated adventurers. What level are they? What are their preferred weapons and armor? What materials are they made of? Which schools of magic have they mastered? And so on. All of this information is vital to an adventurer's livelihood, and thus guild staff are required to have a high level of ethics and a sense of responsibility when it comes to handling confidential information. Of course, Parfait was well aware of this. Despite her youth, she had been working at the demanding guild reception for over a year. She knew the difference between information that could be shared and information that should be kept secret. In response to Gaz's inquiry, Parfait spoke about Sora's information, but she didn't utter a word about what she had learned from Sora during his time at the guild. The same applied to various events that occurred after Sora's expulsion from the guild. So what did she talk about? It was Sora's heroic tales. She shared with Gaz and the others the achievements Sora had publicized to promote his clan, Bloody Sword. Parfait prefaced her story by saying that this information had little value since anyone could obtain it within a day of arriving in Ishka and investigating Sora. However, Gaz latched onto this seemingly worthless information with surprising enthusiasm. Parfait was inwardly taken aback by the unexpected reaction from Gaz, who had the appearance of a stoic warrior. Looking around, she could see that the other two, while not as blatant as Gaz, were also showing interest in their own ways. Curia was listening intently with a dead-serious expression, while Klimt, despite his scowling face turned away, was clearly pricking up his ears. Parfait thought to herself, it was certain that the three had some connection to Sora. If she could figure out what that connection was, she might uncover the secret behind their extraordinary abilities. And that would likely coincide with the reason why Sora, who had long been at level 1, had grown so rapidly in such a short time. Liddell, who was quietly observing, seemed to be thinking along the same lines. The two receptionists exchanged glances and gave each other a small nod. Section. After the two guild messengers left the tent, Gaz furrowed his brow in deep thought. Much of the information shared by the two, who had introduced themselves as Parfait and Liddell, was fragmented. He couldn't be certain that this adventurer called Sora was the same person as Sora they know. However, it was a fact that there were several similarities between the two. Gaz gave a short, wry smile when he noticed himself unconsciously tapping the pommel of his sword. If this Sora isn't young, no, if he isn't Lord Sora, then that's fine. But if he is Lord Sora's, Gaz's concern about Sora's identity wasn't driven by mere nostalgia. To put it bluntly, Gaz speculated that Sora might have mastered the soul equipment. The element of soul equipment was essential to equate the Sora's heroic deeds, narrated by Parfait and others with the capabilities of Mitsurugi Sora that Gaz knew. Of course, this was just speculation. There was also the possibility that Sora, after being exiled from the island, had found a good mentor in the past 5 years and had blossomed in a school different from the illusory single-sword style. However, if asked whether a boy who couldn't even touch a dragon fang soldier at the age of 13 could grow strong enough to defeat a Scylla or a griffin single-handedly in just 5 years or so, the answer would lean towards no. It seemed more reasonable to think that Sora had somehow mastered the soul equipment. And if Sora had reached the secret technique of the illusory single-sword style on his own, Lord Mitsurugi might agree to lift the disownment. With Mitsurugi, Raguna around, it would be difficult for Sora to reclaim his position as the heir. But depending on Sora's abilities, it might not be impossible. Thinking about this naturally lifted Gaz's spirits. However, there was one concern. The point that Sora, who had been exiled from the island, might no longer have any attachment to his homeland. What if Sora refused to return to Anagosima? Personally, Gaz felt it was enough just to know that Sora was doing well outside the island. His sister Cecile would surely be happy too. But as the strategist of the Mitsurugi family, he couldn't allow someone who had mastered the secret technique of the illusory single-sword style to remain outside the island. The illusory single-sword style was a martial art not to be taught outside the clan. Those who joined were not allowed to leave the island at will. Those who left the school had to swear never to use the illusory single-sword style again or speak about it for the rest of their lives. This wasn't just a superficial oath made in writing or verbally. Their fists would be crushed so they could never wield a weapon again, and their mouths would be sealed with sorcery. The same measures were taken for those who were exiled for committing crimes. If someone left the island without permission for fear of these measures, assassins would be immediately dispatched to take their life. That was the law of the illusory single sword style. The reason Sora, who was exiled from the island 5 years ago, escaped these measures was that he hadn't yet officially joined the school. If it was discovered that Sora had mastered the soul equipment, how would the Mitsurugi family judge? The argument that it was Sora's own power unrelated to the illusory single sword style, because he had reached the secret technique after leaving the school wouldn't fly. 300 years have passed since the first sword saint created the illusory single-stroke sword style. The power of soul equipment has been monopolized by the Mitsurugi family. If the secret of soul equipment were to leak to the world, it would undermine the Mitsurugi family's influence. Therefore, all soul equipment users must be placed under the control of the Mitsurugi family. As a Shiba, the strategist of the Mitsurugi family, Gaz was in a position to force a decision on Sora. If he agreed to return home, all would be well. If he refused, Gaz would have to drag him back to the island by force. Otherwise, he would have to crush Sora's fists, rendering him unable to use the illusory single-stroke sword style ever again. Really, I wish I hadn't heard Lord Sora's name at all. Gaz muttered in a small voice that didn't suit his large frame. If Gaz had been the only one to hear the receptionist's conversation, he might have pretended not to have heard it. But the siblings were there too. It was too late to pretend he hadn't heard. In that case, rather than postponing the matter, it would be better to settle it quickly. If one were to face monsters with a disturbed mind, unexpected mistakes could occur. When Gaz shared his thoughts with the other two, Klimt was the first to react. The white-haired young man spoke in a biting tone. "Aren't we fighting to atone for the monk's misdeeds? What does it mean for the Shiba who decided this to be the first to leave the battlefield? This is an extreme case of changing orders from morning to evening. Well, it's not like I'll be away for a day or two. Using the technique, the round trip to Ishka won't take more than an hour. Under the cover of night, I shouldn't be noticed by anyone. Don't change the subject. I'm telling you to take responsibility for your own words and actions." Klimt glared at Gaz with narrowed eyes. It was disrespectful towards a superior, but from Klimt's perspective, Gaz seemed to be acting selfishly, driven by personal feelings. There was no need to show respect to such a person. With this in mind, Klimt continued without addressing Gaz as Shiba. "Besides, what if monsters attack during the hour you're gone? It's not that we can't handle outside monsters, but don't push the responsibility you should bear onto me and my sister. If you want to meet Sora that badly, why don't you go see him as much as you like after we've dealt with all the beasts?" Klimt sneered, saying he wouldn't complain if Gaz did that. Neither Klimt nor Curea were Gaz's personal retainers. Therefore, they had no obligation to accommodate Gaz's personal feelings or actions. Though his words were rough, Klimt's opinion was extremely reasonable. Gaz smiled wryly and opened his mouth to retract his statement. However, someone else spoke up first. It was Klimt's sister, Curea. "In that case, I'll take on the Shiba's share of the work." "Hi. Sis, what are you saying?" Klimt was perplexed by his sister's unexpected words. Gaz also found it surprising and raised his right eyebrow as he looked at Curea. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Klimt called it a personal action, but I don't think so. If the adventurer named Sora that those guild members talked about is really the Lord Sora we know, there's a possibility he's involved in Master Jininbo's death. Ahem. Gaz grunted at Curea's words. While Gaz had considered that Sora might have mastered soul equipment, he hadn't connected that to Jininbo's death. He had unconsciously assumed that Sora, the former heir of the Mitsurugi family, wouldn't have killed a blue forest flag-bearer. However, 5 years had passed since Sora's exile. The possibility that Sora's character had changed couldn't be denied. Moreover, it was more plausible for Gaz and the others to accept that Jininbo, a soul equipment user, was defeated by Sora, another soul equipment user, rather than by Duke Dragonaut, who should be considered an amateur. Curea continued. "If we're going to operate under the Adventurers Guild's command from now on, we'll need to go to Ishka at least once to talk with the guild master, Elgart. This is necessary to ensure that our relationship doesn't become one where they simply issue orders to us. However, if all three of us move at the same time, it will leave a hole in our defense line. Therefore, I'd like to request that the Shiba go as our representative to settle matters." She implied that there would be no problem if Gaz investigated Sora while he was there. "Isn't that right, Klimt?" Klimt envisioned multiple anger marks on his sister's temple as she smiled at him. It seemed that Curia found her brother's recent attitude towards their superior unacceptable. Knowing how scary his sister could be when angered, Klimt nodded while inwardly cowering. Well, if that's the case, I have no objections. Isn't there something else you should say? I apologize, Sheba. My words were out of line. I also apologize. Please forgive my brother's rudeness. Curia bowed deeply, followed by Klimt, who was clearly sulking but followed his sister's lead. Gaz could only smile wryly at the sight of the Baruhi siblings, which was as usual as it could be. Section: Raise your heads, both of you. Klimt's words weren't wrong, and I'm not bothered by them. At Gaz's words, Curia raised her head, looking relieved. Thank you, Sheba. Oh, and if possible, I'd be grateful if you could let me know what you find out about Lord Sora. Oh. Gaz let out a surprised voice. As far as Gaz knew, the siblings and Sora weren't particularly close. It was unexpected for Curia to show concern about Sora's whereabouts. This surprise wasn't limited to Gaz. Klimt also seemed to feel the same way, his eyes widening in surprise. Why is Sis concerned about Sora? Besides, there's no need to use Lord for someone who's been disowned. It's true that Lord Sora was disowned. But isn't it also true that we studied together with him? Besides, Lord Sora never once made fun of our hair or eyes, or the fact that we're adopted by the Baruhi family. The two siblings, with their white hair and red eyes, albinos, had been subjected to curious stares from those around them since childhood. Being from the upstart Baruhi family, and adopted at that, it was fair to say that being teased and bullied was an everyday occurrence. However, Sora, who was the heir to the Mitsurugi family, treated the siblings without discrimination. The memory was now hazy, but Curia recalled that he had even chased away persistent bullies for them. She fondly remembered that it was probably when they were 5 or 6 years old. At the time, fear and hesitation towards the Mitsurugi family, as well as their dedication to study and training to be recognized by the Baruhi family, meant they didn't have much of a relationship. This didn't change even when they became classmates as they grew older, but Curia never forgot her gratitude towards Sora. This gratitude was directed not at his position as the heir, but at Sora as an individual. Therefore, Curia's feelings didn't change even after Sora was exiled. You must have some memory of it too, don't you? HMPH, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing her brother deliberately looking away, Curia smiled slightly before continuing. And you know, the reason I want to know about Lord Sora is because I think Ayaka might be concerned about him. Azurite. Klimt was confused by the name that came from his sister's mouth. Ayaka Azurite. For Klimt, she was a peer, just like his sister and Sora. Incidentally, she was also an opponent he had never been able to defeat in a match, not even once. Klimt wondered why Ayaka's name was being brought up here. Of course, he knew that Ayaka and Sora had been betrothed. But after Sora's exile, Ayaka had become engaged to Raguna Mitsurugi, who had become the new heir of the Mitsurugi family, and her relationship with Sora should have ended. Klimt didn't know the details as he was in a different unit, but he had never heard that Raguna and Ayaka were on bad terms. Isn't that none of our business? You might catch Raguna's attention in a bad way. I don't think Lord Raguna is that small-minded. But you're right, it might be meddling unnecessarily. Curia let her words trail off hesitantly in response to her brother's comment. In fact, Curia was conflicted. Among those called the Golden Generation, there were 3 women. These 3 got along well, and their friendship continued even after they were separated into different units in the Blue Forest 8 banners. Because of this, Curia knew more about Ayaka and Raguna's relationship than her brother did. As far as Curia knew, the two were getting along well. Ayaka had never once complained about Raguna. She had never spoken of any lingering feelings for Sora either. Moreover, in these 5 years, Curia had never once heard Sora's name come from Ayaka's mouth, and that's precisely why she was concerned. From Curia's perspective, her friend Ayaka Azurite was an active, kind-hearted person with an unpretentious personality, well-liked by both superiors and subordinates, as well as peers. Could Ayaka really be so unconcerned about her exiled fiancé? In Curia's memory, when Sora was on the island, it was Ayaka who actively clung to him. This was in defiance of the voices criticizing their relationship as mismatched between the talented and beautiful Ayaka and the immature and unskilled Sora. In other words, Ayaka liked Sora enough to be angered by the whispers aimed at him, and she was undoubtedly happy when she was with him. For Curia, who had secretly envied their relationship, Ayaka's attitude after Sora's exile seemed extremely unnatural. Until now, there was no point in worrying about it. Given the current head's personality, there was no chance of Sora's disinheritance being lifted. There was no way to contact Sora after he left the island, and there was no guarantee he was even safe. That's why Curia never brought up Sora when she met Ayaka. But now, unexpectedly, they might be able to learn of Sora's whereabouts. It seemed natural to think that this should be communicated to Ayaka, especially if there was a possibility of his disinheritance being lifted. However, while thinking this, she also felt that her brother might be right. What she was doing could be seen as meddling. Even for Curia, it was difficult to gauge what the best course of action would be. Unconsciously combing her long white hair with her fingers, Curia slowly chose her words, as if confirming each one. Regardless of whether we tell Ayaka or not, there's no problem with me knowing about Lord Sora, Klimt. Also, Sheba. Lord Sora, who has a winged beast as a means of transportation, might leave for another country as soon as tomorrow to avoid the danger of the monster rampage. Considering that, I believe the sooner Sheba can meet him, the better. The next day, after such a discussion, the three of them found themselves in a carriage heading to Ishka. This was the result of Liddell suggesting all three of you together, upon hearing that only Gaz was going to Ishka. To Curia, who was concerned about leaving a gap in the defense line, Liddell explained that there was no need to worry, giving the following reasons. Originally, the Ishka government and the Adventurers Guild had planned to give gradual rest to those who had been fighting on the front lines of the monster rampage until today. Living in tents was already inconvenient, and under conditions where monsters could attack at any time, even lying down didn't fully relieve fatigue. And if fatigue accumulated, even the most seasoned warriors could make mistakes. This measure was to avoid such situations. Normally, extracting forces from the front lines during a monster rampage would be suicidal, but Ishka, having built a solid defense system, now had the capacity to make this possible. Hearing this, Curia nodded in understanding. Gaz jokingly grumbled, "You could have told us this yesterday." As for Klimt, he had no reason to refuse if it meant he didn't have to deal with weak monsters. As a result, the three of them ended up visiting Ishka together. As they passed through Ishka's castle gate, Gaz pointed to a corner outside the castle and asked their two guides, "Is that building a stable? It looks quite large." "Ah, that's the stable for tamed monsters. They've been moved to a different location in preparation for the monster rampage. Sora's blue-winged beast was there until recently." Parfait responded lightly. Seeing interest in Gaz's eyes, Parfait continued with a smile. "I heard that now, with permission from the government, he's using his home garden as a makeshift stable. The dragon is popular with the residents, and there's a constant stream of sightseers. In the midst of hordes of monsters approaching, the townspeople of Ishka are resilient. It just shows how much trust they have in the adventurers and the guild." Parfait puffed out her chest proudly, then clapped her hands as if she had just remembered something. "That's right. Shall we stop by Sora's house before heading to the guild? Sora is out scouting the southern region now, so he's probably not home, but he might have returned." "I'd certainly like that, but did you say scouting the southern region? Are monsters appearing in the south as well, not just the north? The master will explain about that. I'm sorry, but I can't say anything more from my position." As far as Parfait knew, Sora was busy dealing with a new poison that had appeared in the Kale River area. The Ishka upper echelons had not yet disclosed this new poison to the residents. It wasn't something a guild employee could speak about. Hearing Parfait's words, Gaz looked puzzled, but if the guild master was going to explain, there was no need to force the receptionist to speak here. He lightly restrained Klimt, who was visibly irritated beside him, and nodded magnanimously. "If that's the case, we'll ask Lord Elgart directly. In any case, I'd appreciate it if you could guide us to Lord Sora's residence before we head to the guild." "Yes, understood. So, Senior, if you please." Liddell, who was holding the reins, shrugged and responded with "understood" to Parfait's words. She had some reservations about guiding the three to Sora's place before meeting Elgart. However, judging from their attitude, it was clear that they valued Sora more than the guild. Even if Liddell insisted on going to the guild first, it would only harm their impression of her. It seemed more prudent to go along with her junior's intentions, a decision Liddell would soon regret. However, at this moment, Liddell failed to notice the warning voice of her future self and turned the horse's head towards Sora's mansion. When Sora's mansion came into view, Parfait let out a disappointed voice. There were no sightseers looking for the winged beast. Oh no, it looks like Sora hasn't returned. Seems so, but it doesn't look completely deserted either. Liddell said this because she had noticed a beastkin girl cleaning in front of the mansion. Shortly after, an elf with strikingly bright golden hair emerged from the gate. Seeing the two figures, Gauze opened his mouth with interest. A cat-type beastkin, and that elf is wearing a sage's robe. Are they Lord Sora's servants? Yes, I suppose you could call them servants. Quite a unique group, don't you think, Klimt? HMPH, they're probably not just servants. All young women. It's obvious he's collected them for their looks. 5 years ago, a man miserably exiled from his homeland now has women at his beck and call, flaunting his power. Klimt sneered. Sora's certainly moved up in the world, hasn't he? Sister, you should tell Azurite about this. Even if she still has feelings for him, hearing this should wipe them clean away. Klimt, it's not good to jump to conclusions. Then let's ask them directly. Hey, hurry up and... Klimt, about to order something to Liddell, who was holding the reins, suddenly fell silent. When Liddell looked back to see what was happening, she saw Klimt with his crimson eyes open to their limit. It wasn't just Klimt. Both Gauze and Curia had similar expressions. Seeing the three's unusual demeanor, a chill ran down Liddell's spine. Following their gaze with a sense of foreboding, Liddell saw the beastkin seal and the elf Lunameria. And one more. The figure of Suzium, the Oni girl who had just come out of the gate. Section. A warning from the spirits, almost like a scream. It was almost a miracle that Lunameria was able to react instantly. She thrust out the diamond dagger she carried for self-defense towards the white shadow, approaching like a sudden gust of wind. The moment the dagger was about to slash through the white shadow, an unbelievable pressure was applied to Lunameria's hand. A strong impact from bottom to top, as if her whole body might float upwards. The next instant, the dagger flew through the air with a clear sound. Although Lunameria had lost her weapon in an instant, she used the brief moment she had gained to discern the nature of the shadow. The sage's blue eyes caught sight of a young man with grayish-white hair and blood-red eyes. In his hand was an Eastern sword, the same as her master's. It was this weapon that had just deflected Lunameria's dagger. The young man's red eyes glared fiercely at Lunameria. Just that was enough to subject her to such pressure that her throat dried up. Lunameria called out to Seal and Suzium behind her in a hoarse voice. Both of you run. Lunameria had instantly judged that she was not the target. If she had been the attacker's target, she wouldn't have been able to withstand that first strike. The assailant was that formidable. The reactions of the two who received Lunameria's warning were contrasting. Suzium, not understanding what was happening, stood frozen with her eyes wide open. It was Seal who quickly grabbed Suzium's hand and ran back into the mansion. Her ears and tail were so straight, one might think they had wires in them. It was clear that this change was due to extreme tension, and Seal must have also realized the attacker's strength in that short time. Earth Spirit, my friend, entangle this man's feet. Having lost her dagger and now bare-handed, Lunameria invoked her spirit magic. In response, something that looked like plant roots broke through the cobblestones of the alley and wrapped themselves around the young man's feet. Unlike the elemental attack spells used by Miroslav, spirit magic doesn't have set incantations or effects. The caster makes a wish and the spirit answers. That's the only procedure. This flexibility, allowing the spell's effects to change based on the situation, makes spirit magic far more versatile than attack magic. But naturally, there are drawbacks. The effects can be unstable. Spirits are fickle, and the more specific the request, the lower the success rate. Depending on the caster's skill, the spirit might ignore the request altogether. In the worst case, an annoyed spirit might even attack the caster. This uncertainty is why there are so few spirit users among adventurers who need reliability. However, Lunamaria, being an elf, has a high affinity with spirits. Combined with her own considerable abilities, her success rate with spirit magic is exceptionally high compared to other spirit users. This time, too, the Earth Spirit answered Lunamaria's wish, swiftly and powerfully entangling the enemy's feet. But, how annoying! With a frustrated shout, the white-haired attacker's magic power surged, blasting away the tendrils that had bound his legs. The attacker, Klimt, unleashed a shockwave with the enhanced energy surrounding him. The shock not only struck the Earth Spirit, but also hit Lunamaria, the caster. It felt like being slammed by a giant hammer. When she came to her senses, Lunamaria's slender body was floating through the air like a leaf. Thanks to her elven agility, she managed to adjust her posture midair and land on her feet. However, Lunamaria's face was filled with anxiety as she stood. The Earth Spirit that had entangled the attacker's feet was nowhere to be seen. And no wonder, the torrent of magic swirling around the enemy was like a blazing inferno. There was no way a lesser spirit could hold such a fiery monster in check. Maybe a higher-ranking spirit could, but summoning one would require significant magic power and concentration. Without someone to guard her, doing so would be like inviting an attack. Not that there's any guarantee a higher spirit could stop him. Lunamaria groaned inwardly. Just from that brief exchange, she knew, the difference in their abilities was hopeless. This was an opponent Lunamaria couldn't hope to defeat. In this situation, she was like a frog staring down a snake. The fact that she hadn't collapsed on the spot was a testament to her bravery. At this moment, Lunamaria was only holding herself together thanks to Sora. Compared to the overwhelming pressure Sora, who harbored a dragon within, exerted, the pressure from the attacker was somewhat lighter. That fact gave Lunamaria just a sliver of composure. At that moment, Klimt spoke. I'll give you credit for not collapsing. He gazed at the panting elf and curled his lips. I'll give you one chance to heed my warning. Leave now. My target is the Oni, not the elf. You seem to have a grudge against the Oni, but does that justify attacking those without weapons? A foolish question. The very fact that you ask it shows how complacent people on this continent have become. But no matter. If you won't listen to my warning, then die here. Klimt raised his sword high, its blade reflecting the sunlight with a piercing gleam. Lunamaria gritted her teeth and readied herself. It was clear from Klimt's unyielding demeanor that further discussion would be pointless. She had no sword, no bow, and her spirit magic was ineffective. She had no chance of winning, but she needed to buy time for Seal and Suzium to escape. With that determination, Lunamaria prepared to face Klimt. But just as she was about to make her move, "Wait. Please wait." Liddell's panicked voice cut between the two. The receptionist, who had been stunned by Klimt's sudden rampage, had regained her composure thanks to the time Lunamaria had bought and now raised her voice in an attempt to stop him. Personal combat within the city is strictly prohibited. Put your weapon away at once. I cannot comply with that. The response was immediate. Liddell's expression froze as the voice came from behind her, not in front. Based on what she had observed so far, Liddell had assumed that Gaz and Curia would try to stop Klimt. But when she heard Gaz's next words, she had no choice but to realize how wrong her assumption was. The Demon Slayer command is our ironclad rule. We cannot comply with a law that demands we sheath our weapons in the presence of an Oni. Gaz, that child is under Sora's protection. This is recognized by the Ishka government, no, by the Canaria Kingdom. If you harm her, you will be committing a crime. It cannot be helped. Compared to the harm of leaving an Oni alive, the risk of becoming a criminal is nothing. It was clear from Gaz's unshaken words that persuading him would be impossible. If she continued trying to stop them, Liddell herself might be cut down. Gaz's fighting spirit was radiating so intensely that it wouldn't be surprising. Liddell didn't understand that this power was known as odd, but even without knowing, she could sense the vast power of her opponent. The receptionist, used to dealing with rough situations, felt her body shrink under the giant-like pressure. Palfay, too, was trembling, her face pale. Desperate for a way out, Liddell searched for Curia, only to realize that the white-haired female swordsman had disappeared from the carriage. Where had she gone? Liddell's already pale face turned even paler as she looked up at the wall of Sora's mansion. As if waiting for that moment, a scream, likely belonging to Seal, rang out from behind the wall. Liddell realized that Curia had jumped over the wall and attacked Seal and Suzium as they tried to flee into the mansion. With Curia's strength, which allowed her to easily dispatch rampaging monsters, killing the novice adventurer Seal would be a simple task. And as for Suzium, imagining the death cries that would soon follow, Liddell tightly shut her eyes. Section. When Curia launched her first strike, it was blocked by a beastkin girl, which took her by surprise. In her right eye was the shock of being blocked, and in her left eye, the question of how it had been blocked. Cloaked in odd, Curia had leapt over the wall, closing in on the two from behind and swinging her sword in a horizontal arc. A strike aimed at cleanly severing the Oni girl's head in a single blow. Sparing her, the pain of suffering was Curia's form of mercy. While the attack wasn't at full power, there shouldn't have been any room for a typical adventurer to intervene. In fact, up until the last moment, Seal hadn't even noticed Curia's approach, let alone her attack. But suddenly, with no warning, Seal threw herself in front of Suzium to shield her from the blade. It was a wild, animalistic instinct. Curia had pulled her sword back at the last moment, but it was too late. The blade had already sliced deep into Seal's back, drawing a pained scream. Damn it, Curia cursed to herself. She hadn't intended to harm anyone but the Oni. Seal stumbled a few steps but didn't fall. She quickly repositioned herself to face Curia. Despite the intense pain she must have been feeling, there was no weakness in her glare. Only anger, determination, and a strong will to protect her friend. Seeing that fierce gaze, Curia instinctively chose to step back. She took precisely 2 steps back before Suzium, finally grasping the situation, let out a short scream. "Eek, Seal-san, you're hurt. Suzium-chan, get inside quickly." Seal's voice was low and raspy, likely due to the pain. Even so, she didn't stop shielding Suzium with her body. At some point, a small hatchet had appeared in her hand. With Curia's attack momentarily halted, Suzium could have fled into the mansion if she wanted to. But she didn't move. She couldn't move. Suzium wasn't strong enough to abandon Seal, who was bleeding in front of her. Watching their interaction, Curia furrowed her brows slightly. The beastkin girl who was glaring at her and the Oni girl behind her, who looked like she was about to cry but remained in place. Curia could read their thoughts as if they were laid out before her. She could see the nobility in Seal's determination to protect her friend, even at the risk of her life. And she could see the struggle in Suzium, who couldn't bring herself to run away and leave her friend behind. If Curia were a third party observing this scene, she would have gladly intervened to help. But now, the one cornering the two of them as an enemy was none other than Curia herself. That bitter truth gnawed at her. Even so, there was no way he could retreat now. The scene she once saw in her homeland floated to the surface of Curia's mind. A red sky reminiscent of the color of blood, ashen clouds constantly streaked with lightning, and a barren land where not even a single blade of grass grew. There was no trace of life or natural bounty. This was the landscape inside the Demon's Gate. The power of the sealed demon god was immense, and the demonic aura leaking from the Demon's Gate had even corrupted the ecosystem of Anagosima. It was obvious that this power would be even stronger within the Demon's Gate itself. What Curia had seen was a world twisted and ruined by the demon god. If the demon god were ever released, both Anagosima and the continent would be reduced to that lifeless wasteland. Grass would wither, water would rot, and insects and animals would transform into monsters, tainted by the demonic aura. In a world where countless monsters roamed freely, humans would fight each other over the remaining food and safe lands. That world would be nothing short of hell. The Saren flag-bearers fight to prevent this world from becoming hell. And it was for this reason that the Saren flag-bearers regarded the Oni tribe as their sworn enemy. The Oni are a race that shares the same origin as the demon god. Curia, Klimt, and even Gauze, all the Saren flag-bearers who had passed through the Demon's Gate, had been told this by the head of the Mitsurugi family. But that wasn't all they were told. The Genso Itoryu, the illusory one, strikes sword style, which demonstrates overwhelming power by controlling beings of the same origin, was a technique created by the first sword saint, who had learned it from the Oni tribe. This too was a secret known only to those who had passed through the Demon's Gate. The horns that are the source of the Oni's power are fundamentally connected to the demon god and continually emit a demonic aura. In other words, the demon god constantly influences the world through the horns of the Oni. Personal qualities or temperament don't matter. Even if there were Oni who didn't worship the demon god, it wouldn't change a thing. The Oni tribe, by simply existing, distorts the world. And that's not all. The demon god sealed within the demon's gate is always scheming to manifest in this world. And the vessels necessary for the demon god to do so are none other than the Oni, connected to the demon god by their horns. There's no need to break the demon's gate. As long as the Oni exist, the demon god can manifest in this world. No, it will manifest. This was the truth that 300 years ago made the conflict between humans and Oni irreversible. Stand down. If you continue to interfere, I won't show mercy. I'll consider you just another Oni. Seal, with the tip of a sword pointed at her, glared back at Curia with piercing eyes. She had no intention of retreating, especially since she knew the target was Suzium. Even though she knew she had no chance of winning, oddly enough, she didn't feel afraid. She simply didn't have the time to worry about such things. Seal's keen hearing picked up on the fact that the hesitation had vanished from Curia's words. The threat of no mercy next time was literal. She could no longer count on the mercy that had stopped Curia's blade from delivering a fatal blow. With every hair on her body standing on end, Seal watched Curia's movements intently. The blade trembled slightly in her vision. The moment she judged that an attack was coming and tried to leap away, pain surged through the wound on her back. It was only a brief pause, but for Curia, that opening was easier to exploit than taking candy from a baby. Her scarlet hakama fluttered like wings as he leapt, delivering a spear-like mid-kick into Seal's solar plexus. Gah! Seal gasped as the air was forced from her lungs. Her body flew through the air like a ball and crashed to the ground. But the momentum didn't stop, and she rolled across the ground, bouncing as she went. Even after she stopped rolling, Seal couldn't stand. She struggled to get up, but her body wouldn't obey. The pain was so intense she could barely breathe, and she writhed in agony. Suzium tried to rush to Seal's side, but her movement was blocked by a blade gleaming with a dull sheen. In that instant, Suzium's pale pink eyes blazed with fury. "You!" A small flame flickered to life in Suzium's outstretched hand, rapidly growing to the size of a child's head. It was a simple conversion of magic power, requiring no incantation. One of the magic exercises taught by Lunameria and Miroslav. Suzium intended to unleash it on Curia at point-blank range. If it had hit, Curia would have taken significant damage, and the shockwave from the explosion would have surely inflicted serious injuries on Suzium as well. That's how much power was packed into Suzium's magic, fueled by her loss of composure. But of course, Curia anticipated it perfectly. Moving with blinding speed, he sidestepped and raised his sword. The Oni are indeed formidable, to wield such magic at her age. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Curia prepared to deliver a clean strike, ensuring that it would be a quick, painless death. However, his attack was once again interrupted by someone else. Soar, invisible bird of prey, Torio. Suddenly, a gust of wind magic erupted from within the mansion. The speed and precision of the incantation were leagues above Suzium's crude manipulation of magic power. There was another ally. Muttering, Curia quickly kicked off the ground and leapt back. The timing would have been impossible for an ordinary person to dodge, but for Curia, who had enhanced his abilities with Odd, it was an easy evasion. In Curia's field of vision appeared a red-haired mage emerging from the mansion. The mage, seizing the moment when Curia had distanced himself from Suzium, unleashed a rapid barrage of spells. Despite the lack of incantation, each spell was as powerful as a fully incanted one. Magic stones, I see. Curia instantly saw through the trick, frowning as she pondered. She couldn't cut down someone who wasn't an Oni, yet she couldn't afford to waste time until the opponent's magic power or stones ran out. Meanwhile, the Oni, guided by the mage, was helping the beast girl retreat into the mansion. At this rate, the Oni would escape, and the noise from the barrage of spells spreading alarm was equally undesirable. She decided it was time to force her way through the storm of magic with technique and subdue the mage in one swift strike. But it was at that moment, as the next spell activated, that he realized this was the mage's true intention. The red-haired mage, who had lured Curia into close range, smiled slightly. Magic release. With just those two words, the spell activated. In the next instant, Curia's entire field of vision was consumed by white. Section. It was a white flame. The white flames that erupted from Miroslav's body swelled rapidly, engulfing Curia, and in a heartbeat, they dissolved the odd barrier. Odd is essentially the magic power that wells up from within a person. Magic power can be neutralized by other magic power. When a Saren flagbearer who has mastered Queso enhances their odd, it is exceedingly difficult for an outsider mage to break through. But the white flames Miroslav unleashed had undeniably broken through the odd of Curia, a member of the Golden Generation. Gah! Blinded by the flash and scorched by the heat, Curia instinctively leapt backward. But the searing heat that enveloped her showed no sign of weakening. A single retreat wasn't enough to escape the range of the white flames. Curia took another step back, then another. It wasn't until her fifth step that he finally managed to break free from the spell's effects. Almost simultaneously, the spell's duration ended, and the white flames dissipated like mist. In a hoarse voice, Curia addressed the mage before him. "Are you insane?" The sight of Curia as she spoke was a pitiful one. Her snow-white hair had been singed, leaving blackened spots, and her burned skin was painfully swollen. The arrows-patterned kimono and scarlet hakama she wore were smoldering, emitting a charred smell. To deliberately cause a magic outburst, how is that any different from suicide? What Miroslav had done was to release the magic power stored within her. This technique wasn't particularly rare. Earlier, Klimt had used it to blow away the earth spirit Lunamaria had summoned. However, Klimt had carefully controlled the output. He released just enough magic power to free himself from the spirit's bind without harming himself or hindering the rest of the fight. In contrast, Miroslav's approach had completely disregarded restraint. She didn't care if she hurt herself or if she became unable to continue fighting afterward. She had even used magic stones to deliberately trigger a magic overload. Magic release, or rather magic explosion, that was, in Curia's words, synonymous with suicide. "I just thought you were an opponent that required going that far." Miroslav's fragmented response revealed a state far worse than Curia's. Her clothes were burned beyond recognition, and the burn marks that had eaten through her skin had turned from red to white. It was a severe condition. More than half of her proud red hair had burned away, and the remaining part was blackened like soot. There was no trace of the red-haired magician from before the activation. Considering that she had not only unleashed her own magic, but also driven the magic stone into a rampage, the result was inevitable. This last strike was Miloslav's final trump card, one that disregarded even her own life. And yet, all it had done was give Curia minor burns. Miloslav's body collapsed to the ground as if it had crumbled. As her face became smeared with dirt, she gritted her teeth in frustration at her own inadequacy. She had fought desperately and bought a little time, but it wasn't enough for Seal and Suzium to escape. The enemy would soon cut off Miloslav's head, then enter the mansion and do the same to the two of them. Despite being left in charge, she had failed so miserably. She hadn't even completed the task of improving the antidote that she had been given. "I'm sorry, my master." She apologized to her master, who wasn't there, for dying before she could atone or dedicate herself to the cause. Just as Curia was about to say something to Miloslav, who was lying in front of her, it happened. "Sister." With a voice that was almost pale, Klimt burst into the mansion. He must have sensed something ominous from the explosion of magic different from his sister's. Taking in the scene before him, Klimt instantly understood the situation. "You bastard, you hurt my sister." Seeing Miloslav lying on the ground in tatters, Klimt erupted in fury, and he immediately acted on that anger. Armament activation. Miloslav would die even if left alone. Klimt knew that. His sister's injuries were just minor burns, and they would heal in a few days even without treatment. Klimt knew that too. But it didn't matter, even if it wasn't necessary. Even if it was just a trivial scratch. Anyone who hurt his sister, human or monster, Klimt would kill them with his own hands. That was Klimt's vow. Raising the deep crimson longsword that had manifested in his hands, Klimt shouted with lethal intent. "Burn to ashes, Kirakara." At that moment, flames soared into the sky from the streets of Ishka. "Stop, Klimt." The moment her brother activated his armament, Curia had already called out to stop him. But her voice did not reach Klimt's ears, as he was enraged by his sister's injury. Realizing this, Curia extended her right hand straight ahead. Klimt's armament was the flaming divine sword. If he swung it down, it wouldn't just burn the magician. It could incinerate the beastmen and Oni who had fled into the mansion. But that wasn't all. The mansion, the houses standing beyond the walls, the residents within them, all would be consumed by the flames, and even the walls of Ishka would eventually be torn apart. No matter how much they wanted to defeat the Oni, they couldn't allow that kind of devastation. Armament activation. In Curia's hands, her armament appeared. If Klimt's armament was a deep crimson longsword, then Curia's was a jade-colored longsword. Gripping the blade with a color as clear as beryl, Curia began to recite the words for drawing her sword. But someone moved faster than Curia, with a swift movement. The hand that grabbed Klimt's wrist, just as he was about to swing down his armament, was a rugged hand that could be mistaken for a bear's. It was the hand of Gazshima. "Let go, Sheba." Klimt, now obstructed, glared at his superior with bloodshot eyes. Someone with a weaker will might have died just from that glare, but Gaz received Klimt's fury without even a flicker of his brow. "Calm down, Klimt." "I am calm." "Look at your sister." What?" Hearing Gaz's words, Klimt hastily looked at his sister. And then, seeing her holding her armament at the ready, he twisted his lips. He understood why his sister had manifested her armament. "Sorry, Sheba, now I'm calm." "Good." Hearing Klimt's now lower voice, Gaz released the wrist he had been holding. Klimt, who now had a bruise on his wrist in the shape of fingers, cursed Gaz's brute strength in his mind. He didn't say it out loud because he knew he was in the wrong. Killing the Oni in accordance with the rules was not a problem. Killing the human who protected the Oni was not a problem either. But losing his temper after his sister was hurt, using his armament unnecessarily, and slaughtering civilians from other countries who had nothing to do with the Oni, that would be a problem. Both the Mitsurugi family, his lord's house, and his own Belch family would certainly question Klimt's suitability as a Saren knight. Gaz had prevented that future from happening. Thinking the same thing as her brother, Curia stepped forward and bowed her head to Gaz. "Thank you, Sheba." "There's no need for thanks. More importantly, both of you get ready." "Understood. Wait, what?" Curia, who had been about to put away her armament, blinked in surprise at the unexpected words. Gaz had told them to get ready, not to stand down. Klimt also seemed puzzled as he looked at Gaz with a questioning expression. Thinking she might have misheard, Curia hesitantly asked for confirmation. "Sheba, did you say to get ready?" "I did." Gaz wasn't looking at Curia. He wasn't looking at Klimt either, nor was he looking at the fallen magician. The strong warrior was staring intently at the southern sky. And then, "Is coming," he announced briefly. As if triggered by his words, a resounding roar echoed across the sky of Ishka. The siblings turned their gaze south as if on cue. In their view was a winged beast rapidly approaching from the south. Its scales were a vivid indigo color. Chapter 3, Fierce Battle. A blue-winged beast flapped its large wings as it passed over the skies of Ishka. For a moment, the sun was obscured in Curia's field of vision. The flying speed of the winged beast was fast, blocking the sunlight only for an instant. And in that instant, Curia noticed a human figure jumping off the beast's back. The winged beast had been flying even higher than Ishka's tall castle walls, above the level of the watchtower. It seemed impossible for anyone to survive jumping from such a height. The exception would be blue forest flag-bearers who could manipulate odd. Curia could land without difficulty. The same would be true for Klimt and Gaz. And the figure falling from the Sora also belonged to the side of exceptions, just like Curia and the others. The sound of landing was incredibly light. Despite a person wearing armor falling from high in the Sora, only a small thud could be heard. This meant the person before them was using odd at a high level. The young man who landed exactly between Curia's group of 3 and the fallen magician had black hair and black eyes. His features, harboring strength and sharpness, were unrecognizable from 5 years ago when he always walked with his head down, but traces of his former self remained. "Lord Sara." Though not loud, Kyria's voice was not so quiet as to dissolve into the air. However, Sora did not respond to Kyria's voice that surely must have reached him. After glancing briefly at the three, he turned on his heel and knelt beside the fallen Miroslav. Mamas. You don't need to speak. Gently stopping Miroslav, who was trying to say something in a trembling voice, Sora rolled up his sleeve, placed his teeth against his own arm, and Zahi bit off a chunk in one go. Sora spat out the small piece of flesh he had in his mouth and sucked up the blood flowing from the wound. Then, lifting Miroslav up, he pressed his bloodied lips against the other's lips. After a short while, Miroslav's throat moved up and down. When Sora finally pulled away, both their mouths were stained bright red, and at the same time, Miroslav had regained his color. Master, the enemy is after Suzium. She's inside now with Seal. Miroslav informed in a clearer voice than before. I understand. Sora nodded, wiped his own mouth with his sleeve, and used a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe Miroslav's mouth. Then, with a gentle gaze, he said, Thank you for protecting those two well. Your words are too kind. The responding voice was trembling, whether from pain or joy was unclear. Miroslav squeezed her eyes shut as if to suppress her overflowing emotions and tried to mention the uninvited guests. Please be careful. Those people are. Sora stopped Miroslav, who was about to say strong, with his eyes and dismissed the other's worry in a calm voice. It's all right. More importantly, I've brought Iria and her mother. They'll cast recovery magic on you soon, so please bear with it a little longer. Yes, may fortune be with you in battle. Sora nodded, lifted Miroslav, and laid him down in a place away from the potential battle. Then he stood up silently. Please wait, young one. First, I wish to speak with you. Speak. Amidst the swirling hostility and fighting spirit, it was Gaz who broke the silence. In response, Sora curled his lips in a mocking smile. What is there to talk about with someone who barged into my home uninvited and hurt my companions? Your anger is justified. However, everything was an unavoidable measure to defeat the Oni. Unavoidable. To defeat a single Oni girl who barely knows how to fight, you unavoidably had to draw your soul blades. Even with 3 flag bearers present. Sora glanced at the siblings and Gaz, then snorted dismissively. Klimt tried to step forward with a grim expression, but Kyria held him back. As for Gaz, he furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing Sora's words. This wasn't because he was angered by the other's words and actions, like Klimt. There was an aspect in Sora's words that he couldn't overlook, and his expression showed deep confusion because of it. Truly, you were sheltering the Oni of your own will. Gaz had been told earlier by Liddell that the Oni was under Sora's protection, but he hadn't believed it. Or rather, he thought that even if Sora had indeed sheltered her, he didn't know she was an Oni. There are many ways to change one's appearance, be it through magic or items. However, hearing these words now, it seemed that Sora had knowingly harbored the Oni, fully aware of what she was. This was no small shock to Gaz. Sora, who couldn't pass the trial ritual, didn't know the inner workings of the Demon Gate, nor the truth from 300 years ago. In that sense, it was understandable that his perception of the Oni might be naive. But even so, young one, have you forgotten the law of demon slaying and god sealing imposed on the Mitsurugi family? I remember it, I just have no intention of following it. Young one, why should a disowned person follow the family law? Moreover, calling me, young one itself goes against the head of the family's orders. And you dare to lecture me about laws? Oh, that's... Gaz stumbled over his words at Sora's pointed remark. Sora addressed the faltering Gaz with evident sarcasm. I'm no longer part of the Mitsurugi family, and you're not my tutor anymore. Feel free to call me by name, Gazshima. Just like you did 5 years ago, when I was exiled from the island. Young one, I'm the one who killed the 4th flag bearer. I'm a great sinner who defied your precious, precious lord. If you understand that much, there's no need for words, is there? Just draw your soul blade like that weakling over there. As he said this, Sora glanced briefly at Klimt, needless to say. Klimt, who had once mocked Sora as a weakling, now had the same word thrown back at him. He twisted his lips and spat out. Don't talk big, Sora. You couldn't even pass the trial ritual. Seems like even though you passed the trial ritual, you still can't leave your sister's side, Klimt. I guess you flew into a rage when your sister got hurt, only to be stopped by her, right? Sora hadn't witnessed the earlier scene. but he had seen the white explosion of magical power and the pillar of fire reaching high into the Sora from the back of his winged beast. He knew the soul blades and personalities of the siblings. It was easy for him to guess what had happened. To be precise, it was Gaz, not Curia, who had stopped Klimt, but it was true that Curia had drawn her soul blade to restrain her brother. Klimt clicked his tongue and glared at Sora with sharp eyes, but directed his voice only to Gaz. Sheba, this guy just confessed to killing a flag bearer himself. It's okay to cut him down now, right? Even if disowned, he carries the blood of the main family. We need to consult the Lord's judgment before cutting him down. Let's apprehend him. What a hassle. Well, fine. Dealing with a weakling won't take more than a second anyway. Saying this, Klimt stepped forward towards Sora, gripping his flame sword. Curia's voice flew at his back. Klimt, don't let your guard down. If it was Sora who killed Lord Jijinbo, he has undoubtedly mastered the soul blade. It's all right, sis Sora, you heard her. I'll be your opponent. Come on, draw your soul blade. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Section. Klimt's face, as he confronted Sora, was filled with overbearing spirit, showing no consideration for the possibility of his own defeat. It wasn't that Klimt doubted his sister's words about Sora having mastered the soul blade. As a flag-bearer of the illusory one-sword style himself, Klimt could sense that the amount of energy emanating from Sora was on a completely different level compared to 5 years ago. As his sister said, Sora had undoubtedly reached the secret techniques of the illusory one-sword style. Klimt had no doubts about this point. However, he didn't see any need for caution because of it. Due to the immense power of the soul blade, it takes time to master it. Klimt had mastered his soul blade 6 years ago. It's unclear when Sora mastered his, but even assuming it was right after his exile from the island, it would still only be 5 years. The gap is too large to be called a day's advantage. Moreover, there's a world of difference in the experience that can be gained in the same year between Klimt, who had been fighting continuously in the harsh environment of Anagosima, and Sora, who had been fighting in the milder environment outside the island. Klimt's confidence was supported by solid reasoning. Additionally, Klimt considered Sora's behavior and words up to this point as mere bluffs. From Sora's perspective, Klimt, Curia, and of course Gaz were all formidable opponents. Even in a one-on-one fight, victory would be uncertain. In a 3-on-1 situation, there was no chance of winning. That's why Sora was deliberately not drawing his soul blade. This way, the full extent of his power wouldn't be revealed. Klimt surmised that Sora's constant provocations towards Gaz and himself were intended to make them think. This composure against 3 soul blade users is no ordinary feat. Sora's soul blade must be incredibly powerful. Klimt found this pathetic. 5 years ago, Sora was indeed weak. He made futile efforts and struggled in vain. But even then, he never tried to compensate for his lack of ability with mere words. Klimt swung his sword once with a bitter expression, drawing a crimson arc in the air. They were once comrades, after all. I'll end this with one slash, burning and cutting their dominant arm. If I cut with my soul blade, the wound will be cauterized by flames, minimizing blood loss. I should be able to follow Gaz's order not to kill. With this in mind, Klimt repeats his previous words. I'll say it one more time. Dispel your soul equipment quickly. If you continue this pointless bluff. Soul equipment activate. Before Klimt could finish, Sora opened his mouth. He thrust his right hand straight forward, manifesting his soul equipment. In that instant, Klimt, facing Sora, was subjected to an overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush his entire body. Gah! What? Klimt, who nearly fell to his knees, gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure. His shock was quickly replaced by caution. Klimt swiftly assumes the stance of the illusory one-sword style. He realized that his thoughts from just moments ago were terribly off the mark. Facing such a Klimt, Sora, gripping his black soul equipment, calmly declares, "You understand now that this is no bluff, right, Klimt? And the difference from 5 years ago, too. If you understand, come at me, all 3 of you at once." His matter-of-fact words were a declaration that Klimt alone had no chance of winning. Klimt's red eyes widened dramatically. Don't spout nonsense, Sora. I'll crush that arrogance of yours. Is that so? Sora nodded slightly, then suddenly changed his expression. Lifting the corners of his lips, he spoke in an incredibly cold voice. Then you die first, Devour everything, Soul Eater. The moment Sora drew his soul equipment, a flash exploded. For an instant, night descended upon the mansion's garden, where summer sunlight had been pouring down. This true darkness, created by the power of the soul equipment, couldn't be dispelled even by the flames of another soul equipment. Klimt, robbed of his vision, was left with an unavoidable opening. Sora leaped at him, brandishing his black sword. Klimt showed a remarkable reaction to the diagonal downward slash. He managed to block the black sword with his flame sword, raised in the nick of time. If Sora's weapon had been the black sword he usually wore at his waist, its blade would have melted the instant it touched the flame sword. However, what Sora now held was the manifestation of the dragon that slays gods. Far from being melted by the flame sword, it devoured the opponent's flames. What? Klimt cried out in shock. He was already at a disadvantage, having been caught off guard. If he lost in this clash of soul blade, there would be no chance for recovery. The balance crumbled in an instant. Kill. Gagaza. Sora's sword, swung with all his might, knocked Klimt's sword away and slashed down from his shoulder to his waist in one go. Feeling the certain response through his blade, Sora used the momentum of his swing to lead into his next attack. He concentrated his power in his left foot, using it as a pivot to rotate his body. The stone pavement beneath his feet let out a scream-like creak and emitted a burnt smell. Immediately, he concentrated his power in his right foot this time and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Klimt's now defenseless chest. Zahi! Klimt's body flew through the air helplessly. Unable to even scream, scattering blood, Klimt was slammed into the ground. The momentum didn't stop there. The white-haired warrior's body rolled across the ground like a spinning top. This continued until Klimt's body was expelled beyond the gate, outside the mansion grounds. Section. Right after Klimt was expelled from the gate, Sora let out a muffled groan. It wasn't from pain. Rather, the opposite. The influx of Klimt's soul through the soul equipment was so immense that a cry of joy escaped him. After a brief moment, a sensation like his body was being cleansed from the inside coursed through him. It was the instant Sora's level increased from 10 to 11. Since Klimt was still breathing, Sora didn't gain 3 or 4 levels like when he defeated Jijinbo, but there was no doubt he had stolen a considerable amount of soul. Judging from the feel of his strike, Sora concluded that he had undoubtedly incapacitated Klimt. Sora's ears caught Curia's cry, her voice pale with shock. Klimt. Although she didn't turn her back on Sora to rush to her brother, averting her gaze was just as much of an opening. Sora didn't miss this opportunity. He thrust his soul equipment into the ground before him, crossed his arms in front of his body, and pointed his right palm towards Gaz and his left palm towards Curia. And then, give my enemies the embrace of death, Fire Princess. He unleashed the 5th circle fire magic, Fire Princess, at maximum power. This was the magic once used against the resisting Miroslav in the Fly King's nest, and the magic used against Jijinbo's soul equipment, Shizuka Gozen, in the royal capital. Now, the latter, Shizuka Gozen, was floating in Sora's mind. The gentle voice that whispered in his ear just before he cut down Jijinbo when he destroyed the soul equipment. He didn't know whose voice it was. He didn't know what it said. All Sora remembered was that the voice was very kind and gentle. There were things he could guess, but with Jijinbo now departed to the netherworld, everything was mere speculation. So, using this magic here was Sora's sentimentality. It was his selfish sentiment of wanting to give meaning to the life of the voice's owner, pretending he had been granted this fire magic. 3 from his right hand, 3 from his left. Flame tentacles as thick as logs rushed towards Gaz and Curia. Though fewer in number than Shizuka Gozen, their speed and power were on par with his soul equipment. What? The reactions of the two who witnessed Sora's powerful magic, Sora, who once couldn't even handle basic techniques, were contrasting. Curia leaped back in astonishment, while Gaz merely raised an eyebrow, not moving a step from where he stood. After a beat, a deafening roar echoed through the streets of Ishka. Gaz had taken all 3 direct hits while standing still. The impact kicked up a fierce cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Curia, who had jumped back, quickly regained her stance and, suppressing her inner surprise, focused on the approaching flame arms. She held her jade longsword in a proper stance. Come forth, Kusanagi. Her clear, dignified voice shook the surrounding air, and Kyria's sword was enveloped in wind. The wind pressure was so violent it seemed it could blow her away just by standing there. As Kyria swung her soul equipment, the fiercely approaching flame arms were instantly dispersed, crashing into the surrounding ground. A thunderous roar echoed, and a large amount of stone fragments and soil were thrown up. But the wind created by Kusanagi scattered even that in an instant. If Klimt's soul equipment was the divine sword of flame, then Kyria's soul equipment was the divine sword of wind. If she wished, she could probably create a tornado and half-destroy Ishka without moving. Sora knew this, and there was one more thing Sora knew. Lord Sora, prepare yourself. Without even blinking, Kyria stared at Sora with blood-red eyes. Her mask-like countenance showed no anger at her brother being cut down. However, looking at her roaring soul equipment, it was clear that Kyria was inwardly furious. Just as much as the brother adored his sister, or perhaps even more, the sister cared for her brother. Beneath her calm personality, she harbored an intensity surpassing her brother's. That was who Kyria was. Therefore, easy to exploit. Sora pulled out his soul equipment thrust into the ground and mockingly replied, "That's my line. Don't think you'll get away with hurting my comrade. There was a reason for cutting down the Oni. Then die for that reason. Along with your brother groaning pathetically behind you. I understand. Further dialogue is unnecessary. Let's settle this with our swords. That's what I want." As he spoke, Sora's black sword howled as it heightened its magical power. Swirling in a spiral, it was like a small dragon, transmitting a numbing pressure just by facing it. To think it would be this much. Kyria gritted her teeth and muttered inwardly. She hadn't underestimated Sora. However, knowing the Sora of the past, Kyria couldn't help but overlap the image of the boy from 5 years ago with the young man before her. She remembered Mitsurugi Sora standing dazed after losing the trial ceremony. The two incongruent Soras. The discomfort arising from this created small threads that even now entangled Kyria's limbs. This discomfort was also the reason for her delayed reaction to the earlier fire magic. Could it be that Sora exchanged words with Gauze to cause this confusion? Did he declare before the three of them that he was undoubtedly Mitsurugi's Sora? It was when Kyria had such doubts. Sora raised his soul equipment high. The blade, bathed in Klimt's blood, gleamed crimson as it reflected the sunlight. Kyria slightly narrowed her eyes as she received that light, then carefully readjusted her stance with her soul equipment. The distance between them was great. Merely swinging the sword wouldn't reach. Sora was probably going to use heir, a flying slash. While heir itself was a basic technique, she couldn't let her guard down. When Klimt was cut down, Sora had certainly nullified Klimt's sword's flame. If so, she should assume he could also nullify Kusanaga's wind. It was dangerous to meet Sora's technique head-on. Of course, engaging in a duel of soul weapons would be ill-advised. I should use the wind of Kusanagi to deflect Sora's attacks while probing his abilities. Just as she decided to act on this thought, Kyria was once again struck by an unsettling feeling. Something was off, she sensed. Sora's gaze. Sora, who was about to unleash a slash, wasn't looking at Kyria but behind her. "Klimt!" Hearing that cry, Sora's mouth curved into a crescent shape. At this moment, Kyria was standing directly between Sora and Klimt. If Kyria dodged the attack, Sora's slash would strike Klimt. Seeing the soul weapon roaring in Sora's hand, it was clear as day that this strike would be fatal. To protect Klimt, Kyria had no choice but to take Sora's attack head-on. Realizing this, Kyria bit her lip. She was cornered. Was this a coincidence? No way, but if not, when exactly had this been planned? How long had she been dancing in the palm of her opponent's hand? If even Klimt's survival was just a setup to cut down Kyria. A shudder of dread ran down Kyria's spine. The next instant, a voice as sharp as a needle pierced Kyria's ears. "Try to stop this, golden generation." With those words, an invisible slash was released. Section, Kyria steeled herself and readied her soul weapon. Alarm bells were ringing in her mind. Her instincts, sensing Sora's true strength, were desperately urging her to flee. Kyria suppressed those instinctive cries with sheer willpower. If she dodged now, Sora's attack would strike her brother behind her. She had to stop it at all costs. In the worst case, she was prepared to use her body as a shield for her brother. Kyria had that level of resolve. Even knowing this was exactly what Sora wanted, she had no other choice. Then, a mountain-like figure appeared before Kureya. His mastered footwork was almost like teleportation. Despite having just taken a direct hit from Sora's fire magic, there wasn't a single burn mark on his clothes or armor. Both in movement and defense, his superb technique outshone even those within the illusory one-sword style school. The third-ranked warrior in the Blue Forest First Banner, the elite unit directly under the head of the family. Level 81 Gashima stood blocking Sora's path. Soul weapon, activate. A low, heavy voice emerged from Gaz's mouth. What materialized in response was an unremarkable sword. Its only distinguishing feature was a rosary wrapped around the guard. This was Gashima's soul weapon. Bind, Juzumaru. And its lack of distinctive features remained unchanged even after being drawn. It didn't display any characteristic abilities like Klimt's sword, Kurakara's flame, or Kusanaga's wind, nor did it emit an unfathomable aura of intimidation like Soul Eater. In contrast, the technique Sora released was Purple Lightning Slash imbued with Soul Eater's power, Void Eater. It was Sora's trump card that had slain Jijinbo in the royal capital of Horus. Even for someone like Gaz, a direct hit from this should not end well. However, the supposedly powerful slash dissipated before reaching Gaz's body. Like light snow falling in spring, Sora's technique dissolved silently in midair. Confirming this, Gaz addressed Kureya behind him in a deep voice. "Leave this to me. Go tend to Klimt." "Understood, Lord Shiba." For a moment, Kureya looked like she wanted to say something, but quickly swallowed her words and bowed her head. After glancing briefly at Sora, she turned on her heel and ran towards the gate. And so, Gaz and Sora faced each other head-on. That slash just now was truly magnificent, young, no, Lord Sora. After easily negating it, being told it's magnificent only sounds like sarcasm, Gaz no, Lord Shiba. Faced with Sora's deliberately mocking tone, Gaz pressed his lips together as if unsure how to respond. Sora watched him vigilantly. Sora knew his former mentor's soul weapon well. True to Gaz's words about negating it, the ability of his soul weapon Juzumaru was to nullify enemy soul weapon abilities. This nullification extended to techniques and elemental magic as well. Of course, Juzumaru's nullification ability wasn't unconditional. It wouldn't work against opponents stronger than Gaz. In a sense, it was a soul weapon specialized for use against lower-ranked opponents, much like Jijinbo's Shizuka Gozen. However, as the third-ranked member of the first flag-bearer, and one of the four lords of the family, Gashima's strength surpassed that of the flag-bearer commanders. The notion that his ability wasn't a threat simply because it was specialized for lower-ranked opponents didn't hold up. In fact, the disappearance of Void Eater proved that Juzumaru's power had completely suppressed Soul Eater. How could he be pleased about being praised as magnificent in such a situation? Thinking this, Sora twisted his lips, to which Gaz continued speaking with a serious expression. "I had no intention of play tricks on you. It was truly a magnificent slash, full of power and force. It wouldn't be outdone even by the upper ranks of the flag-bearer. I'm impressed that you've come this far in just 5 years." Having said this, Gaz slightly furrowed his brow. "That's precisely why I must say this. Lord Sora, with such power at your disposal, why did you resort to such underhanded methods? With your current strength, you could have faced the siblings head-on and emerged victorious, yet you chose to ambush and use hostages. So what?" Sora dismissed Gaz's criticism. Regardless of how it might have appeared to others, for Sora, the battle up to this point had been like walking on thin ice. His opponents were his former mentor and 2 members of the Golden Generation. He had no chance in a 3-on-1 fight. Therefore, he needed to force the situation into one-on-one battles at all costs. At the same time, he had to prevent the other 2 from targeting Suzium and infiltrating the mansion while he was engaged in a one-on-one fight. The previous battle was the optimal solution for these requirements. He had no regrets, no pangs of conscience. Above all, I have no obligation to listen to lectures on morality from someone who broke into another's home and caused havoc. Look to your own actions before speaking. Watching Sora spit out these words, Gaz felt bitter inside. Reflecting on their conversation so far, it was clear that his words weren't reaching Sora at all. When they were on Anagosima, Gaz had never felt such a disconnect with Sora. This is what unsettled him. Surely, there was anger over the harm done to the Oni he was protecting and his other comrades. But the sense of unease Gaz felt about Sora, evident in his series of words and actions, wasn't something brought about by temporary emotions. It felt like something deeper, a distortion in his fundamental essence as a human being. What Sora once had but now lacked. What Gaz once sensed from Sora but could no longer perceive. What was it? Gaz slowly opened his mouth. Lord Sora, you have indeed grown stronger, incomparably so compared to 5 years ago. However, at the same time, you have lost something precious. HMPH, shall I humor you and ask, what is it? The will to protect the country and save the people. In other words, the pride of national defense and world salvation. A sword without pride will only fall into a hollow pit. Neither Lord Sovereign nor Lady Shizuya would wish for you to wander in the darkness of delusion. Please. Silence. A voice as cold as a winter lake cuts off Gaz's earnest admonition. Eyes darker than night pierced through Gaz. 5 years since being exiled from the island. I've crawled my way here along the ground. Indeed, this isn't the form I once desired. Mother might be disappointed, but I have no obligation to hear this from you. From you, who abandoned me 5 years ago. Lord Sora. As the Shiba of the Mitsurugi family, and as a senior practitioner of the illusory one-sword style, I bear the responsibility to punish soul weapon users who do not follow the Mitsurugi family's will. If you say you have no ears to hear my words, then I have no choice. From here on, I shall use not words, but my sword to shatter your delusions. That's what I want. Do it if you can, Gazshima. Sora shouted. Responding to its wielder's anger, black flames rose from the soul weapon. Section. The two soul weapons clashed with a resounding noise. The scattered sparks shone fiercely even in the daylight, illuminating the faces of the two swordsmen. The former master and disciple, facing each other at close range, crossed swords head-on, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Hydra. Ew. The roars of Sora and Gaz echoed through the mansion, and the continuous sound of clashing swords painfully struck their eardrums. Right, left, front, right, left faint then right, front, front. At times striking with brute force, at times weaving in technique to exploit openings. The two soul weapons collided in midair as if grappling or playing, continuously scattering sparks. Sora was primarily on the offensive. Soul Eater's power was sealed by Gaz's soul weapon, Juzumaru. Magic and techniques were also nullified. However, the blade's sharpness as a weapon hadn't been lost, nor had the internal flow of energy disappeared from Sora's body. Juzumaru only nullified externally released power. Sora channeled overflowing energy throughout his body and fiercely slashed away. In response, Gaz adopts a defensive stance and observes his opponent's movements. This is one of the fundamental techniques of the illusory one-sword style, the observing eye. From Gaz's perspective, Sora's movements seem wasteful, and his use of energy and sword techniques appear immature. On the other hand, as mentioned before, the weight and sharpness of Sora's strikes are astonishing. An ordinary soldier or adventurer would not be able to handle Sora's current state. Even Gaz cannot let his guard down. The current Sora is a dangerous opponent where the slightest opening or hesitation could lead directly to death. Although Gaz has managed to fend off all attacks so far, there have been moments that made him tense. Yet for some reason, a smile unconsciously forms on his lips. Gaz questions himself. The answer comes immediately. It's enjoyable, competing with swords against the grown Sora. What he once dreamed of but couldn't achieve has become a reality. Thinking about this, he couldn't suppress his joy. Moreover, even as they cross swords, he can see Sora visibly improving. This fact also delighted Gaz. Sora, who couldn't pass the trial ceremony, was unable to formally learn the illusory one-sword style. Of course, he had undergone basic training, but there are limits to what can be conveyed through training alone. Since his energy techniques and sword skills are self-taught, it's natural that there are many openings and flaws. For Sora, Gaz's existence is both a formidable wall and an invaluable example. It's not just Gaz who is using the observing eye to probe his opponent. Even in the midst of a life-and-death battle, there was much for Sora to learn. Body movements, footwork, the flow of energy. The more they cross blades, the more Sora's techniques are honed. With Sora attacking one-sidedly and Gaz maintaining a defensive stance, to an onlooker, it might have appeared as if the two were practicing. Of course, Sora himself had no such intention. Unable to break through Gaz's unwavering defense like an imposing castle wall, Sora clicks his tongue and retreats. At this moment, Gaz could have pursued if he wanted to. The reason he didn't was that he felt reluctant to end the battle just yet. Facing Sora at a distance, Gaz inwardly mutters that it would be too regrettable to render this young man unable to wield a sword ever again. He had such thoughts before, but he had to admit that they stemmed from personal feelings. But now, the emotion of valuing Sora comes from his position as a public figure, as the strategist of the Mitsurugi family. After actually crossing swords, he became certain. The lid that once hindered Sora's growth has been completely removed. While immaturity still remains, Gaz can compensate for that as much as needed. Considering his age of 18, he will likely continue to grow even further. Moreover, there's Sora's ability. Although it's currently sealed by Juzumaru, the power that subdued the siblings would surely be effective against the demons. It might even aid in slaying the demon gods. Losing this talent would be a loss for the Mitsurugi family, a significant loss at that. He must bring him back to Anagosima by any means necessary. However, no matter how many words Gaz might use, Sora would not listen. That has already been proven. Therefore, though he decided to speak through swords, would Sora really listen to their side even if they win like this? No, Gaz thinks. Sora gained power but lost his pride. That power is the soul power, the odd. Even if they win while sealing the soul power, Sora won't acknowledge defeat. As long as he thinks he could have one with the soul power, Sora's delusion won't be broken. To enlighten Sora, they need to crush him along with his soul power. Only by defeating Sora head-on while he's using his soul power, proving that there are those above him, can they dispel the arrogance nesting in his heart. That was the conclusion Gaz reached. To be aware of, control, and materialize the homogeneous existence, this is what we call soul power. I told you this before, Lord Sora. What? Sora looks puzzled at Gaz's sudden words. Ignoring his reaction, Gaz continued. When you eventually mastered the soul power, I intended to continue like this. The soul power is merely the entrance, the gateway. Please do not be satisfied there. The soul power is just an entrance. Indeed, when you mastered the soul power, you must have synchronized with the homogeneous existence. The nature of the homogeneous existence one harbors varies from person to person, but its power is generally immense. It far surpasses the realm attainable by human bodies. Facing Sora, who had pressed his lips together, Gaz spoke at length. The soul power is what makes this immense power manageable by human hands. However, there is inevitably a strain in making a power unattainable by human bodies manageable by human hands. That's why I said the soul power is just an entrance. The moment a flag bearer reaches the soul power, they are burdened with a new responsibility. The responsibility to overcome the inherent strain in the soul power and draw out the power of the homogeneous existence to its limit. Gaz says, the soul power is like a wooden sword given to a child who cannot yet handle a real sword. Those who use the soul power must elevate themselves with this wooden sword and learn the art of drawing out the power of the homogeneous existence. When one becomes able to draw out all of the homogeneous existence's power, that person transcends human limits and gains the power to slay even illusory species. To control a power unattainable by human bodies means exactly that. Gaz weaves his words as if reciting a poem. How subtle, reaching the formless. How heartfelt, reaching the infinite. Without form, therefore limitless. The realm beyond humanity that slays illusions, in the illusory one-sword style, we call this emptiness. Emptiness. Both Sora and Kara use the kanji for empty. Responding to Sora's whisper, as if he had realized something, Gaz nodded deeply and replied. Lord Sora, your name carries Lady Shizuya's wish. That is certain. However, this Gaz surmises that it also carries Lord Mitsurugi's wish. That his child born into this world would one day stand in the same place as his father. Lord Mitsurugi must have named you Sora with such a wish. It would be futile to ask you to believe this now. As I said before, I shall now use all my strength to dispel your arrogance. What you are about to witness is the realm of emptiness, the essence of the illusory one-sword style. Now prepare yourself. Gaz raises the Juzumaru he was holding high towards the sky. And then, he said, Emptiness Soul Equipment Activation, Unleash Juzumaru. The moment his voice echoed, the string of beads wrapped around Juzumaru's guard snapped with a sound, and countless beads scattered into the air. At the same time, Sora felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. The pressure distorting the surrounding space was enough to cause such an illusory. Juzumaru begins to change before Sora's eyes. The sword, which had an unremarkable shape, begins to change form like a liquid, repeating eerie contractions. With each writhing of the liquid in midair, the energy pressure increases exponentially. Something that had been sealed by the beads is about to be unleashed. Sora is forced to realize. At this moment, a illusory slayer is about to descend upon the city of Ishka. Section. The blade, the guard, and the hilt of Juzumaru transform into countless bubbles. The iron-colored bubbles, instead of scattering on the ground, begin to attach themselves to Gaz's body as if each had its own will. It took only a moment for Gaz's entire body, from the top of his head to his toes, to be completely covered in bubbles. Originally, Gaz's height was as tall as if piercing the clouds, and the robustness of his limbs was reminiscent of a bear. The foam that enveloped this gigantic body rapidly increased in volume, making Gaz's body even larger by 1 or 2 sizes. Small bubbles pop and overlap and pop, melting together and quickly taking shape. Eventually, what appeared was Eastern armor that completely covered the entire body. But it wasn't just any armor. It had no gaps at all in the joint areas where they should normally exist. No matter how elaborately crafted, armor usually needs some gaps to allow movement of the neck and limbs. If the gauntlets and sleeves are connected, one can't bend their arms, and if the greaves and leg guards are connected, even walking becomes difficult. However, Gaz's armor had no such gaps at all. All parts were connected without even the slightest opening, and yet there was no hindrance to movement. With his entire body encased in the glossy black armor and his face completely covered by a helmet shaped like an ox head, the current Gaz can protect himself from any attack. Of course, it's not just for defense. The giant bluish-green curved blade that Gaz holds in his right hand is a celestial weapon inlaid with the Big Dipper. His appearance was that of the Ox King himself, descended to the mortal world. Lord Sora. Gaz's voice comes from behind the ox face. Just that alone unleashed an overwhelming fighting spirit, forcing Sora to grit his back teeth to withstand the pressure. The current Gaz has his eyes, nose, mouth, and even ears covered by the helmet. Yet it seems to have no effect on his senses, as Sora could clearly feel Gaz's gaze. This is my form that has reached emptiness. And the other name of my homogeneous existence, Juzumaru, is the heavenly great sage, Ox Demon King. One of the 7 heavens who once invaded the celestial realm. Afterwards, he was defeated, repented, bound himself, and returned to serve the celestial realm, a bull-headed war god. Perhaps a fitting homogeneous existence for me, who challenged Lord Mitsurugi, was defeated, and came to serve the Mitsurugi family. With those words, Gaz reversed the blade he held and stabbed it into the ground. Sora looked at Gaz, who now seemed to have discarded his weapon, with an irritated glare. It appeared as if Gaz was saying he didn't even need to use his weapon, and indeed, Sora's assumption was correct. From this point on, I will engage you unarmed, but do not think I am holding back. My goal is to correct you, Sora Dono, and I am simply choosing the most effective means to achieve that. Do as you like. Understood. One more thing, your Soul Eater is already in a state where it can unleash its full power. Feel free to come at me with everything you have. What? The binding power of Juzumaru is primarily to control its overwhelming strength. Suppressing the abilities of others is merely a side effect. To draw out all its power, the chains must be released, but in doing so, it can no longer suppress others' abilities. That is how it works. Hearing this, Sora furrowed his brow, trying to grasp the meaning of Gaz's words. Gaz's power, self-imposed bondage, had been canceling out Sora's abilities as a byproduct. Though Sora couldn't fully understand the concept of using a similar power to bind a kindred being, he could make sense of it if he thought of Gaz as a berserker. Even if it meant weakening himself, it seemed that Gaz had no choice but to control his power. The episode of Defying the Heavens hinted at a fierce, rebellious spirit. If that was the case, then the time Gaz could maintain his full power wouldn't be long, Sora guessed. Throughout history, berserkers were always like that. As if reading Sora's thoughts, Gaz's ox-headed helmet bobbed up and down. It seems you have realized it. Indeed, my armor's power has a time limit. Fighting to stall for time is one option you could take. Gaz then added with a slight smile. If you can manage that, of course. Declaring the conversation over, Gaz lowered his stance, ready to fight. In response, Sora readied his Soul Eater and faced Gaz. Now clad in his armored, ox-headed form, Gaz stood over 2 meters tall, with limbs as thick as logs. He had literally transformed into a giant. When that enormous figure disappeared from Sora's sight, he instinctively tried to retreat. But by then, Gaz's fist, encased in black armor, was already driving into his abdomen. There was no way to endure it. Sora's body flew through the air, crashing into the stone pavement. Gah! Forcing down the pain and bile that surged up, Sora immediately tried to stand. However, as he placed his hands on the ground to push himself up, Gaz had already moved right beside him. Predicting a kick, Sora reflexively guarded his side with his left elbow, but Gaz's kick lifted both the elbow and Sora's body off the ground. Gah! A sickening crunch echoed as Sora's arm joint twisted, his body spinning like a ball through the air. In an instant, he was flung nearly 10 meters high. Gaz looked up, locating Sora in midair, and kicked off the stone pavement, launching himself upward. Reaching Sora in no time, the ox-headed warrior clasped his hands together, forming an improvised weapon. Hua! Without hesitation, Gaz struck down. Sora's body crashed into the ground before he could even scream. The impact sent tremors through the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gah! Unable to stand, Sora writhed in agony, gasping for air. Gaz, who had landed silently on the ground, looked down at the suffering Sora. In Gaz's eyes, Sora, though writhing in pain, hadn't let go of his weapon. Silently impressed by this, Gaz finally spoke. If you can no longer fight, you should release your weapon. That will be taken as your surrender. Gaz's calm, unwavering demeanor radiated with absolute confidence. He didn't need to say it out loud, but his attitude made it clear. Even with the power of the Soul Eater, and even with a limited time to fight, it was impossible for Mitsurugi Sora to defeat Gaz-shima. When he and Sora faced each other, Gaz would always be the stronger one, and Sora the weaker. Gaz was convinced of this, as if it were a universal truth. And this confidence was based on undeniable facts. When forced to crawl on the ground, even the most stubborn person would have to acknowledge it. Sora acknowledged it too. A sickening sound accompanied a spurt of red bile from his mouth. Choking violently, Sora struggled to stand, but his battered body refused to move as he wanted. Gaz looked down at Sora through his ox mask. Because of Gaz's armor, Sora couldn't see his face, but he knew exactly what kind of expression Gaz was wearing. Surely, Gaz was looking at him with pity, far from any malice, just like 5 years ago. And that was infuriating. The days on Anagosima flooded back into Sora's mind, days where he was constantly labeled as weak. Being insulted out of malice was still tolerable. It fueled his resolve to prove them wrong. But how could one erase the wretchedness that arose when pitied out of kindness? The one who often cast that pity upon him was none other than the caretaker standing before him. If there was a shackle, it was that pity. Sora couldn't even fight back. Instead, it etched the identity of weakness into his body and soul. Gaz-shima had always forced Mitsurugi Sora to be weak. Even after 5 years, it hadn't changed. And that was infuriating. So, what should he do? Gaz wasn't even using half, no, not even a tenth of his true strength. Yet against this Gaz, Sora was being utterly defeated. It was clear he had no chance of winning, and if Gaz decided to kill Suzume right now, Sora wouldn't be able to stop him. He couldn't fight, he couldn't protect. What could someone like that possibly do? The answer is simple: devour it all. That was the only thing Mitsurugi Sora could do. No, it was the only thing he ever could do. Wasn't that the one valuable truth he had learned over the past 5 years? Yes, that's right. Sora dono. Trying to fight you or protect Suzume, thinking like that was never going to work. I should have just focused on devouring everything. What? Gauze looked at Sora with suspicion, then at the Soul Eater he was holding. Sora, who was barely able to breathe, shouldn't have had the strength to imbue his weapon with any energy. And yet, the black blade was being enveloped by a dense force. No, this wasn't form of magic. It wasn't the power born from humans, nor was it the magic created by the world. It was something denser, more fundamental, a power that could only be called divine energy or elemental force. With a thunderous roar, the power enveloped the soul equipment. But it wasn't just that. The torrent of energy was also flowing into Sora, the wielder. What? In the next instant, Gauze leaped back instinctively. It was a hair's breadth escape. A streak of light slashed through the space where Gauze had been standing just moments ago. Sora, who had collapsed, had swung his soul equipment. It was a sharp slash, unbelievable from someone who had been writhing in pain just moments earlier. Sora slowly rose to his feet within Gauze's view. The agony on his face was gone. Wiping the bile from his lips with his sleeve, Sora looked at the tense Gauze and curled his lips into a sneer. "Gauze, I'm going to eat you." The moment Gauze heard that voice, a chill ran down his spine. Even though his void armor had been activated, offering him ironclad defense, he still shivered at the sight of Sora's gaze. He instinctively reached for the sword he had planted in the ground. His instincts warned him that facing Sora barehanded now would be dangerous. With a burst of energy, Sora lunged at Gauze. There was no sign of injury in his movement, and in terms of speed alone, he was on par with Gauze, who was clad in void armor. Gauze speculated that the soul equipment's power must have healed Sora's wounds. Then, could this extraordinary speed also be due to the soul equipment's assistance? Or had Sora mastered Gauze's footwork in such a short time? Either way, it was dangerous to consider the current Sora as the same person he had been earlier. The original plan to overwhelm Sora with sheer power and force him to surrender had to be abandoned. No matter how many times he knocked Sora down, if the soul equipment kept healing him, it was meaningless. Perhaps the healing technique had a limit on the number of uses, but Gauze had no time to figure that out. He decided that he needed to end this quickly. The Soul Eater, gripped in Sora's hand, was raging as if to vent all the frustrations he had held. It gave Sora, who wasn't large in stature, the imposing presence of a giant. Sora and Gauze clashed head-on. Gauze fixed his gaze on the approaching black blade and swung his King Glongdo in a flash. Illusory one-sword style, intermediate form, radiance. It was a light-infused slash that combined strength and swordsmanship. Its target was not Sora's body, but his soul equipment. Gauze's plan was to strike down the soul equipment from Sora's hand with this technique, severing the mysterious power flowing into Sora from the soul equipment. In contrast, Sora's slash had no finesse of the illusory one-sword style. It lacked the surging force of the Void Devourer that he had unleashed on Curia. It was simply a strike, swung with all the power he could muster. The two blades collided. In the next moment, Gauze's light-wreathed sword flickered violently before shattering with a loud crack. "What?" A voice of shock burst from behind the bull-faced helmet. It had been a strike he had executed with confidence, a slash swung with all his strength. The fact that it was literally severed by Sora left Gauze stunned for a fraction of a second. Both the soul equipment and void armor were not mere objects. They were manifestations of the user's essence, the embodiment of the wielder's soul. The clash of the soul equipment was a battle between the user's souls. Gauze had lost that battle. He had challenged Sora, who could only wield the soul equipment, with his void armor, and he was defeated. The shock of it was so profound that it drove the excruciating pain of having his soul torn apart from his mind. Of course, Gauze didn't remain dazed forever. In reality, he was stunned for only a brief moment. But for the current Sora, that moment was more than enough to decide the battle. With the momentum from cutting through the sword, the black blade of the Soul Eater slashed at Gauze. The void armor that covered his body entirely tried to deflect the blow, but its resistance was swiftly overwhelmed. With a sound like a scream, the armor on Gauze's left shoulder shattered. The Soul Eater, having broken through his defense, slashed deep into Gauze's body, crushing his collarbone and embedding its blade even further. After a heartbeat, blood gushed from Gauze's shoulder like a floodgate had been opened. At the same time, deep within the forest of titties, it was quietly slumbering, like thunder, like a tornado, like an earthquake. or perhaps like a volcanic eruption. A phenomenon that manifests when the conditions of the world are met, a illusory calamity born of flesh and blood. It had been gradually, slowly manifesting for several months. The stakes that had been preventing its manifestation had already been pulled out, and there was no sign of them being driven in again. Thus, its manifestation could not be stopped. Just a little longer, and it would fully emerge. Until then, it intended to continue slumbering. However, today, it sensed a disturbing presence. Someone capable of killing it was nearby. In the sense that it would manifest when the conditions of the world were met, it was like a natural phenomenon. However, being born of flesh and blood, it possessed a function absent in natural phenomena, self-preservation. It could not tolerate the existence of something that could destroy it. It raised its head. Slowly, like a snake lifting its neck, it raised all 8 of its heads. Chapter 4, Mythical Species. The moment I cleaved through Gaz's shoulder, the amount of soul that flowed into me was the largest I had ever experienced. I had broken through the nothingness soul armor and stolen Juzumaru's soul, and now I had inflicted a deep wound on Gaz and devoured his soul as well. When I had consumed Jijinbu and Shizuka Gozen in the royal capital, my level had jumped from 6 to 10, but this harvest far surpassed that. As expected, Gaz Shima were on a completely different level from Jijinbu. My level kept rising in quick succession, causing my body to tremble. Feeling the new power welling up inside me, I couldn't help but smile. The wound I had inflicted on Gaz was deep, but not necessarily fatal. Yet, I had been able to consume this much of his soul. If that was the case, I should be able to devour even more of his soul if I finished him off here. I was about to cut through to his heart in one breath and devour all of Gaz's soul when it happened. My wrists were suddenly gripped tightly. It was Gaz who had let go of his sword. 2 forces clashed, my attempt to swing the sword and Gaz's effort to push it back. I clicked my tongue as I felt the bones in both hands creak under the pressure. Gaz wasn't just trying to push the sword back. He was attempting to crush my wrists. Even with his deep wound, his strength was reminiscent of a bear's. Realizing my wrists might break at this rate, I still had no intention of retreating. No beast exists that would easily release its fangs after biting into its prey's neck. Ignoring the pain in my wrists, I pushed my body against Gaz, driving the blade in further. Ngh Ga. The blade embedded in his shoulder shifted, and a pained voice escaped Gaz's mouth. That's right, there was no need to win this contest of strength. Just moving the blade like this was enough to cause Gaz intense pain. If I kept this up, the grip on my wrists would loosen. Once loosened, I could push the blade in further. Even if my wrists were crushed before that, I could heal them with the power of mine. I could devour Gaz. Mitsurugi Sora could defeat Gaz Shima. As I was about to move the blade again in this state of elation, it happened suddenly, without any warning. Ryuo-u! The sky, the earth, the people, the city, everything shook violently. The sheer force and hatred contained in that roar made my body and mind tremble fiercely. And before I could even think about what it was, the next one came. Q-u-wo. Gua. New. Cries of anguish escaped both my mouth and Gaz's simultaneously. Our hearts were beating wildly. Sweat was pouring out uncontrollably. What on earth was happening? A beast's roar. But no ordinary beast's voice could disturb the heart this much. The screams and shrieks rising from various parts of Ishka told of the magnitude of the event. This was already in the realm of large-scale magic. Just as I thought that, the next one came. G-I-E. Damn it, what is this? I couldn't help but distance myself from Gaz. In this situation, fighting was out of the question. Gaz seemed to agree as we faced each other from a distance. I frowned in confusion. Even if I wanted to do something, I didn't know what kind of roar this was or where it was coming from. There was nothing I could do, and then, Master. A familiar voice struck my ears. Though the voice sounded pained, it wasn't trembling. I turned towards the direction of the voice and felt relief upon seeing Luna Maria. Ever since returning to Ishka, I had been worried about not seeing Luna Maria. Miroslav had only mentioned Seal and Suzium, and I didn't know what had happened to Luna Maria. It would have been fine if she had simply been away from home, but Klimt's soul blade could turn a person to ash if he wanted to. I couldn't shake off the nagging worry that something might have happened. I was genuinely glad that my concern had been unfounded. However, I couldn't readily accept the presence of Liddell, the guild receptionist who was supporting Luna Maria. Really? What was going on here? Ignoring my confusion, Luna Maria spoke quickly. It's a dragon, master. This roar is from a dragon. A dragon, this is. Yes, a roar that pierces the ears, penetrates the skull, and wounds the soul. That is the roar of a dragon. I heard about it from the elders in my homeland. Luna Maria's voice was dead serious. Having just heard the roar, I had no grounds to deny the words of an elven sage. Moreover, I was currently running around dealing with the Hydra's poison. The Hydra's poison had flowed into the Kale River because the Hydra had been revived. Yes, it all made perfect sense. The problem was that the roar of the Hydra, which should be in the deepest part of Titties, was affecting Ishka so far away. While we were pondering this, the fourth roar resounded. By now, everyone could only endure silently. After that, the dragon's roar assaulted Ishka 4 more times. In total, there were 8 roars. Even after the 8 roars had ended, the lingering echoes burned into my ears, refused to fade for quite some time. Beyond those echoes, I could sense the chaos in Ishka's streets. Normally, even if there was some disorder in the city, people's hearts would regain calm given some time. However, it was clear that this situation far exceeded the realm of some disorder. It was plain as day that Ishka would face indescribable difficulties from here on out. Understanding this, I pointed the tip of my soul blade at Gauze. I heard someone gasp, but I didn't even turn to look. Whether the Hydra appeared or not, the fact that the 3 from Anagosima were my enemies remained unchanged. Rather, to focus fully on dealing with the Hydra from now on, I had to kill these 3 here and now. If Suzium were to be attacked while I was fighting the Hydra, there would be no way to handle it. In response to my open hostility, Gauze also raised his chipped blade. However, the voice that came from behind his ox-like face no longer contained the fighting spirit from earlier. Wait, Lord Sora. I have fought dragons at Demon's Gate before, and this is indeed a dragon's roar. If we cross blades here, we will only be benefiting the mythical species. So what? For me, it just means I have more enemies. Defeating enemies one by one is a basic tactic, isn't it? Or did he mean to suggest that we should join forces and fight together now? When I asked mockingly, Gauze nodded greatly as if to say exactly. Indeed, the extermination of mythical species is the reason for the existence of the illusory one-sword style. For you, Lord Sora, who lives in this land, the existence of mythical species must also be a threat. Our interests align, so I would like you to exercise discretion here. What discretion? Don't be ridiculous. I dismissed Gauze's words with contempt. Mythical species are disasters made flesh. Considering the fate of those afflicted by the death poison, their eradication takes priority over everything else. In that sense, Gauze and his companions could be valuable allies. If we joined forces, we might be able to suppress both the mythical species and the magical beast rampage. However, that's only if we can trust each other. There's no guarantee that the 3 of them won't backstab me in the middle of battle. There's also no guarantee that they won't target Suzium. I have no intention of entrusting my back to such unreliable allies. And that's not all. Let's say we successfully cooperate and manage to defeat the mythical species and suppress the magical beast rampage. What happens after that? It's obvious, we would once again be at odds over Suzium. A rematch against Gauze and his companions, who would have recovered not only from their physical injuries, but also from the souls I had devoured. Klimt, in particular, would have reassessed his perception of me, so tricks like my earlier surprise attack wouldn't work again. I'm not conceited enough to think I could win against 3 skilled warriors in such a state. If I were to exercise discretion, the sensible thing to do would be to settle this here and now. You want to use the mythical species as an excuse to start over, but I won't let that happen. No, that is not so. After defeating the mythical species, we will return to the island to report. While the existence of the Oni people is certainly concerning, now that we know you have mastered the Soul Blade, and having experienced its power firsthand, we have no qualms about leaving the handling of the Oni people to you. Hearing this, I slightly furrowed my brow. Gauze's tone was completely serious. It's true that the Oni people were once an enemy race that fought against humanity, but they have long since lost their power as a species. Suzium, in particular, is just an ordinary girl. That should be the case, and yet Gaz seems to view Suzyum as genuinely dangerous. I had thought that Gaz and his companions were hostile towards the Oni people because they dogmatically adhered to the Mitsurugi family's demon-slaying and god-sealing laws. But given this reaction, there might be some secret about the Oni people that I don't know. I wanted to confirm this if possible, but it would probably be futile. If it were a secret that could be revealed here, Gaz would have disclosed it long ago. He would have revealed it and used it as material to persuade me. The reason for not speaking out is that they are forbidden to do so on their own initiative. And the only one who can force Gaz, a senior retainer of the Mitsurugi family, to remain silent is the head of the family. Gaz Shima never disobeys my father's orders. I learned that all too well 5 years ago. I briefly pictured my father's face in my mind, but quickly shook my head to dismiss the image. You can say anything with words. W8 please. As I was about to hurl more words at Gaz, an extremely out-of-place voice interrupted. Frowning, I looked at the source of the voice to see Liddell, who was supporting Luna Maria, staring at me with a pale face. Please, from the guild as well. Now is not the time for humans to be fighting among themselves. Please, sheathe your swords. Beyond Liddell, who was pleading, I could see Parfait sitting on the ground, as if her legs had given out. Why were the guild members here? That question was answered by Liddell's next words. It was here that I finally learned the circumstances that led Gaz and his group to attack my home. And I also learned the fact that Gaz and his group had been holding back the rampage of magical beasts until today. The moment I heard this, an idea flashed through my mind. I looked at Gaz again and opened my mouth. Gaz, I don't believe your words. Even if what you're saying now is true, you'll easily change your tune depending on what the head of the family says. If you're ordered to slay Suzyum, you'll rush back to Ishka in no time. Ahem. But well, there's some truth to the idea that this isn't the time for humans to be fighting each other. So, if you really want to cooperate in slaying the mythical species, show it with actions, not words. What would you have us do? Right now, listen right now. The three of you go back to the defense line and stop the magical beast rampage. The defense line is closer to the Titties forest than to the town of Ishka. The impact of the dragon's roar must be greater there. If nothing is done, the monsters will surely break through in no time. Normally, reinforcements should be sent from Ishka's garrison, but I doubt the current garrison has that kind of leeway. That's where Gaz and his group come in. 3 banner warriors, each worth 1,000 men. 2 of them are injured, but with their resolve to protect the country and save the world, a few injuries shouldn't be a problem. While Gaz and his group buy time, I'll evacuate those close to me from Ishka. This way, I can proceed to slay the Hydra with peace of mind. Needless to say, I have neither the obligation nor the responsibility to defeat Hydra. To be honest, I couldn't care less about the chaos in Ishka or the collapse of the defense line. Still, I had decided to slay the multi-headed dragon that had roared 8 times. My current level is 13. It went up from 10 to 11 after cutting down Klimt, and from 11 to 13 after eating Gaz. As I thought when I cut down Jininbo in the royal capital, the sole quantity of 3 these warriors surpasses that of royal-level monsters. And I can predict that mythical species would have even more to offer than these 3 warriors. How could I ignore such an opportunity? I have no desire for such a tragic resolve as to prepare for death and head to the battlefield for Ishka's sake. Just to devour. That's the only reason I'm going to defeat Hydra. That should have been the best course of action for me. Section. Standing atop Ishka's towering castle walls and looking down, I saw 3 figures spewed out from the castle gate, heading straight north. It was none other than the infamous trio from Anagosima. Klimt and Gaz's injuries had been healed by Iria and Priestess Sarah's magic. They had also drunk health potions, so they should be fine for immediate combat. Klimt, having recovered from his injuries, clearly looked displeased with the role assigned to them, but he didn't openly complain. Perhaps he thought it couldn't be helped since it was Sheba's order, or maybe his sister's persuasion worked. Surely, the fact that he was secretly blushing while looking at Priestess Sarah had nothing to do with it. Anyway, the trio would serve as a shield to prevent the magical beasts from running amok, just as I had planned. 3 Anagosima knights, there couldn't be better reinforcements. Things were going well outside of Ishka. On the other hand, inside Ishka, Things were not going according to plan at all. Not a single clan member followed my instructions to flee. Luna Maria was going around treating people injured in the chaos of the city. If there were rioters or looters, she was actively maintaining order by subduing them. Master, for our clan to become a trusted clan, we must work especially hard in times of crisis like this. The elven sage's statement was correct. There was no room for argument. However, I originally created the clan as a dig at the Adventurers Guild. In a situation where not just the guild but Ishka itself might disappear, I have no desire to focus on improving the clan's status. And this should have been unnecessary to tell Luna Maria. After all, she's a founding member of the clan. She knows better than anyone that I have no attachment or sentiment towards this clan. Nevertheless, she deliberately mentioned our clan and decided to stay in Ishka. When I asked about the true meaning behind this decision, I still can't fathom the meaning behind Luna Maria's bitter smile. Next is Miroslav, who is also working hard to quell the chaos in the city, just like Luna Maria. The red-haired magician, who had been half-dead due to self-destruct magic, had her life saved by my blood and the combined recovery magic of Iria and Priestess Sarah. After that, Miroslav guzzled down her stock of health potions and immediately sprang into action. It's my duty to protect the Alliance in the leader's absence. I can't disgrace myself by being defeated once and running away the second time. As Miroslav declared this forcefully, the Beastman seal nodded vigorously beside her, showing her agreement. Although not as severe as Miroslav's, Seal's wounds from being cut by Curea while protecting Suzium were also deep. Even though the wounds themselves had been sealed by Priestess Sarah, the blood lost doesn't return immediately. She should have been resting for a while, but Seal, following Miroslav's example, guzzled down health potions and forced herself to work. Seal herself said that she couldn't leisurely sleep when Miroslav, who had been more severely injured than herself, was moving around as if nothing had happened. That's how all the injured were behaving. Needless to say, Suzium, who had been protected by them, took similar action. Although the fear of being attacked by the Anagosima trio probably hasn't faded yet, Suzium is desperately helping Miroslav and Seal. The reason she's helping these two is undoubtedly to be prepared in case their conditions suddenly change due to their severe injuries. She seemed to be worrying about being the cause of the attack, so I told her there was no need to worry, but I wonder how effective my words were. I'm not very confident in my own reassurance. If I had a little more time, I could have sat down and talked properly, but now, time is what we lack most. As for Priestess Sarah and her daughter Iria, I feel responsible for bringing them at the worst possible timing. It should be my duty to escort them to a safe place. But again, there wasn't enough time. Well, even before that, this mother and daughter pair weren't trying to leave Ishka either. By the way, my face is now covered with a white cloth from the nose down. This mask covering my nose and mouth is a measure against Hydra's death poison, and it was made by Priestess Sarah. Of course, simply wrapping a piece of cloth wouldn't be very effective. This cloth is holy fabric, woven with thread made using holy water, and carries the blessing of the god of law. I don't know how effective it will be against an incurable poison that even corrupts the earth, but it should be far better than facing it without any protection, said Priestess Sarah, whose robe was missing a large part of its sleeve. When she learned that I was going to challenge Hydra, the priestess quickly cut off part of her robe and sewed it into a mask. Incidentally, Iria, who had been watching the whole process, was silently looking up at the sky, so I assume Priestess Sarah's robe was quite a valuable item. Honestly, I sighed weakly. All I can do is devour. Trying to fight for someone or protect someone, such thoughts don't work out well for me. I learned that all too well in my battle with Gauze. And yet, why does this feeling of I can't lose keep growing stronger? According to the original plan, I should have been able to fight more lightly, I suppose. Thinking about such things, I once again looked northward from atop the castle wall. A vermilion giant tower rises towards the sky from the Titties forest. Depending on how you look at it, that which could be mistaken for a gigantic tree was actually a massive tornado. From this vantage point, it only appears to be about the width of a fist, but considering the distance between Ishka and the deep zone, the area affected by the tornado is wide enough to easily swallow up the entire city of Ishka. Such a vast expanse of earth, trees, water, all swirling upwards towards the sky. Surely, the animals and magical beasts living there must be caught up in it too. I speculated that the crimson hue was not only due to the color of the deep soil, but also mixed with the blood of countless creatures. A disaster that has gained flesh and blood, huh? How aptly put. It was clear that this anomaly was caused by a mythical species. At this rate, we couldn't even approach it, let alone subjugate it. Even if we surrounded it with 1,000,000 troops, they would be blown into the sky and annihilated as soon as they got close. Was Hydra intentionally deploying a barrier, or was the Earth itself screaming in response to the presence of a mythical species? Either way, its presence was incomparable to any magical beast I had fought before. It was fitting for the mythical species that reigned supreme, standing at the pinnacle of dragonkind. And yet, I felt no fear. On the contrary, every fiber of my being trembled, crying out, demanding that I devour it. Pushed by that voice, I silently leapt from the castle wall. In the next moment, I found myself on Klaus Sola's saddle. The blue-scaled winged beast soared vigorously into the sky. "Let's go, Klaus Solas." Klaus Solas responded with an energetic, "Pee-wee." Originally, winged beasts were dragon's kin. I thought it might resist fighting Hydra, a dragon species, or at least show fear. But Klaus Solas showed no such signs. It followed my orders with a resolute attitude, charging straight towards the crimson tornado. I smiled wryly on Klaus Sola's saddle. It seemed I had misjudged many things, from Klaus Sola's to my clan members. I vowed to myself to be more observant of my surroundings from now on. While I was pondering this, Klaus Sola's was rapidly approaching our destination. Along the way, we spotted several types of flying magical beasts, but none dared to challenge Klaus Sola's. Even magical beasts wouldn't survive if caught in the tornado. The beasts frantically flapping their wings had no time to bother with us. By the time we passed the outskirts of Titties and entered the deep zone, even these aerial magical beasts had disappeared. Instead, a reddish-purple dust obscured our vision. Soil whipped up by the mythical species' magical power was raining down from above. Probably, this gravel contained Hydra's poison too. Klaus Sola's was flying with a wind barrier, so there were no abnormalities so far, but it surely wouldn't end well if we plunged into the center of the tornado. Thinking it was about time to dismount from Klaus Sola's, I pulled the reins. Sensing its rider's intention, Klaus Sola's let out a powerful roar. "Pee-wee. Can you do it?" "PWGI. All right then, let's dive into the tornado together." As I said this and lightly stroked its back, Klaus Sola's happily flapped its wings with force. Then, without slowing down, it plunged into the tornado. Instantly, a sharp pain pierced my inner ears. The roaring sound of wind, earth and trees defying gravity, swirling upwards from below. If the world were to end, perhaps it would look something like this. I could feel Klaus Sola's desperately controlling its body to avoid being swallowed by the air currents inside the tornado. Now visibility was near zero, and due to the turbulence, we couldn't even tell if we were flying straight. We might crash into the ground at this rate, but our destination should be right ahead. Just as I thought this, as if someone had read my mind, the view cleared. The inside of the tornado wasn't as turbulent as the outside. And there, just as I had predicted, it was. It was the embodiment of the world's principles, bearing the name of illusion. The aberration of Kamishiro with 8 heads, 8 tails, and a blood-soaked body. Its eyes red with hatred, pregnant with hostility towards all living things. Its flowing blood like corpse poison, corroding even heaven and earth. The manifestation of impurity, the incarnation of 9 aspects. The poison king that denies immortality. Its name was Hydra. Section. The first words that came to my mind when I saw Hydra for the first time were dragon zombie, a dragon of the dead. Its scales covering its entire body were blackened as if rotting, and the blood oozing from various parts of its body was bubbling with body heat and foul poison. Even though we were still quite far away, the stench of decay pierced my nose through the sacred cloth mask. Klaus Sola's let out a pained "pee-wee." Probably noticing our intrusion, one of the 8 heads raised itself as if to strike. Its demon lantern-like red eyes glared at us with hostility. I thought it might breathe out something, but there was no sign of that. Was it still observing, or did it think breathing wasn't necessary? Either way, all we could do was continue our observation. The length of Hydra's neck easily surpassed the walls of Ishka. Its thickness reminded me of a 1,000-year-old great tree. With 8 such long and thick necks, the size of its body was truly mountainous. I looked at its feet, wondering how it supported such weight. Whether animal or magical beast, the larger the body, the more burden on the legs that support it. Aiming for the legs is a standard tactic when fighting giant beasts, but this tactic didn't seem applicable to Hydra. This was because the lower part of Hydra's body, where its legs should be, was completely buried in the ground. No, ground might be misleading. The earth, corroded by the blood poison flowing from Hydra's body, had turned into a bottomless swamp, and Hydra was advancing as if swimming through this swamp. Even as I watched, the corrosion of the earth by the poison was progressing. From the air, it seemed slow, but if one were standing on the ground, they would realize it was moving at the speed of an adult's run. This rate of erosion was Hydra's rate of invasion. I had considered the possibility of Hydra flying, so in that sense, this was a relief. However, its ground movement was troublesome in its own way. The massive poison swamp left behind after Hydra passed, no, at this point, it should be called a sea of poison rather than a swamp. The poison sea created by Hydra continued to expand little by little, swallowing the surrounding trees. It was as if the poison sea itself had a will, which was quite grotesque. At this rate, by the time Hydra reached Ishka, the entire area of Titties would be swallowed by the poison sea. Even if we defeated Hydra then, Ishka would no longer be habitable. Not just Ishka. If the poison spread through the Kale River, the village of Melt would also be in danger, and Horus, the royal capital a few days' distance from Ishka, would be on the brink of extinction. That was not a very pleasant vision of the future. All right, Klaus Solas, this is far enough. Pee-wee, return to Ishka. Don't even think about trying to support me, okay? I neither have the capacity to save you, nor the confidence not to involve you. So, answer me. PWGI. Good. After this exchange, I jumped off Klaus Solas' back towards the ground. Normally, it would be an impossible height to survive, but with K, anything is possible. As I was thinking this, Hydra's eyes, which had been fixed on me, gleamed. Its widely open mouth aimed at me as I fell. In the next moment, a dark red breath was released from Hydra's mouth. Judging from its color and shape, it must be a highly toxic liquid. Water released under high pressure has high destructive power in itself. The existence of water magic that can shatter rocks and cut through metal is proof of this. Hydra's poison liquid was equivalent to this, and if hit directly by the roaring approaching poison liquid, my body would be shattered by the water pressure before the poison could take effect. Hydra's breath filled my entire field of vision. It was as if a red castle wall was approaching, and I couldn't even manage to dodge quickly. Especially not in midair. So, I decided to meet it head-on. I could have sliced through it with my soul equipment, but there was something else I wanted to try. The knowledge of soul equipment I learned from the battle with Gauze. Soul equipment is merely an entrance to the realm of the emptiness, a wooden sword, a primer, to further draw out the power of the same source existence. That's what the former instructor had said. This was something I had never expected. Until today, I had thought that becoming stronger meant simply raising my own level. That's why I had wielded my soul equipment to defeat monsters, and why I had devoured the souls of Lunamaria, Miroslav, Ilya, and the others. I probably never once thought about drawing out more power from the soul equipment. Why? Because for me, soul eating was the ultimate weapon. Once I had obtained the ultimate weapon, all that was left was to focus on raising my own level. This would lead to my strength. This thought wasn't necessarily wrong. But I learned that there were realms that couldn't be reached by that alone. And once I realized it, hints were scattered everywhere. The biggest hint was on that day when I mastered the soul equipment. At that time, I was surrounded by countless maggots in the nest of the Fly King. My arms were eaten, my legs were eaten, my face was eaten. The reason I'm alive and well today is none other than the power of the Soul Eater, my kindred existence. Restoration magic is a divine act comparable to resurrection magic. It's a miracle in the realm of gods that only the Pope of the Holy Kingdom can perform. The Soul Eater effortlessly caused the same phenomenon. That's how powerful this kindred existence is. I was grateful for this fact, but I never thought of making that power my own. I believed it was a one-time blessing, a one-time miracle for me who had awakened to the heart armor. But I was wrong. From that day until now, the power has always been within me. It never rejected me. I just wasn't trying to grasp it. In fact, when I desperately reached out during the fight with Gauze, I was able to grasp it easily. It allowed me to grasp it. This time, not out of desperation, but intentionally, I reach for it. I already understood how to do it. It's not the realm of the sky that Gauze mentioned. At level 13, I can't reach such a lofty domain. What I should focus on now is not the far reaches of the sky, but the ground beneath my feet. The origin. The beginning of everything that level 1 me reached. Synchronization completed here. Synchronization. Aligning mind and body with the kindred existence to draw out its power. I immerse my body in that sensation of devouring everything. I could have risked having my body taken over by the kindred existence, but strangely, I didn't feel worried about that. I only heard the Soul Eater's voice that one time, but that's why I remember it clearly. The voice that scolded me when I had given up on living. The domineering roar telling me to devour everything in heaven and earth. The rugged smile it showed me, leaning against an oak tree on some unknown rubble-strewn land. We are of the same origin and similar. My heart rages, my body burns, my vital energy roars. I gather the power overflowing from within me in my mouth. Vital shot. A basic vital technique that simply spits out vital energy from the mouth. But my image now is different from before. Just as I evolved Gust, another basic vital technique, into Void Eater a single slash that devours distance, I'll advance vital shot as well. I imagine the breath of a dragon. It's a clash between dragons. It seems fitting that the opening act would be the collision of their breaths. Pulling down the mask imbued with Priestess Sarah's feelings, I open my mouth wide and I unleash my vital shot towards the approaching Hydra's breath. Section, a thunderous roar shakes the air. My eardrums scream as an invisible whip of shock lashes against my skin. The sound, like a great bell ringing before my eyes or lightning striking nearby, was the collision of Hydra's venom and my spirit cannon. The spirit cannon emerged victorious. Like a sharp spear piercing a thick shield, my spirit technique penetrated the rapidly approaching mass of venom, scattering it. Moreover, it continued through the air, striking the head of the Hydra that had just spewed its breath. In that instant, the dragon-like face with its glowing red eyes crumpled, violently snapping backward. It was as if struck by the fist of an invisible giant, the Hydra's long neck bending like a willow branch. After a beat, a roar of agony or perhaps shock from the mythical beast echoed through the air. Hearing that roar, I landed on the ground and immediately brandished Soul Eater. My soul equipment burst forth with energy, roaring. Perhaps finally sensing something, another of Hydra's necks turned towards me, in addition to the one that had just breathed its venom. Now 2 of the 8 heads were facing me. The remaining 6 continued to face forward as before. It was clear I was being underestimated, but that was fine by me. I just have to punch it hard enough to make it turn around. My target was the head still reeling from the direct hit of my spirit cannon. I'd cut it off and reduce the 8 heads to 7. Fortunately, the newly turning head hadn't completed its movement yet. Its motion could be described as sluggish. The Hydra seemed incapable of swift movements due to its enormous size. I swung my soul blade down towards the Hydra with a battle cry. The invisible blade of spirit energy closed the distance to the Hydra in an instant, attacking its scale-covered neck. And then, I furrowed my brow. My attack had sunk into the Hydra's neck without any resistance. There was none of the hardness or toughness one would expect from dragon scales. Not only that, but the Hydra's thick neck, reminiscent of a 1,000-year-old tree trunk, was cleanly severed. The Hydra's head fell like an overripe fruit from a branch. With a splash, the head fell into the sea of poison that the ground had become, sinking with a gurgling sound. While this was according to plan, the lack of resistance naturally aroused my caution. I could feel the influx of soul energy, so it wasn't likely to be an illusion or mimicry. However, the amount of soul flowing in was about equivalent to 1 basilisk. Not insignificant, but meager for having taken down 1/8 of a mythical beast. This wouldn't be as simple as releasing Soul Eater 7 more times and cutting off all the heads for a happy ending. Proof of this was the Hydra's lack of reaction to losing a head. Despite having its head severed in one blow, it showed no signs of pain or threat. As I pondered this, the severed surface of the neck suddenly bulged. What overflowed from the wound was a sludge-like mucus, a mixture of the venomous dragon's blood, fat, and bodily fluids. This mucus, pulsating violently as if it were a single organism, grew thicker, longer, reaching towards the sky. It was clearly regenerating. Clicking my tongue, I released another spirit technique towards the regenerating neck. However, this attack was intercepted by the other head that had finally turned towards me. The Hydra's head exploded with a sound. Blood and brain matter splattered from the diagonally split skull. In that time, the first neck had completed its regeneration, and now the same regeneration process began on the second neck. So this must be the Hydra's special ability. Easy to cut, but quick to regenerate. And each time it's attacked, it scatters its potent venom that corrodes even its own scales, gradually cornering its enemy. It was a truly troublesome defense method that made full use of its venomous nature. I was currently protecting myself from the poison with a spirit barrier, so I hadn't been affected by the venom yet. But that was also because I was attacking from a distance. I wasn't sure if I'd remain unscathed when I got close enough to use my sword, potentially being showered with blood and flesh. Now, what to do? Soul energy flowed in each time I cut, so it wasn't as if there was no damage being done. I could choose to continue releasing Soul Eater indefinitely. In my current state of synchronization with the Soul Eater, I wouldn't run out of spirit energy even if I fought for a whole day. But that seemed far too roundabout. If the Hydra was recovering faster than the damage I was dealing, this fight could last not just a day, but potentially 100 days. Moreover, the 6 heads still not facing me negated the effectiveness of this strategy. If this method posed a real threat to the Hydra, all 8 heads would be baring their fangs at me. As it stood, I was only worth the attention of 2 heads. That was the Hydra's assessment of my threat level. I guess we need to try a little harder, I muttered. Receiving such a harsh evaluation, I snorted. If I couldn't defeat it like this, I'd have to change my approach. I never expected to defeat a mythical beast with ranged attacks alone anyway. Traditionally, there are 3 ways to purify the unclean: wash it away with water, bury it in the earth, or burn it with fire. Considering the Hydra's venomous nature, water and earth were best avoided. That left only fire. I'd use the illusory one-sword style, flame. I would once again wield the flame sword that had once vanquished the basilisk, the king of snakes. The reason I hadn't used this technique until now was simply that it was difficult to find the right opportunity. To put it simply, it was too powerful. Using it in a town would certainly cause a fire. The same was true in Titty's Forest or Mount Skim. It was a sword technique that could only be used in situations where it was acceptable to burn everything around the target. And for better or worse, this was exactly such a situation. I could wield the flame sword, now even more powerful than when I faced the basilisk, without holding back. I kicked off the ground and approached the Hydra. Flame didn't have the range of Soul Eater. To land an effective blow, I needed to get as close to the Hydra as possible. And to do that, I needed to advance over the sea of venom that had spread across a wide area. Unfortunately, I didn't possess any special technique for running on water. Therefore, an attack with flame had been impossible until just moments ago. The knowledge I gained from my battle with Gauze wasn't limited to matters concerning soul equipment. I had learned much about handling spirit energy as well. One of these was a method of walking. I had been focusing exclusively on strengthening my leg power, but Gauze had been mindful not only of leg strength, but also of controlling the soles of his feet. Imagine laying a stone pavement made of internal energy beneath your feet. That might help you understand. No matter how much you enhance your leg strength, if the floor or ground you're stepping on isn't solid, you won't achieve the desired speed. Gauze, and by extension, the disciples of the Gensu Itoryu school, overcame this by creating their own footing. An experienced practitioner might even be able to run across the ocean, traversing from the mainland to Anagosima. Of course, I can't perform such a feat yet, but I can at least run across the poisonous sea temporarily and hold my ground. Naturally, the Hydra reacted to my approach, but its movements were sluggish. Perhaps it was still in the process of regenerating, but regardless, an opportunity was an opportunity. I raised my weapon high and slashed down with a battle cry. Gensu Ituryu en? Illusory one-style sword flame. In that instant, the torrent of flames that erupted, fueled by my internal energy, resembled a river bursting through a dam. The last time I unleashed this technique, it was at level 7. Now it's nearly double that. The power is incomparable. Flame River. The literal river of flames surged toward the Hydra, engulfing 2 of its heads that faced me and covering much of its massive, mountain-like body. The blood that had coated the Hydra's surface evaporated in an instant, creating a crimson steam that quickly dispersed due to the intense heat. The dragon scales, struck directly by the technique, were blown away with a thunderous noise, and the hide and flesh of the mythical creature melted under the fierce flames. Observing this scene, I couldn't help but grin. So, wounds inflicted by fire can't regenerate, huh? When I had slashed it earlier, the regeneration had begun almost immediately after the injury. But the wounds from my flame showed no signs of healing. Before I knew it, the Hydra had stopped advancing. All 6 heads, which had previously ignored me, now turned to face me. 12 red eyes glared with hatred and rage. Then 2 of the 6 heads moved. They opened their jaws wide, baring sharp fangs as they lunged toward me. I braced myself for the bite and prepared to retreat, but the Hydra's target wasn't me. It tore into its own body. More precisely, it bit off the base of the 2 heads that I had burned and rendered useless with my technique. The severed heads splashed into the poisonous sea with a loud splash and sank with a gurgling sound. Was this self-harm or simply eliminating useless parts? I furrowed my brow at the Hydra's unexpected action, but the reason for its strange behavior soon became clear. From the base of the severed necks, the fluid that marked the beginning of regeneration began to ooze out. Wounds inflicted by fire don't regenerate, but if you bite off the burnt parts, that limitation doesn't apply, it seems. Seeing the Hydra quickly return to having 8 heads, I burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. It wouldn't be interesting otherwise. If simply injuring it with fire prevented regeneration and allowed me to defeat it, could that even be considered a mythical creature? Could that even be called a dragon? That would be a massive disappointment. I don't intend to enjoy a struggle, but I'm not hoping for an easy win either. This is a fight against a mythical creature. I'm hoping for a battle so intense that it will push me to new heights. And after claiming victory in that battle, I want to devour the Hydra. With these thoughts in mind, I faced the Hydra once again. Now the Hydra had stopped its advance, and all 8 heads were focused on me. In other words, the Hydra had fully recognized me as an enemy. Mikazuki Sora had been recognized as an enemy by a mythical creature. Preparing to unleash the next N, I could clearly feel the excitement on my face. Section. Annoying, annoying, annoying. As it approached and then retreated, only to approach again, clinging like a fly or mosquito, the Hydra, could barely contain its frustration. Its poisonous breath was dispersed by an unknown energy cannon. When it tried to crush with its fangs, the human would scurry away like a monkey. When it attempted to strike with its tail, the human would soar like a bird. Ordinary creatures would fear the deadly poison and wouldn't dare approach, yet this human showed no fear, attacking relentlessly. Unable to bear the growing irritation in its chest, the Hydra roared with a determination to show no mercy. All 8 heads stretched straight toward the sky, unleashing a roar that made the heavens and earth tremble. The dragon's roar. A roar imbued with draconic magic was no mere sound. It was a spell that crushed the hearts of those who heard it, a weapon that could scatter tens of thousands of soldiers with a single bellow. Such power was packed into a single roar. The 8-fold roar, using all 8 heads, was a force on the level of a divine weapon. If unleashed at close range, it could obliterate a human, leaving not even their soul behind, or so it should have. You're wide open, fool. The human, who should have been obliterated by the close-range roar, didn't even flinch. Instead, he smirked and slashed his black weapon in a flash. All 8 heads were stretched toward the sky to unleash the roar. The human's attack struck the exposed neck of one of those heads, slicing it clean off. The remaining 7 heads let out a rumbling growl, reminiscent of distant thunder. The Hydra, whose blood and flesh were made of deadly poison, had no sense of pain. Therefore, even if a head was severed, it wouldn't feel pain. And since the wound would quickly regenerate, its combat abilities wouldn't diminish. Yet this human's attacks brought an inexplicable sense of discomfort. It had been like this since the human first appeared. The fact that the Hydra couldn't understand the reason only intensified its irritation. As if to vent that frustration, the Hydra unleashed poisonous breath from all 7 remaining mouths simultaneously. From the front, the right, and the left, the breath attacked from various angles, making it nearly impossible to dodge. But the human easily leaped into the air, avoiding the attack. However, this was exactly what the Hydra had intended. Its powerful tail swung with a roar, aiming to crush the airborne human. The tail itself, thick enough to resemble a lower-class dragon, moved with such speed and power that the human should have had no chance to evade it. Yet, Ryuo, the one who let out a thunderous cry of pain, was the Hydra itself. The tail, which had been aiming to smash the human with overwhelming speed and power, was severed at the tip, sent flying through the air by the human's black blade. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, raining down around the area. Naturally, the droplets attacked the human responsible, but the deadly poison that could dissolve even bones had no effect. An invisible barrier around the human's body deflected the droplets. Ha ha ha. It's much more satisfying to cut you directly than to use techniques, and it seems I can block the splatter with my energy. Now, there's no need to keep attacking from a distance. Laughing heartily as he said this, the human's voice didn't reach the Hydra. It was too occupied. No matter how many heads were severed or how much its body was burned by flames, it had never let out a scream. But now, it roared in agony because the moment its tail was cut off, it felt as if part of its very being had been torn away. Once again, to reiterate, the Hydra had no sense of pain, but the sensation was so vivid that it could only be described as pain. Grew! With a particularly high-pitched cry, the Hydra slammed its remaining 7 tails into the ground with all its might. The ground, now a sea of toxic liquid, erupted violently, scattering the poison everywhere. The scattered poison served as an attack in itself, but that wasn't the Hydra's true aim. It slammed its tails down to gain momentum. In other words, the Hydra was trying to launch itself into the air. Whoa! Perhaps not expecting this, the human let out a surprised cry. The sight of the Hydra's massive body, resembling a mountain, clearly floating in the air was overwhelming. And naturally, what goes up must come down. No matter how inhumanly resilient or resistant to poison the human was, being crushed under such immense weight would surely spell the end. The Hydra's plan was simple: crush the pest under its body. Even if the pest managed to avoid being flattened, it wouldn't escape the flood of poison that would result from the impact of the Hydra's landing. Whether it was crushed or drowned, the irritating pest would die here. In response, the human, "You're quite considerate, showing me your weak spot like that," was laughing, raising his left hand above his head. The Hydra, still airborne, couldn't comprehend this bizarre behavior. Thus, the Hydra could not respond to the next action taken by the human. Give my enemy the embrace of death, Flame Princess. The 5th circle's fire magic was unleashed. 7 fiery arms emerged in response. Each was as thick as an ancient tree that had withstood a century of storms. With a roar, they attacked the Hydra from above, aiming for its vulnerable underbelly. For an ordinary dragon, flames of this magnitude would be deflected by their scales. However, the Hydra's scales, corroded and decayed from the venom coursing through its body, lacked the usual resilience of dragon scales. Moreover, its underbelly, soaked in poison for so long, was far more fragile than the rest. Griua! The Hydra let out a colossal scream as the fire magic struck the same spot 7 times in rapid succession. Even if it couldn't feel pain, the sensation of having its belly pierced and its innards scorched could not possibly be pleasant. The Flame Princess's magic pierced through the Hydra's torso like a spear, creating a deep vertical hole that resisted regeneration due to the nature of the attack. And for the final touch, illusory one-sword style drill. With a sharp thrust, the human delivered a decisive blow, opening a large hole in the Hydra's body. He then leaped into the opening, escaping the Hydra's crushing pressure and the impact of hitting the water. Now standing fearlessly on the Hydra's scales, the human shivered and then burst into a roar of laughter. Haha, as expected of a dragon, as expected of a mythical beast, Just piercing a hole in your body has already brought me to level 14. At this rate, I could fight for hours. No, I should be begging you not to die too quickly. Please, don't run away, and don't you dare die easily, King of Venom." The meaning behind these words remained incomprehensible to the Hydra. Yet it still understood that it was being deeply insulted. Arrogant, 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 flames of rage ignited in the Hydra's chest. A mythical creature that had awakened due to a self-preservation instinct now began to act out of something entirely different. Anger. It was akin to a tornado changing its course out of fury or an earthquake increasing its magnitude in rage. An event that should never happen. The moment had come when a creature destined to annihilate humanity by the world itself bared its fangs to kill a single human. Section, the city of Ishka had fallen into an eerie silence, gripped by fear. The main street, usually bustling with crowds, was now desolate, not even a stray cat in sight. The wind from the north carried swirling sand, howling through the buildings, causing them to creak as if screaming in agony. A child's abandoned toy was blown along the ground, rattling as it tumbled. The scene was like that of a ghost town. However, this did not mean that all of Ishka's residents were dead. Nor had everyone fled the city. While many had indeed evacuated to the south, many others remained in Ishka. But from the current desolate state of the city, one would be hard-pressed to realize this. Most people had sealed themselves inside their homes, like clams in their shells, waiting for the storm to pass. 3 days had passed since the first dragon's roar had echoed through the skies. Most of those who had panicked at the roar had regained their senses, and the defense line, which had been on the verge of collapse, had stabilized thanks to powerful reinforcements. Moreover, by this point, most of the rampaging monsters that had poured out of TT's forest had been defeated, and the crisis of the monster outbreak was clearly nearing its end. So why did Ishka still feel like a ghost town? The answer lay in the relentless tremors that had been shaking the city without pause for 3 days straight. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook 3 times, as if something were pounding it from below. Every building in Ishka groaned loudly, as if screaming. Even the massive city walls that protected Ishka were not spared. The tremors continued. Once after a brief pause, twice more after another pause, then 5 times in a row, and still, they did not cease. The frequency was far too unnatural to be considered a natural phenomenon. Normally, this would have caused great suspicion and uproar among the populace. But now, most of Ishka's residents accepted the abnormality with a sense of resignation. The tremors had begun shortly after the first dragon's roar. For 3 days, the tremors had continued day and night, without end. Even a child could understand that these never-ending quakes were not a natural occurrence. The continuous shaking was proof that the creature responsible for the roar was still alive. Before a terrifying dragon, those without the means to fight had only 2 options: give up or flee. And those who could flee had already done so. It was only natural that the remaining people in Ishka were steeped in resignation. Given these circumstances, no cheers erupted when the government and the Adventurers Guild announced the end of the monster rampage. The continuous tremors were the dragon's taunt. It's not over yet. Trade had come to a halt, shops remained closed, and once their stockpiles ran out, hunger would follow. Worse still, if the dragon decided to attack directly, humans would be crushed like insects. The fear drained all hope and willpower from the people. The increasingly weakened residents had no choice but to pray. They prayed that the elite forces of the city of Ishka would soon defeat the cause of this calamity. At that moment, at the Adventurers Guild, which was a cornerstone of the city's defenses, the receptionist Liddell was reporting to the guild master, Elgart. "Master, we've received word from Parfait at the defense line. The 3 have left the defense line and are heading towards TT's forest." The 3 referred to Gauze, Klimt, and Curia. The monster rampage had been contained thanks to their efforts, not only during the last 3 days, but even before that. Without them, the defense line would undoubtedly have fallen earlier. As a result, no one had the authority to stop them from acting on their own. Elgart slowly nodded as he received Liddell's report. "I see. They've judged that no more waves will come and have gone to confront the root cause." "Yes. However, regardless of their intentions, they should refrain from acting independently," Liddell added, expressing her disapproval of the trio's departure. After witnessing their reckless actions at the Sora estate, she could no longer view them favorably. Although she wasn't trying to absolve herself of the responsibility of leading them there, she felt that any apologies or atonements would have to wait until after the current crisis was over. Elgart narrowed his eyes slightly at Liddell's criticism. They must have thought it would be pointless to seek permission. In truth, believing that the monster rampage is nearly over is overly optimistic. We couldn't afford to let those three leave in this situation. Elgart believed that the trio acted independently because they knew this. The fatigue on his face was evident. Always impeccably dressed and graceful in demeanor, even the guild master had been worn down by the frenzy following the eightfold roar. For the past 3 days, Elgart had been working tirelessly without even a moment to sit, rushing between the government office, the guild, and the city to manage the crisis. At the start of the chaos, many of the government's leaders had collapsed from the roar, leaving Ishka's city functions completely paralyzed, and the burden on Elgart's shoulders had been immense. Elgart, the guild master and a first-rank adventurer, was one of the most renowned figures in Ishka. Naturally, he had connections with government officials, city merchants, and commanders of the regular army. Elgart coordinated with them, secured their cooperation, set up a temporary chain of command, and worked tirelessly to keep the lid on the boiling pot of disaster. Without his efforts, the chaos in Ishka would have spiraled out of control, and there could have been looting and riots in the streets. During this time, it was Gaz and his comrades who supported the collapsing defense lines. Without their presence, Elgart would have been forced to prioritize eliminating the monsters over managing the turmoil, which could have resulted in the chaos in Ishka growing several times, perhaps even dozens of times, worse. Moreover, even if Elgart had stepped onto the front lines, he wouldn't have been able to achieve the overwhelming results that the trio had. The defense line likely would have collapsed, and Ishka would have been destroyed overnight by both the internal chaos and the beasts outside. Now that Ishka still stands, however tenuously, is undoubtedly due to the efforts of those three. Considering that, a little indulgence should be overlooked. As long as they didn't desert in the face of the enemy but instead moved to eliminate the source of the problem, it was all the more justifiable. At least, that's what Elgart thought. However, he did not voice this to Liddell, who stood before him. Liddell was an intelligent woman. She understood all of this without Elgart needing to say it. So, why then had Liddell spoken in a way that seemed to reprimand the trio? Most likely, Liddell was more wary of those three than she was angry with them. In a sense, even more than she was of the rampaging monsters. Elgart shared this wariness. During the past 3 days, Elgart had visited the front lines once and witnessed the trio's combat with his own eyes. Slashing, tearing, and incinerating countless monsters without hesitation, their actions were abnormal even by the standards of a first-rank adventurer. Liddell had seen the same at Sora's mansion, and she must have felt a deep sense of caution. The trio had the power to stop the rampage of monsters if they desired. If they turned against Ishka, they could reduce the city to ashes. It was impossible to dismiss this as mere paranoia. The reason was clear. The trio had acted based on their own values, drawing their swords against a demon girl who had been allowed to live in Ishka and those who tried to protect her. The exact details were still unclear, but according to Liddell's report, the trio had openly stated that they would prioritize their own laws over the laws of the city. It was natural for anyone, not just Liddell, to be wary of outlaws wielding such immense power. As mentioned, Elgart, too, shared Liddell's caution towards the three. However, to be honest, those three did not occupy that much space in Elgart's thoughts. This was because there was someone far more concerning to him than them. Another fact from Liddell's report lingered in his mind. The one who had pushed back the trio was a former 10th-rank adventurer who had been expelled from the guild. "It's you again, Sora," Elgart muttered while rubbing his furrowed brow. Recently, every time a problem arose in the guild, Sora's name inevitably came up. Elgart knew that Sora was no longer just a parasite or a mere level 1. Since his expulsion from the guild, Sora's power had increased rapidly. Though Elgart was aware of this, he hadn't expected Sora to reach a level where he could make those three formidable adventurers, powerful enough to halt the monster rampage, suffer a bitter defeat. The gap between the rise I expected and the actual rise was as vast as heaven and earth. So, has a god descended upon him, or has a demon possessed him? Master, something on your mind? Asked by Liddell with a quizzical look, Elgart gave a small shake of his head and replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, the guild building suddenly shook. Ahem. Elgart slightly furrowed his brows. A low rumbling sound, like a constant thud, echoed in his ears, causing the sturdy guild building to creak. Elgart walked over to the window and looked outside. Most of Ishka's residents were linking the continuous rumbling to the roar from 3 days ago, thinking that a fearsome beast was rampaging near the city. The ongoing tremors were proof that the beast was still alive, and because of this, most of the residents were filled with fear and anxiety. But Elgart viewed this earthquake differently than others. Indeed, the ongoing tremors indicate that the beast is still alive, but at the same time, they are proof that someone is still fighting it. That was the only logical explanation for why the beast had remained in the TT's forest. This wasn't just for an hour or two, it had been 3 days and nights. It was more reasonable to believe that it was engaged in battle, rather than that it was staying in TT's for no reason. Elgart's mind flashed back to a report he had received 3 days ago. Sara, the bloodstained sword, had flown north on an indigo-winged beast. That roar 3 days ago was undoubtedly from a dragon. Sora, have you been holding off a dragon for 3 days and nights? If so, Sora's power was beyond imagination. Incredibly so. However, even so, he was still human, and humans have limits. Judging by the frequency of the tremors, Sora must have spent these 3 days without sleeping, eating, or drinking. Picturing Sora fighting a desperate battle against the dragon, Elgart lowered his eyes, filled with a sense of unease. Elgart knew that Sora harbored resentment toward the Adventurers Guild. He also knew that he himself was the cause of it. Setting aside the matter of Sora's expulsion, the handling of the Falcon's sword affair was grounds for Sora's animosity. Even if Elgart showed concern for him now, Sora would likely scowl in disgust. Still, Elgart couldn't help but pray for Sora's safety. He couldn't help but wish for the safety of the young man who, knowing he could not win, had still chosen to challenge a dragon. Chapter 5, Devastation. The illusory one-stroke style is a sword technique for vanquishing evil, created by the founder of the Mitsurugi family at the cost of his life. It is a protective blade for the human world, capable of slaying even mythical beings equivalent to natural disasters. For practitioners of the illusory one-stroke style, mythical beings are mortal enemies, and this isn't limited to just demon gods. Gaz, Curia, and Klimt's attempt to eliminate Oni, the demon people, was to prevent the possibility of a demon god manifesting in this world. Naturally, when comparing a dragon that has already manifested with a demon people that hasn't yet, the former takes priority for extermination. Therefore, after repelling the monster rampage, the 3 unhesitatingly entered Titty's forest. Their goal was to assist Sora Mitsurugi, who had been fighting alone against a mythical being for 3 days and nights. However, the terrifyingly raging forest impeded their progress. Titty's forest, simultaneously struck by tornadoes, earthquakes, and severe poison, presented an otherworldly appearance. The ground churned, a sea of poison spread, and hordes of magical beasts ran wild amidst it all. The vermilion dust obscuring their vision was a mixture of soil, grass, wood, and beasts, all colliding and blending in the air, whipped up by the violent winds. The poisonous dust, carried by the wind, was raining down over a wide area, already reaching the outskirts. Depending on the wind direction, it could even reach the town of Ishka. While the 3 could repel the poison with their odd barriers, other adventurers and citizens couldn't do the same. They needed to defeat the mythical being, the source of this chaos, as quickly as possible. Just as Gaz was thinking this, a black shadow leapt out, tearing through the dust cloud. It was a monster called a hellhound, with an appearance closely resembling a dog, as its name suggests. Known for its ferocity in attacking even larger creatures and its cunning in coordinated pack hunting, it was considered one of the most dangerous species among the magical beasts inhabiting Titties. However, HMPH, for Gaz, no magical beast was more than a stray dog. With a shout, he swung his Juzumaru, sending 3 hellhounds flying at once. The siblings, Curia and Klimt, similarly dispatched the magical beasts with ease. The pack of 15 that had attacked was quickly reduced to less than half. The few that barely survived literally tucked their tails and scattered. Seeing Klimt about to unleash a odd technique at the fleeing beasts' backs, Gauze issued a short word of restraint. Klimt, conserve your strength for now. Flag bearers who host existences possess an incomparable amount of odd magical power compared to ordinary people. But even they have limits. Even for regular flag bearers, the time they can fight at full power is at most half a day. Those ranked higher among flag bearers can fight for more than half a day, but they still can't continue fighting for 2 or 3 days straight. It's been nearly 4 days since the first dragon's roar echoed. Gauze and his companions have been conserving their strength by taking short breaks in shifts during the magical beast rampage and adjusting their odd output. While they still have some energy left, it's hard to say they have much to spare considering the all-out battle with the mythical species that lies ahead. Moreover, Klimt and Gauze were injured in the battle with Sora just before the magical beast rampage. Although their wounds have closed, the physical and mental discomfort, likely due to Sora's soul equipment's ability, can't be ignored. Considering these various factors, Gauze stopped Klimt. In response, Klimt twisted his lips as if to say something, but was silenced by a glance from his sister, Curia. As if to take his place, Curia opened her mouth towards Gauze. "Sheba, there's something that concerns me." "Speak." The roar 4 days ago was undoubtedly that of a dragon. Until now, Lord Sora has been holding off that dragon single-handedly. What do you think of this, Sheba? Depending on how one heard it, this could have sounded like a malicious observation implying, "There's no way Sora, who couldn't even pass the trial ritual, could stop a dragon." However, Curia had no intention of belittling Sora. Unlike the other two, Curia wasn't wounded, but she had fallen behind Sora in the battle at Ishka. Curia wasn't foolish enough to ignore this fact. Even her brother Klimt, who tends to stand out for his sharp edges, follows his sister's lead in this regard. What Curia was concerned about wasn't a matter of ability, but the fact that Sora had been fighting alone for 3 days and nights. As mentioned earlier, even regular banner flag bearers can only fight at full power for about half a day. If the mythical species that appeared in Titties was weak enough for Sora to hold off for 3 days without fighting at full power, that would solve the mystery. But such a thing is impossible. Mythical species are not such easy opponents. Moreover, the dragon species Sora is facing is at the pinnacle of mythical species. Even a flag banner's bearer couldn't subdue a dragon species without going all out. When Curia first learned that Sora was challenging the mythical species alone, she judged his action to be a kind of delaying tactic, assigning Curia and the others to deal with the rampaging magical beasts, while Sora himself took on the root cause, the mythical species. Of course, it wasn't an opponent he could defeat alone, so the goal was merely to buy time. Even if just a little, to stop the mythical species' advance, to chip away at its stamina, to buy time for the citizens of Ishka to escape. Then, at the right moment, to regroup with Curia and the others, and face the mythical species as a team of 4. Objectively speaking, this should have been the method with the highest possibility of defeating the mythical species while minimizing casualties. Of course, from Sora's perspective, cooperation with Curia and the others, whom he had been crossing swords with until just recently, would be unwelcome. However, if the mythical species were left unchecked, not just Ishka but the entire country of Canaria would be destroyed. Although he hadn't formally joined, Sora, who had learned the illusory one-sword style, the sword that slays mythical species, should have understood this. Therefore, Curia thought that, albeit reluctantly, he would agree to cooperate with them. However, Sora didn't return from Titties even after half a day. The estimated limit of his odd had passed. He didn't return after a day, or even after 2 or 3 days had passed. Normally, one would assume he had been killed by the mythical species, but the continuing tremors and the fact that the mythical species hadn't emerged from the forest denied that possibility. Curia thought it was beyond surprising. It was eerie. At times, it felt as if Sora might be more frightening than the manifested dragon. Seeing Curia grip her right elbow with her left hand that wasn't holding her sword, as if hugging herself, Gauze put his hand to his chin and said, Lord Sora's soul equipment ability is probably absorption or plunder. We should consider that he's fighting while stealing the dragon's power. A soul equipment capable of stealing a dragon's power, and the ability to use that stolen power. How could someone who couldn't even exchange a single blow with the Dragon Fang soldiers 5 years ago have become so? As Curia was about to voice her inner thoughts, albeit hesitantly, it appeared. Section KISHUA. A ear-splitting scream roared from beyond the vermilion dust cloud. The moment they heard it, the three immediately switched their consciousness to battle mode and readied their soul equipment. Immediately after, the ground bounced violently. It was a tremor incomparable to the previous ones. Gauze and the others' bodies floated about 3 fists width off the ground. Even the flag-bearers lost their balance at the impact, as if a massive meteorite had fallen nearby. The sound of multiple trees snapping all at once reached their ears. Then, they sensed something unimaginably heavy and viscous approaching with a slithering sound. This quickly changed into an incessant vibration of zuzuzuzuzu. Sensing the approach of an overwhelmingly powerful enemy incomparable to the hellhounds, Gauze and the others quickly regained their posture and leapt far from their position. It was a close call. A mountain-like gigantic body leapt out to the place where the three had been until just now. Multiple long, extended necks. Scales on the verge of decay covered in poisonous blood. It was undoubtedly Hydra, the immortal venomous dragon. Gauze silently nodded to himself, thinking, as expected. From the poison that contaminated the vast Titties forest and the earlier eightfold roar, he had anticipated that the manifested dragon would be Hydra. However, one thing bothered him. Hydra only had 3 heads instead of the 9 mentioned in legends. But before he could ponder this, the voices of the Belhai siblings echoed across the area. "Burn it all, Krakura. Come forth, Kusanagi." Hearing the two unleash their soul equipment, Gauze also focused his consciousness on the battle. The number of heads could be considered after they defeated it. The absence of Sora, who should have been fighting first, was also concerning, but that too could be confirmed later, he told himself. Kusanaga's wind, Krakura's flame, and Juzumaru's slash caught Hydra in quick succession. Torn by the wind, burned by the flame, and pierced by the blade, Hydra violently writhed its gigantic body. But that was the extent of its reaction to the three's attacks. No matter how much it was attacked, Hydra's 3 heads didn't even glance at Gauze and the others, continuing to advance forward, southward. For the 3, it was a state where they could attack as much as they liked without worrying about counterattacks. Of course, there was no reason to hesitate. Each time the 3's soul equipment flashed, Hydra's scales, skin, and flesh were torn off amusingly easily. Even so, Hydra made no attempt to eliminate Gauze and the others. It didn't even look at them. Writhing its massive body like a snake, it moved forward and forward. No matter how inefficient this method of movement might be, as if saying it was better than standing still, the mythical species just kept moving forward. Gauze felt something was off about this sight. No, not just Gauze, but Curia and Klimt too. It was only natural, of course. There was no flag-bearer who wouldn't find it suspicious that a dragon species, positioned as the strongest among mythical species, wouldn't fight back no matter how much it was attacked. It's almost as if it's running away from something terrifying. It was at that moment when, unexpectedly, all 3 of them thought the same thing. "Ha ha 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 ha, where do you think you're going, mythical beast?" That voice echoed through the Titties forest and into Gauze, and the others' ears like a thunderclap. When Gauze instinctively looked up at the sky, what he saw was the figure of Mitsurugi Sora, grinning with delight as he held his black sword at the ready. Whether he had jumped up by enhancing his leg strength with Odd, or whether he had run through the air by creating footholds with Odd. Either way, Sora, who had appeared directly above Hydra, thrust out his sword tip fiercely from a thrusting stance. Illusory one-sword style, drill. This was one of the basic techniques of the illusory one-sword style that Gauze and the others knew well. If the same basic technique Gale was a flying slash, then drill was a flying thrust. In the hands of a skilled user, it was possible to punch a hole in an opponent's body from a distance, but the power itself didn't go beyond the beginner level. At least, it wasn't a technique to be used against a dragon species. Klimt clicked his tongue as if to say, "What is he doing?" But Gauze understood Sora's judgment. Sora hadn't formally learned the illusory one-sword style and could only use beginner techniques. Even those beginner techniques didn't go beyond self-taught level. Under these conditions, if he were to fight Hydra, there was only one option: to gradually wear down the enemy's stamina over time. Sora must have thought the same and used basic techniques like gale, drill, or flame to gradually corner Hydra over time. This also explained the meaning of the battle that had continued for 3 days and nights. Just as Gauze was thinking this, the wind blew. It was a fierce gust that seemed to sweep up all of their hair. It was clearly not a natural wind. The air, compressed by a tremendous force from above, had blown towards Gauze and the others, seeking an escape route. The strength of the raging wind was equivalent to the power of the odd technique Sora had released. A hole opened in Hydra's massive body. The thrusting odd technique pierced Hydra's back like a giant drill, sharply, deeply, twisting as it gouged out scales, skin, and flesh. Its power was clearly beyond that of a beginner-level technique. Kisha. A roar erupted simultaneously from the 3 heads. The volume and urgency, incomparable to when it was attacked by Gauze and the others, was almost equal to a scream. Hearing this, Sora laughed loudly. "Ha ha, what's wrong? Aren't you going to fight back?" Once more, twice in succession. 3 times without stopping. In the air, on the ground, Sora repeatedly launched drill at Hydra. Without even glancing at Gauze and the others, he mercilessly pierced the body of the writhing mythical species. As for Hydra, it too didn't look at Gauze and the others, nor did it try to counterattack Sora, but instead tried to move south while writhing. At this point, Gauze belatedly realized. Not just Gauze, but Curia and Klimt also realized. This mythical species had been trying to escape from Mitsurugi Sora all along. Damn that Sora. Klimt clicked his tongue and distanced himself from Hydra. Sora was repeatedly unleashing odd techniques without any regard for Klimt and the others fighting on the same battlefield. Klimt glared at Sora with sharp eyes, but Sora either didn't notice his gaze or was ignoring it despite noticing. On the other hand, Curia, Klimt's sister, was drawn not to Sora's attitude, but to his odd. The quantity and quality of his odd are completely different from when we fought the other day. It was clear just from watching. The flow of odd coursing through Sora's body was thick, strong, reminiscent of the flow of the Jikawa River that crosses the Adastra Empire. Given that he had been fighting a mythical species for nearly 4 days, it wouldn't be strange if his odd had run out at any time, but the current Sora showed no signs of that. His appearance, which wouldn't seem out of place if he had just started fighting, was clearly unusual. Speaking of unusual, the current drill was also like that. From Curia's perspective, Sora's odd technique lacked any trace of refinement and was crude. However, the quantity and quality of odd poured into it were extraordinary, causing the beginner-level odd technique, which could be compared to a spear, to exhibit power akin to a cannon. Curia could do something similar, but she definitely couldn't produce as much power as Sora. Moreover, she wouldn't even think of imitating it. Originally, basic beginner techniques like gale and drill were techniques to draw out 1 power by pouring in 1 odd. In other words, even if you pour 10 odd into a beginner technique, the power remains at 1. It's not impossible to forcibly draw out 2 power, but that means wasting 8 odd unnecessarily. Rather than doing something so inefficient, it would be better to use a higher-level technique to draw out 10 power from 10 odd. However, Sora was executing this inefficient fighting style on a large scale. To put it metaphorically, it was as if he was pouring 100 odd into a beginner technique to forcibly draw out 10 power. It was an extremely crude and wasteful brute force method, but the amount of odd that allowed him to repeatedly use this brute force clearly surpassed Curia's. After fighting against a dragon species for 4 days, he was surpassing Curia, who was at level 51. Curia couldn't suppress the shiver running down her spine. Sheba. As if to shake off the fear that had seized her, Curia called out to seek Gauze's instructions. She was asking for his judgment on whether to continue observing or join the battle. Klimt, too, following his sister's lead, turned his eyes to Gauze. In response, Gauze voiced his decision to the 2 of them and to Sora. "Lord Sora, we 3 shall now assist you." Even Gauze had his thoughts about Sora's current state, but he prioritized defeating the mythical species before them over solving that question. This was the reason for his decision, but Sora did not respond to this call. He seemed to glance briefly in the direction of the 3, but it was only for a moment, and the next instant he was attacking Hydra alone. Unlike before, when he had been toying with it by releasing odd techniques from a distance, this was a direct attack after closing in. Sara, who had quickly approached Hydra, swung his black sword in one flash from bottom to top, as if scooping up. Gaie. Hydra's head flew into the air. Sora's attack didn't stop, and 3 more times in succession, the mythical species' agonized roars echoed. With all 8 of its heads and 8 tails cut off, Hydra was reduced to a bloody mass of flesh. It had all happened in less than a minute since Gauze had offered his assistance. Section, what? My former mentor's eyes bulged as he saw me cut off all of Hydra's heads. Not just my mentor, but the 2 peers hailed as the Golden Generation were the same. We had crossed swords once before. All 3 of them must have understood that I was different from 5 years ago, but they clearly hadn't expected me to be able to slay a dragon species alone. Feeling pleasantly superior at the dumbfounded looks on their faces, I swung my mind blade once to shake off the blood and flesh clinging to the blade. After that, I addressed the 3 in a deliberately slow tone. We 3 shall now assist you. I don't need your help. As I threw out these mocking words, Gauze responded with what seemed to be an admiring expression. I am at a loss for words. I thought I understood Lord Sora's growth, but to think you would slay a mythical species single-handedly. It's magnificent. Lord Yakata will surely be pleased. When the other flag-bearers learn of this feat, they will have no objections to your return. Do you think that would make me happy? I gave a cold reply to Gauze's misplaced words, but he continued to speak with even more enthusiasm. Lord Sora, this is a matter for consideration. It depends on Lord Yakata's will, but with your current abilities, it's not a dream to reclaim the position of heir. Ahem. I was about to snort, but the moment I heard the word heir, my heart moved unwittingly. It wasn't that I had lingering attachments to the position. It was just that I was attracted to the scenario of returning home with the merit of dragon slaying, reclaiming the position of heir, and showing those who had given up on me. Because that was the outcome that I had wished for more than anything 5 years ago. If I had acquired the Soul Blade immediately after being exiled from the island, I would have probably gone along with his invitation. Perhaps sensing my reaction, Gauze tried to continue speaking with momentum. I raised my left hand to stop him. There was no need to reconsider. The past is the past, and now is now. I have no interest in the position of heir or anything that comes with it. Before I knew it, my heart, which had wavered once, had regained its composure. More importantly, Gauze, the fact that you all are here means that the magical beast rampage has stopped, right? Cutting off the talk of returning, I shifted the conversation elsewhere. Gauze still looked like he had something to say, but I ignored that and prioritized my own questions. What concerned me was that Gauze and the others had appeared before Hydra. The cause of the monster rampage fell. The agreement we made in Ishka was that I would fight Hydra while Gauze and his team would stop the monster rampage. If they had arbitrarily broken that agreement, we would need to hurry back to Ishka immediately. Gripping the hilt of Soul Eater, I asked my question. Gauze nodded deeply and answered. Rest assured, most likely, all the monsters that could be expelled have been in these 3 days. By the time we entered the forest, there were only a handful of monsters coming out. Gauze asserted that the defense-line soldiers and adventurers could easily handle that level of threat. I judged there was no lie in his words. While I had many thoughts about Gauze, he wasn't the type to tell petty lies. With this, the immediate crises of the mythical species and the monster rampage had passed. Of course, not all problems were solved. Even though Hydra was defeated, its poison remained. The pollution of Titty's forest had already gone beyond serious to a hopeless level, and the contamination of the Kale River must have progressed as well. There were still many problems to tackle. However, these weren't issues an individual could handle. Since we had eliminated Hydra, the cause, it was time for those with position, responsibility, and money, be it the king, nobles, the Adventurers Guild, or the Temple of Law, to do their part. Still, I had acquaintances among such people. The sisters Astrid and Claudia were from Canaria's leading noble family, and priest Sarah and Ilya were members of the Temple of Law. Plus, the members of my clan must be working hard in Ishka right now. It would be uncool to just say, I'll leave the rest to you, while they were doing their best. Above all, I still had a problem I needed to solve. The problem of Anagosima. I looked at Gauze and the other two again and opened my mouth. Gauze, you said in Ishka that after defeating the mythical species, you would return to the island to report. Was that your true intention? Yes, without a doubt. If possible, we'd like you to accompany us, Soridono. I see. I nodded casually, ignoring the latter half of his statement. Gauze and his team returning to Anagosima meant that the Mitsurugi family would learn about me slaying Jizenbu and defeating the mythical species. Of course, they would also learn about the existence of the Oni people. This was rather inconvenient for me. Naturally, the option of silencing them came to mind. Originally, the temporary ceasefire 4 days ago was for this purpose. I reluctantly sheathed my sword because I needed forces to suppress the monster rampage while I was devouring Hydra. With Hydra defeated and the monster rampage subsiding, the ceasefire had ended. No one could complain if I killed these guys who attacked Suzyum and the others. There were no witnesses around here, and the bodies would dissolve in the poison, minimizing the aftermath. It was an ideal situation to settle things. My current level is 26, exactly double what it was before fighting Hydra. As I've mentioned before, my level progression, harboring the dragon factor, is exponential. With each level up, I need twice the experience of the previous one. The fact that I was able to raise my level this much at once shows how immense Hydra's soul was. Now, I feel no threat from not only the two from Sibling but even from Gauze. So, silencing them would be easy, but there were two things I wanted to confirm first. Let me ask two questions. Do you intend to apologize for attacking Suzyum and hurting my companions? If you're willing to grovel before them, I might reconsider. Kilmed, not Gauze, was the first to react to these words. The white-haired, red-eyed classmate curved his lips mockingly and retorted, "Nonsense. Sora, do you think Oni people are just another type of demi-human? If we had left that girl alone, the next mythical species would manifest right next to you. Oni people must be killed on sight, and the same goes for fools who protect them out of ignorance." Kilmt spat out these words and continued without waiting for my response. Section. We should have killed that elf with the first strike too. She should be grateful to be alive. The same goes for the beastmen and mages who interfered with my sister. I see, so you have no intention of apologizing. I calmly absorbed the hostility in his response. Kilmt narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but I ignored him and turned to Curea. Meeting my gaze, Curea slowly opened her mouth. I do feel sorry for hurting those who aren't Oni people. However, I don't think our actions against the Oni people were wrong. As Kilmt said, and as you know, Soridono, for users of the illusory one-sword style, exterminating Oni and sealing phantoms is an iron rule. So you have no intention of apologizing either. There was no need to ask Gauze. I had already heard his stance through the receptionist. Someone who had said he wouldn't hesitate to become a criminal to defeat Oni people wouldn't bow his head to them now. This concluded my first question. Now for my second question. As Kilmt just mentioned, it seems there are facts about the Oni people that I don't know. Are you willing to explain? What did he mean by a mythical species manifesting next to me? I could make some guesses based on Kilmt's words. Perhaps there was a risk of Oni gods manifesting using Oni people's bodies as vessels, or something along those lines. But if Suzyum could do such a thing, she would have used that power when attacked by the basilisk. This wasn't limited to Suzyum. In the past 300 years, the Oni people have been driven to the brink of extinction by humans, but as far as I know, there's only been one instance of an Oni god manifesting 300 years ago. If the duty of the illusory one-sword style is to kill all Oni people for a possibility that occurs once every few hundred years, if at all, that's reaching the level of fanaticism. Or perhaps there have actually been several instances of Oni gods manifesting, all of which were secretly erased by the Mitsurugi family or the Adicella Empire. In response to these doubts, Gauze replied with a frustrated look. Soridono, that is a secret of the Mitsurugi family, and I cannot disclose it on my own discretion. If you return and master the illusory one-sword style, reaching the demon gate, Lord himself will explain it to you. I see. So it's like this? You tried to kill innocent people following the Mitsurugi family's rules. You won't apologize because you were following rules. You can't disclose the reason for the attack because of the rules. If I want to know more, I should submit to the Mitsurugi family, right? After summarizing their claims concisely, I snorted. From start to finish, it's all about your convenience. It's refreshingly arrogant. If that's your stance, I'll act according to my own convenience as well. Saying this, I readied Soul Eater and silently raised my fighting spirit. Sensing hostility in my actions, Gauze, Kilmt, and Curia each took their stances, facing me. Then, Kilmt stepped forward from the three and moved to my front. Glaring at me with fierce eyes, he spat out. Sora, let me teach you something. You hooray getting carried away after defeating your first mythical species. In the Demon Gate, there are countless monsters that rival mythical species. That's where we fight. You, who's getting high on swinging your soul blade against weaklings, can't even imagine it. The saying, ignorance is a sin, applies perfectly to you right now, both about the Oni people and this. It seemed Kilmt had his own pent-up frustrations, as criticism towards me poured from his pale lips like a broken dam. The deep crimson long sword in Kilmt's hand burst into flames with a sound, responding to its wielder's fighting spirit. The intense heat that seemed capable of scorching even the air reached me. Given Kilmt's personality, I expected him to strike immediately, but he didn't. Perhaps the memory of his defeat in Ishka was still fresh. As evidence, Kilmt's gaze was fixed on my black sword. If he clashed head-on with Soul Eater, even the flames of Kirakara would be extinguished. It was natural for Kilmt to be cautious. Looking at Kilmt, I thought, probably my classmate before me was aiming for revenge for Ishka, getting fired up. Back then, I had subdued Kilmt with a surprise attack. From Kilmt's perspective, he likely felt he hadn't lost in terms of skill, and that thought was fueling his current fighting spirit. That figure looked extremely ridiculous. As a blue forest flag-bearer, he should be able to discern the difference between me now and 4 days ago. They say, after 3 days, look at him anew. It's because he underestimates his opponent that his observational skills are clouded. Looking at Kilmt, who thought he was standing on the same stage as me, the corners of my lips naturally curled up. Noticing this, Kilmt sharply raised his voice. What's so funny? No, it's nothing. I just thought what you said made sense. Ignorance is a sin, that's true. It's a shame the speaker doesn't realize their own ignorance. Someone who knows neither the Demon Gate nor the Demon People dares to spout nonsense. If there's something you know that I don't, then say it, Sora. All right, I'll tell you. What I know and you don't is the difference in our abilities, Klimt. Ooh-hoo. Intending to teach Klimt reality, I let out a roar and began to raise my odd. I raised it higher and higher, higher and higher, and even higher. Watching Klimt's face contort in shock, I raised my odd even further. While watching Curia turn pale with fear and Gauze stand dumbfounded, I continued to raise my odd relentlessly. I still continue. There's still more to go. Towards the limit that lies beyond, I tirelessly raise my odd. Raise, 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 raise. Suddenly, a whip-like sound echoed around. Looking down, I saw the ground beneath my feet cracking significantly. The cracks didn't stop there. With repeated cracking sounds, the ground continued to split and break apart. Immediately after, the earth caved in with a thunderous roar. As if unable to bear my existence, the ground sank in a circular shape around me. Before I knew it, dust was swirling violently despite the lack of wind. The swirling dust, roaring like a tornado, picked up debris from the cracked ground and grew enormous in the blink of an eye. The color of the tornado, containing the red soil of Titties, was red. Although different in scale, it was a sight reminiscent of the scarlet tornado created by the mythical species. Section. My body feels hot, as if it's burning. The odd that still wells up is inexhaustible like the ocean's water, permeating every corner of my body. A sense of omnipotence, akin to intoxication, envelops my mind and body. I feel certain that I could win against anyone now, be it a dragon, a demon god, or even a sword saint. Such confidence fills my chest. Before I realized it, I was laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. It's irresistible. Irresistible, irresistible. Somewhere in my mind, a calm part of me admonishes, don't be overconfident. Somewhere in my heart, a cautious part warns, don't let your guard down. But I had no intention of heeding those voices. Not even a fragment of such intention remained. When you obtain power that makes the earth scream, that makes the air roar, power that feels like it could kill even a god if you wished, how could you not be overconfident? Letting my guard down? That's perfectly fine. After all, if I don't give myself some handicap, the dumbfounded Klimt before me wouldn't stand a chance. It's just the right handicap. Ha 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 ha. Klimt, how long do you plan to stand there idly? As I spoke, I swung my soul blade in a straight line. It wasn't an odd technique. I literally just swung it lightly. With just that, the wind undulated and blew Klimt's body away. Ugh! Klimt regained his balance, his face contorted. His stance was full of openings, but I nonchalantly ignored them. It was part of my overconfidence and carelessness. Seeing me standing there with a faint smile, Klimt let out a groan-like voice. Sarah, you. What's wrong? You look pale, Klimt. I thought I had shown you the difference in our abilities as you wished, but was it unclear? When I openly mocked him, I could see Klimt gritting his teeth. He realized he had belittled. That's why he wore such an expression. Against such an opponent, I launched a counterattack not with my sword, but with the blade of my words. I'm glad my intentions seem to have been properly conveyed. So, do you have anything to say? Not just Klimt. Curia Gauze, if you have anything to say, I'll listen. As I said this, glancing at the other two besides Klimt, Curia, her already pale face turning ashen, responded with a trembling voice. Lord Sara, what exactly is your source existence? I understand your level rising after single-handedly slaying a mythical species. But this odd pressure, it should be impossible even for a flag-bearer, no, a 4 symbols level source existence. What Curia mentioned were terms indicating the rank of source existences. Flag-bearer is at the level of a banner general of the 8 Azure banners, and 4 symbols is above that. Above these are 2 more ranks, Taiji and Wuji, which are comparable to the realm of legendary sword saints. Curia must be wondering if I had stepped into that territory. I curled up the corner of my lips and responded. Is there any need to answer? If it's impossible for flag-bearer or 4 symbols, then it must be above that, right? Saying this, I shifted my gaze from Curia to Gauze. As expected, Gauze seemed to have already gauged my power. The proof was that he wasn't trying to use Juzumaru's power. He wasn't drawing his sword because he knew Juzumaru's power wouldn't work against the current Soul Eater. To Gauze, who had no choice but to use his soul blade, I laughed frivolously and lightly. Come on, Gauze, bring out your soul blade quickly. You too, bring out your soul blades too if you can. If you can't, raise your odd to the limit. As thanks for keeping the magical beasts under control, I won't attack for the first minute. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have obtained this much power. This first minute is my expression of gratitude. Lord Sara, does that mean you stole the power of the mythical species? Like you did with mine in Ishka? Ah, that's right. Thanks to you guys holding off the monsters of titties for 3 days, I was able to devour Hydra to my heart's content. This power is the result of that. I politely expressed my gratitude by saying, thank you very much. Of course, it was sarcasm, but about half of it was genuine. To defeat the regenerating Hydra, I continued to devour its soul until regeneration became impossible. There was no other way to defeat a dragon species that wouldn't fall even when its head was cut off or its body was pierced through. That's why 3 days and nights were necessary. It was undoubtedly thanks to Gauze and the others that I was able to concentrate on battling Hydra for that long. There's no need to be stingy with a word or 2 of thanks. I'll say it again. Quickly bring out your soul blade, Gauze-shima. I'll crush you at your best and surpass you. I won't allow you to pity me ever again. The one who took the lead was Klimt, raising his flame sword. Illusory one-sword style. Scarlet Hunt. Fierce flames erupted from his odd blade, swirling into a vortex and rushing towards me with tremendous force. Klimt's odd blade, Kirakara, is a divine sword of flame and naturally compatible with fire-based techniques. The odd technique Klimt unleashed had enough power to be effective even against Hydra. However, no matter how powerful the odd technique, it was merely food for me. I wielded Soul Eater with just my right hand, ready to receive Klimt's attack head-on. Then from the side, Curia's voice burst out with a battle cry. Illusory one-sword style, crossroad slash. What was released were roaring wind blades, multiple at once. Just as Klimt's odd blade was compatible with flame, Curia's odd blade, Kusanagi, was well-suited for wind techniques, and the power was intense. A direct hit could probably blow off even Hydra's head. The timing of the attack was also perfect. To devour a odd technique, I must cut the enemy's odd technique with Soul Eater's blade. And it takes some time to absorb the cut technique. While I was receiving Klimt's attack, her technique wouldn't be nullified. Curia probably judged this and deliberately delayed the activation of her own odd technique. Perhaps Klimt also used such a flashy technique first to allow his sister to land this strike. This kind of skillful coordination is unique to siblings. However, whether it would work is another matter. Kaya, if I can't receive it with my odd blade, I'll receive it with something else. I unleashed a odd cannon to scatter the wind released by Curia. The odd cannon I release now is literally equivalent to a cannonball. Curia's wind blades resisted my odd pressure for a few moments, making the Sora creak, but it didn't last long. With a sound like tearing silk, the wind blades scattered. Seeing this, the siblings' expressions twisted. As I was about to shower them with mockery, I noticed that the third person was nowhere to be seen. The next moment, a heavy voice resonated from above. Illusory one-sword-style secret technique. Looking up, there was an ox-headed warrior soaring high in the sky. Gaz, who had deployed his soul blade, raised his blue dragon sword high and thunder form, divine roar, swung it down fiercely. A flash of light like lightning strikes the eyes, an impact like a thunderbolt pierces the body. With pressure and speed that allow no evasion, a Godspeed lightning blade approaches. There was no time to fire a odd cannon. Even if I had, it would have been meaningless. Unlike with Curia, it was clear that I would be overwhelmed this time. So I raised my free left hand above my head and received Gaz's slash head-on. Gah! My strength has increased dramatically due to the sudden level up. The strength of my barrier is incomparable to what it was 4 days ago. However, it still wasn't enough to block Gaz's attack. Blood splattered as the blade sank between my thumb and index finger. Flesh tearing, bone crushing, nerves severing, intense pain coursing through my entire body. The blade of the blue dragon sword quickly reached my wrist. Though it didn't cut my hand off completely, my left hand was now useless. To be honest, I thought I could deflect most attacks with just my strength now, but it seems I was overconfident when faced with Gaz's full power. Realizing this fact, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, amazing, Gaz, what was that? A secret technique? I've never seen such a strike. It's a magnificent blow. Is this your true power? The Gaz who always looked at me with pity on the island is now fighting me seriously. He's trying to cut me down for real. Ha 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 ha, ah ha ha ha. Laughing like a madman, I activated the power of my soul equipment. With the soul-leading ability that can even regenerate severed limbs, healing torn flesh, crushed bones, and severed nerves was a simple task. Regenerating with the blade still embedded was incredibly painful, but even that pain felt pleasant to me now. I couldn't stop laughing. I was overjoyed by the fact that Gaz had shown me his true power. And I found it hilarious that his full power strike couldn't even take off one of my arms. I realized it anew. I had surpassed Gaz Shima. To be honest, I didn't think I harbored such twisted feelings towards Gaz. Sure, I was fed up with his pity, even if it came from good intentions, but I thought I understood it was because he cared for me as my mentor. In fact, when we fought in Ishka, I didn't lose control of my emotions like this. Ah, I see. Back then, despite everything, Gaz was still stronger. Even though I was able to counterattack in the latter half after deepening my synchronization with the Soul Leader, we had to interrupt the fight due to Hydra's appearance, so I never got the feeling of surpassing Gaz. Now, I've finally attained that feeling. Having clearly confirmed that I'm above Gaz after the battle with Hydra, the pent-up frustrations from the past are boiling over. I gripped the blade of Gaz's blue dragon sword tightly with my left hand, the blade still embedded in it. Gaz's bull-headed helmet, which had been silently watching my madness, shook slightly. He seemed to be trying to pull his weapon back, but the blue dragon sword didn't budge. My physical strength now surpassed Gaz's. NGH. Gaz groaned. I applied even more force to the hand holding the blue dragon sword, my face beaming with joy. A creaking sound. Something was straining. Lord Sora, you. Heavy. That voice, you must be sweating under that helmet. It's a shame I can't see your face directly. I kept applying more force, more and more. Then, A sharp, small sound like shattering crystal rang out. It was the sound of Gauze's blue dragon sword cracking. Impossible. Ahahaha, how fragile, Gauze. Is this the extent of your illusory domain? Is this the essence of the illusory one-stroke style? Where's that smug face you had when you said you'd crush my arrogance? I concentrated my strength in my left hand and shattered the blue dragon sword's blade with even greater force than before. Then, as soon as my left hand was free, I quickly spun my body and delivered a powerful mid-level kick to Gauze's stomach. A thunderous sound echoed as if a cannon had been fired at point-blank range. Taking the full brunt of the strength-enhanced blow, Gauze's massive armored body was sent flying. Gah! Gauze crashed into the ground with an explosive sound. A cloud of dust rose. As if to prove the power of my kick, the black bull-headed armor rolled vigorously across the ground. Seeing Gauze's figure rapidly becoming covered in dirt and mud, I curved my mouth into a crescent shape. The promised minute during which I would refrain from attacking had long since passed. Section, Sheba. It was Curia who intervened to protect the fallen Gauze. With her vivid jade-colored soul equipment, Kusanagi, in her eyes, she swung diagonally with a battle cry. If it had hit me squarely, it would have cleaved my body diagonally from my left shoulder to my right flank. However, for me now, dodging Curia's slash was easy. I avoided the blade with minimal movement and quickly slipped into her range. Then, I grabbed Curia's kimono collar with my left hand, which wasn't holding a weapon. Oh no! Curia hurriedly tried to remove my hand, but once I had gotten this close, victory was mine. Using the principle of a shoulder throw, I put my hips into it and lifted Curia's feet off the ground. It was a rough move with just one hand, but unlike Gauze in his heavy armor, Curia in her kimono and Hakama was surprisingly light. With my strength enhanced by my power, she felt no heavier than cot. I threw Curia's lifted body towards Klimt, who was just about to slash at me from the side. Klimt's eyes widened in shock, probably not expecting his sister's body to be used as a weapon against him. What? With the power of soul equipment, it would be possible to cut through me along with Curia, but of course, Klimt couldn't do such a thing. He couldn't dodge either, as that would result in his sister's body being slammed into the ground. Klimt had no choice but to catch his sister with his own body. The siblings fell to the ground, entangled and crying out in pain. I was about to unleash a technique on the two while they were completely exposed, but Gauze regained his stance faster than I could execute my move. I aborted my technique and once again faced off against my former mentor, who was charging at me fiercely. Ooh. Hylia. Turning our fighting spirit into words, we clashed head-on. However, the outcome was already clear. I had crushed the blade of Gauze's blue dragon sword earlier, and my black sword, which had become sharper due to the sudden level up, was slicing through Gauze's incredibly tough void equipment like paper. Moreover, it seemed that the efficiency of my soul eater ability had also increased, and I could feel a large amount of soul flowing into me with each slash. It didn't take long for the head-on sword fight to turn into a one-sided onslaught. What's wrong, Gauze? Surely the Sheba of the Mitsurugi family isn't giving it his all at this level. Gauze didn't respond to my taunt. Though I couldn't see his expression behind the bull-faced helmet, he couldn't hide his labored breathing. Feeling the certainty of cornering Gauze, I let out a chuckle. Well, this result was to be expected. They had just faced a rampaging magical beast for 3 days and nights. The same goes for Curia and Klimt. Frankly speaking, the three of them are weaker now than when we confronted each other in Ishka. On the other hand, while I had also fought for 3 days and nights, I had gained incomparable strength from leveling up through Soul Eater. Moreover, the source of my power, my magic, is a dragon's heart. Even if I maintain full power for 3 days or so, the gushing magic won't run out. From the beginning, Gauze and the others never stood a chance. Hadohata. Backed by the power of a transcendent existence, I kept slashing and slashing at the enemy before me. Soon, the siblings, having regained their stance, joined the fight, but even then, my advantage remained unshaken. Not only is it powerful as a weapon, but Soul Eater also has regenerative abilities. As long as my head isn't cut off in one blow, I can recover from most wounds. I easily deflected, dodged, and sometimes even took the attacks of the three head-on while concentrating my attacks on Gauze. During one of my many attacks, my sharp thrust hit Gaz's forehead directly, and with a sound like shattering glass, the bull-faced helmet split open. As Gaz's bare face, bleeding from the forehead, was revealed, I pulled up the corners of my lips. And with that expression, I swung my soul equipment and deeply slashed Gaz's right elbow. Probably due to the joint being cut and the nerves damaged, Gaz's right hand lost its strength and drooped, the blue dragon sword falling to the ground. Following suit, Gaz himself fell to his knees. However, it seemed he hadn't lost his will to fight, as Gaz reached out with his uninjured left hand to pick up his dropped weapon. Just as his large, rough hand grasped the hilt of the blue dragon sword, I stomped on that hand with my iron boot. Gah! HMPH, how does it feel to kneel before the opponent you've constantly denied, Gaz? How do you intend to correct me in this state? To further corner Gaz, who was pale-faced and breathing heavily, I placed the tip of Soul Eater against his left hand. Then I thrust it down carelessly. NGH, OG. A cry of agony escaped from Gaz's mouth as his left hand was pinned to the ground. Hearing that voice and seeing that face, I revised my earlier thoughts. Is it known that I slew the Jijinbu? Is it known that I defeated a mythical creature? Has the existence of Suzyum been revealed? So what if it has? If the Mitsurugi family sees me as a threat and comes to kill us, then I will simply devour every assassin they send our way. 4 days ago, I wouldn't have been able to do that, but now I can. As proof, look, Gaz, the esteemed disciple of the Sword Saint, is writhing and groaning. Even the renowned banner-bearer of Anagosima is kneeling before me. Hadohata. The surging joy bursts forth as laughter. I repeat, my current level is 26. The amount of souls required for the next level up is incomparable to 4 days ago. During the day, I hunt the monsters of the depths, and at night, I consume the souls of the Lunameria. With the previous methods, it would take months or even years to gather the necessary amount. That's far too tedious. So, I've decided to let the ones in front of me live. That way, I'll receive food from my beloved homeland on a regular basis. You, Sora. Seeing my treatment of Gaz, Klimt flew into a rage, his hair standing on end, but his voice was no more than the distant howl of a beaten dog. And you, Klimt, don't keep howling either. I quickly closed the distance to Klimt, putting strength into both my legs. The Soul Eater has already impaled Gaz's hand. In other words, it was a bare-handed attack, but since I don't need to hold back, this is easier. Even with the powerful Gaz present, I was able to handle all 3 of them simultaneously. Now that I have incapacitated Gaz, I have no reason to fear the remaining 2. I catch the descending slash of the Kirakara with my left hand. Immediately, a searing pain pierces my head, and a foul smell of burning human flesh assails my nose, but that's all. It's nothing compared to the power of Gaz's secret technique earlier. While closely observing Klimt's contorted face, I drive my right fist into his unguarded abdomen. With all my might, my fist sinks into his gut, and I can feel several of his ribs break. Gyuho. Saliva, agony, blood, and gastric juice. Spewing these, Klimt's body folds into a U shape. Quickly withdrawing my fist from his abdomen, I bring my elbow down hard on Klimt's shuddering back. Gubu. Unable to withstand it, Klimt is violently slammed face-first into the ground. I place my iron-shod foot on Klimt's right arm, which is convulsing on the filth he had vomited. Seeing this, Curia hastily opened her mouth. Please, wait, Lord Sora. What idiot would wait for someone holding a weapon to tell them to wait? Hinting that she should drop the Kusanagi. Curia, with a pale face, stuck the jade longsword into the ground and took several steps back. If I so desired, I could easily seize the Kusanagi before her. I exhaled through my nose with a snort. Is this to be understood as you surrendering? Yes, I've determined that further fighting is futile. Good judgment, but it seems your brother still intends to fight. Isn't that right, Klimt? While I was conversing with Curia, Klimt, who had tried to sweep my feet, glared at me hatefully. Damn it, get out of the way. I refuse. Responding to his curses with a smile, just as I had done to Gaz, I ruthlessly crushed Klimt's right arm, intent on breaking the bone. Immediately, a dull sound rang out through the area. Ah! Klimt, stop. Lord Sora, I beg you. If there is anything you desire, I will accept it. Please sheathe your sword. Saying that, Curia knelt down with both knees and bowed deeply towards me. Clearly, she had judged that Klimt would be killed if this continued. I was taken aback, not having expected Curia to go that far. I may have gone a bit overboard. That thought fleetingly crossed my mind. But if I were to loosen my grip here, I would gain nothing. I decided to continue injuring the brother and compelling the sister. You're quick to understand. Then you will serve as a hostage, Curia Baruhi. A hostage, is it? Yes. My plan was a simple one. Even if I said I would let them all return alive, it would be too kind to let the three of them go together. First, I will send Gaz and Klimt back to Anagosima and have them convey my demand. By demand, I mean Suzium. I will make the head of the Mitsurugi swear to entrust Suzium to me and have the Mitsurugi family never interfere again. Curia will be the hostage until that oath is made. Of course, if the head refuses my demand, they will have to be prepared for the consequences. As I conveyed this, the first to react was not Curia, but Klimt. You're joking, there's no way they would do that. Still crawling on the ground and clutching his broken right arm, Klimt's voice grew hoarse. To that, I nodded deeply, as if in complete agreement. Well, you're right about that. There's no way that head would heed the words of an outcast, even less so if it's about sparing an Oni. That's why I'm letting you live, Klimt. What? If you want to save Curia, you'll have to risk your life to see my demand through. Otherwise, your sister will wish she were dead when she hears your screams. Isn't it obvious why I'm keeping the woman Curia as a hostage instead of you, the man Klimt? You. Grasping Klimt, who had realized my intent and was lunging at me with a demonic expression, I forcefully pulled him away. Then I approached Curia, who was kneeling with her lips bit. Grabbing the beautiful white hair flowing down her back, I yanked her up, ignoring her cries of pain. Normally, I would have severed the tendons in your limbs to prevent resistance, but since you've knelt down of your own accord, I'll spare you that. Klimt, let me make this clear. If you return to the island without obeying, I will kill your sister at that moment. Gaz, you understand as well. Turning to Gaz, who was pinned to the ground by the Soul Eater, the former retainer responded in a suppressed voice. Lord Sara. What is it? It was I who entrusted the demon's daughter to you. I shall dutifully convey this to our lord. However, the matters of the Jijinbu, the mythical creatures, and the soul equipment, these must be reported truthfully. Then, our lord will surely order you to return. I couldn't care less about that. Who would fight under you people? I scoffed in response, and Gaz continued with a stern expression. The Mitsurugi family commands the wielders of the illusion one-sword style. Our lord will never allow someone capable of slaying mythical creatures single-handedly to remain outside the Mitsurugi. If this continues, you will be branded a rebel. Curia and all will be crushed, but will you still stubbornly persist? Enough! I sharply cut off Gaz's words. Execute me, by all means feel free. If the Mitsurugi accepts my demand, good. If not, that's fine too. I don't care either way. Make sure to convey that to your lord. If they accept the former, I will have forced my demand through with might and secured Suzium's safety. It will cause a slight delay in my leveling, but there are people everywhere suffering from the attacks of magical beasts. As for the night, I can increase the number of my food suppliers, among other solutions. As for the latter, it's as I said before. I will drive Suzium away and devour the horde of assassins one by one. It doesn't matter which way it goes. I am the one presenting the choice. Imagining what that father will think and how he will act in response to the demand of his disowned son fills me with a tremendously delightful feeling. Chapter 6. The Dragon's Lair. Well then, having settled things with Gaz and his companions from Anagosima, I was walking slowly through the forest with Curia, whom I had taken hostage. Really slowly, as if taking a stroll around the neighborhood. Seeing me like this, Curia had a puzzled look on her face. By the way, I had long since let go of Curia's hair. The rough behavior of grabbing her hair and forcing her to stand or walk was a show of force for Gaz and Klimt. Doing so added credibility to my words, "I'll kill her if you follow." Now that those two were gone, there was no need to continue the act. Of course, I hadn't bothered to explain this, so Curia must still be feeling hostility and wariness towards me. That aside, the reason I was staying in the forest instead of returning to Ishka was to address one of my concerns. Previously, the elven sage had said this about dragon species. True dragons have no egg stage. They are mythical disasters born with flesh and blood when the world's conditions are right. That is what dragons are. If these words are correct, then Titty's forest, where Hydra appeared, now has the right world conditions. In other words, there's a possibility that a second or third dragon species might appear. Of course, it might not happen, but without knowing the details of these world conditions, everything is just speculation. So, I decided to find out, using the Hydra that was pretending to be dead. I realized Hydra was faking its death when I cut off all 8 of its heads earlier. Until now, whenever I killed an enemy whose soul I could eat, be it the Fly King, the Snake King, or Janinbo, a large amount of soul would flow into me the moment I killed them. But this didn't happen with Hydra, and I was certain the venomous dragon was still alive. The reason I didn't finish it off immediately is as I just explained. Pretending to be dead means that Hydra has a consciousness that doesn't want to die. We can also assume it has the intelligence to understand the difference in our strengths. Once I, the threat, disappeared from sight, Hydra would surely try to escape. If I followed it then, I might be able to pinpoint the conditions for the appearance of dragon species. That was my thinking. Even if this idea turned out to be off the mark, it wouldn't be a problem. In that case, I could simply finish off Hydra and devour its remaining soul. And then, things began to unfold just as I had predicted. I see, so you hid the crucial last head inside the body. I muttered to myself as I chased after Hydra, which was moving north through Titty's forest at an incredible speed. The 9th head that emerged from the body mass that had lost its 8 heads and 8 tails. This was probably Hydra's true form. After all, this head that appeared by eating through its own body, bit off the part connecting it to the body and began moving independently. Its snake-like form, slithering quickly on the ground, showed none of the sluggishness it had when moving while dissolving the ground with poison. Now, where could it be heading? As I was carefully tracking Hydra while pondering this, a flustered voice came from nearby, specifically from around my chest. Lord Sara. Looking down, my eyes met with Curia's, whose face was filled with confusion and embarrassment. Be quiet, you'll bite your tongue. Why yes, but I think this position is somewhat problematic. Apparently, Curia was concerned about being carried in my arms, what you'd call a princess carry. Well, I suppose it would be unsettling to be carried by someone you were seriously fighting just moments ago. I understand that, but I didn't think the exhausted Curia could keep up with me on her own, and if I carried her on my back, I wouldn't know what she might do outside my field of vision. Of course, leaving her somewhere was out of the question. Considering all that, carrying her in my arms like this was the best option. In this position, I could respond immediately even if Curia tried to attack me. Bear with it, I told her mercilessly, and Curia lowered her eyes as if resigned. While having this conversation, I continued to move through the forest as if flying. At one point, we passed through an area that had turned into a sea of poison, and I thought it would be troublesome if Hydra dove in there, but it just glided over the poison sea without showing any signs of submerging. If Hydra was simply looking for a place to hide, it would have dived into the poison sea without hesitation. But it didn't even show signs of doing so. This means Hydra has another clear destination in mind. Perhaps it has a nest like the Fly King's vertical hole, probably in the deepest part of Titties. As if confirming this speculation, Hydra quickly passed through the deep area and reached the lush deepest part of Titties. It was also my first time setting foot in the deepest part. The air in the deepest part was clearly different from what we had experienced so far. Not in a metaphorical sense, but the quality of the air had actually changed. In a word, it had become denser. An overwhelming smell of life. The power that the world creates, mana, filled the air, and I could feel my whole body filling with magical power just by standing there. If someone like Miroslav came here, they could probably use magic several times, maybe even dozens of times more powerful than usual. The unbelievable density of magical power was almost eerie. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, I slowed down my pace and advanced cautiously, keeping an eye on my surroundings. The further we went, the stronger this strange, eerie feeling became. What amplified this sensation was the scenery around us. The plants in the deepest part of the forest were different from those in the outer areas or even the deep areas. It's not that there were new species I had never seen before. All the plants I could see were familiar species. However, their growth exceeded my knowledge. For example, a grass called Coursera on my right should only grow to a maximum of 1 meter, but here it was naturally growing over 2 meters tall. The fruit of the pararoo tree should be at most the size of a fist, but here it had swollen to the size of an adult's head. Every plant I could see was in a similar state. A forest of deformities that had deviated from their original forms as species due to continuously absorbing such dense magical power. This was the appearance of the deepest part of Titties, rumored to be inhabited by mythical species. I don't know why such magical power is generated here, but at this rate, we should assume that not only plants but other things have mutated as well. There's a possibility that magical beasts have been significantly strengthened. I put Curia down on the ground and manifested my soul eater. It felt like the right thing to do, or rather, my instincts told me it would be dangerous not to. Curia seemed to feel the same way, as she brought out her own soul equipment following my lead. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the direction Hydra had gone was marked by a path of felled trees, so there was no danger of losing its trail. I continue onwards, keeping a wary eye on my surroundings. Looking closely, I could see branch-like growths already starting to emerge from the cracks in the trees broken by Hydra. This was a growth speed impossible for natural plants. Thinking about it calmly, Hydra must have been born in the deepest part before heading towards Ishka, so the plants around here should have been submerged in the sea of poison once. Or they should have been blown high into the sky, along with the ground by that scarlet tornado. Nevertheless, there were no traces of that to be seen. The plants in this area must have drunk up Hydra's poison with their abundant vitality and regained their usual appearance in just a few days. As mentioned earlier, the poison sea still remained in the deep area. However, in the deepest part, there was no trace of the poison sea left. It was certain that there was something in the deepest part. Just as I was thinking this, my visions suddenly swayed. I hurriedly steadied my feet and shook my head. It was like feeling intoxicated. My body felt strangely floaty, and I couldn't keep my footing. You might experience the same sensation if you drank alcohol excessively. Additionally, I had been feeling a dull pain similar to heartburn in the pit of my stomach for a while now. It was clear that these abnormalities were caused by the magical power. Originally, magical power doesn't harm the body. On the contrary, it activates both mind and body. Even non-magic users can benefit from magical power. However, just as too much of a good medicine can become poison, excessive intake of magical power can overactivate bodily functions. This was manifesting as physical and mental abnormalities. While poisons can be defended against with odd, in the case of magical power, the body absorbs it involuntarily, so odd can't protect against it. In a sense, it was more troublesome than Hydra's poison. Staying in this place for too long could literally be life-threatening. Without realizing it, I had increased my speed in pursuing Hydra. How far had we come since then? Curia has been covering her mouth and retching constantly. I myself was suffering from dizziness and nausea, feeling like I might collapse if I let my guard down. Honestly, I was relieved that no magical beasts attacked us. The beasts in this area probably fled in fear of the Hydra, so I'm grateful to that dragon species in this regard. Thinking about such things, I encourage my weakening legs to keep moving forward. That's when it came into view. There's a gaping hole in the ground. A massive, incredibly huge hole. The moment I saw this enormous cavity that could swallow not just Ishka, but even the royal capital, I felt every hair on my body stand on end. A torrent of magical power gushing from the depths of the earth. Compared to this magical power surging up as if trying to reach the heavens, the density of magic that had been tormenting us until now wouldn't even reach 1/10. To begin with, I'm not even sure if we can call this magical power. Isn't this more like elemental power or divine energy, something from the realm of mythology? A miracle, or perhaps a nightmare, where infinite power wells up endlessly. It's understandable that mythical species could appear here without any surprise. I had never seen such a sight before, but I knew about it as knowledge. A hole opened in the earth, with primordial power overflowing from it. It's said that throughout history, heroes who founded dynasties invariably built their capitals on top of these. This is, without a doubt, a dragon hole. Section, I see. So that's why a forest like Titties was born, with something like this at its core. A gigantic forest rivaling the size of a country. Due to the many magical beasts and monsters roaming about, development hasn't reached it. Not just in the depths, but even in the outer areas, various medicinal herbs grow, never running out despite countless adventurers gathering them daily. Until now, I hadn't questioned it much, thinking that's just how it is. But upon further consideration, the Titties forest stands out as exceptionally rich and exceptionally dangerous compared to other forests. Much of this must be due to the existence of the dragon hole. The fact that I, who started at level 1, managed to live in Ishka for 5 years is thanks to this dragon hole. I might as well throw in a gold coin or two as an offering in gratitude. I consider this while peering into the bottomless hole. But why did no one notice this, no? Perhaps it's simply that no one could venture this far in. It's a struggle just to clear a path through the densely overgrown vegetation. Moreover, the plants regenerate automatically, and there's the added bonus of physical discomfort from excessive magic absorption. Even I couldn't have made it this far if I hadn't been following the Hydra's trail. Looking up on a whim, I realized that a thick canopy of branches and leaves blocks the view from the sky. Even if someone flew over in a Clausolas, they wouldn't be able to spot the dragon hole. The fact that I discovered the dragon hole today was a miracle resulting from a series of coincidences. Thinking about it that way, I'd like to make the most of this opportunity, but no matter how you look at it, this isn't a power that humans can manipulate. That was my honest impression. Certainly, if one could harness the power of this dragon hole, they could obtain tremendous strength. They might be able to wield power tens or even hundreds of times greater than what they have now. But that seems as impossible as drinking up all the water in the sea. Besides, my power is Soul Eater, not Magic Eater or Element Eater. I haven't even fully mastered the power of similar existences yet, so it's best to avoid reaching for unfamiliar powers on top of that. Just then I heard Curia's hoarse voice from behind. "Is this the demon gate?" "What?" Wondering what she meant, I turn around. As far as I know, there's no such enormous hole on the island. The demon gate is a structure placed in the center, literally a gate. In my line of sight, Curia stands frozen, her already pale face turning ashen. Then, her cypress-like body suddenly sways. Like a puppet with its strings cut, she collapses to the ground. I rush over and peer at her face. Wheezing, labored breaths escape from Curia's mouth. Her eyes are tightly shut, deep wrinkles forming between her brows. It seems her body couldn't withstand the large amount of magical power being forcibly absorbed. To reiterate, the magical power filling this place is beneficial to humans. However, even the most beneficial power can overwhelm the vessel if forced in beyond the necessary amount. It's like force-feeding someone who's already full and washing it down with water. I'm already struggling quite a bit myself. If we don't leave this place soon, I might end up like Curia. Looking around, I see new plants sprouting around Curia, creeping to cover her limbs. I suppose anyone who collapses here would end up dying, their body covered by plants like this. Clicking my tongue, I clear the plants from Curia's body. Then, kicking away the tree roots that had started to wrap around my own feet, I quickly scan the surroundings. I feel like I've confirmed one of the world conditions for the birth of dragon species. If so, there's no need to linger here any longer. I need to finish off the Hydra's main body that fled here and make a hasty retreat. A detailed investigation of the dragon hole can wait until next time. When that time comes, I'll bring someone more knowledgeable about these things, like Lunamaria or Miroslav. Fortunately, or perhaps naturally, the Hydra's location was immediately apparent. The clear path of fallen trees made it easy to spot. I had been worried about what would happen if it jumped into the dragon hole, but apparently, that was something even the Hydra wanted to avoid. Probably because even a dragon species couldn't escape annihilation if it did so. I brandish and bring down Soul Eater. With that single strike, the Hydra dies easily. Well, given that it was playing dead, I could predict that it had no fighting power left. This state must have truly been the Hydra's last survival tactic. I feel bad for the Hydra, but the influx of souls after the battle was more taxing than the combat itself. The sensation of the Hydra's massive amount of souls flowing and overlapped with the feeling of the dragon hole's immense magical power pouring in, nearly making me lose consciousness. My level increased further to 27, but there's no time to rejoice. I pick up Curea and retreat from the dragon hole, and further from the deepest part of Titties. On the way, I'm thoroughly creeped out to see that the path created by the Hydra is already being blocked by plants. This excessive life force is more horrifying than any mediocre monster. At this rate, the magical beasts in this area must be becoming ferocious due to the dragon hole's influence. Yes, just like the magical beasts on Anagosima becoming ferocious under the influence of the demon gate. Section. Carrying the unconscious Curea, I left the dragon hole and the deepest part of Titties, heading towards Ishka. As I was making my way through the woods, avoiding areas that had turned into seas of poison, I suddenly heard intense flapping sounds from above. I became alert, thinking it might be a monster attack. However, my wariness dissipated in an instant. Along with the flapping sounds, I heard a familiar "Piwe" cry coming from above. Looking up with a hunch, sure enough, there was a winged beast covered in blue scales, a Klausolas, hovering in the air. It seems he noticed the Hydra's presence disappear and came from Ishka to meet us. Honestly, I was quite tired, so this was a relief. Thinking this, I was about to wave to the Klausolas above when I suddenly frowned, feeling something odd. What I could see through the gaps in the trees was certainly a Klausolas, but besides the Piwe, I thought I heard unfamiliar cries like Pi and Guru mixed in. If it were being attacked by other magical beasts, but the Klausolas doesn't seem to be fighting. As I tilted my head in confusion, the next moment, distinctly human voices reached my ears. Two of them, simultaneously. Lord Sora, Mr. Sora. Those voices, filled with relief and joy, belonged to the Dragnote sisters riding the winged beast. We received a royal command from His Majesty. Fly to Ishka and ascertain the situation, he said. That's how Astrid Dragnote, the Duke's daughter, answered when I asked with wide eyes why they were here. To elaborate a bit more, the Hydra's roar from the other day had reached not only Ishka, but also the royal capital, Horus. Even without that, the kingdom's main artery connecting the royal capital and Ishka had been severed due to the magical beast rampage. Until then, the Canaria court had been reluctant to send out forces, prioritizing the defense of the royal capital. But faced with this situation, they finally had no choice but to act. The Dragon Knight Order was dispatched as the vanguard. Of course, it wasn't a full deployment. Vice Commander Astrid and two others were about to take off for Ishka to assess the situation. However, an unexpected event occurred. Due to the impact of the dragon's roar earlier, most of the winged beasts had become incapacitated. The number of operational winged beasts could be counted on one hand, and among them was Astrid's mount, Escalon. And the other one was, "It's my Clarent." The one who proudly announced this was Claudia, the daughter of Duke Dragnote. She had transformed from her ladylike, modest attire worn in the royal capital to a gallant knight's outfit typically worn by men. With her hair tied up, some might even mistake her for a boy. Although Claudia wasn't a dragon knight or even a knight, she apparently possessed riding skills that rivaled Astrid's when it came to winged beasts. After some commotion, due to her strong desire, she was allowed to head to Ishka along with her sister. Upon arriving in Ishka, the sisters quickly learned about the situation from Luna Maria and the others who had remained. They immediately tried to follow after me. However, even the winged beasts raised by the ducal family didn't have the courage to head towards the place where the Hydra was currently rampaging. According to Claudia, they had also received a warning from Klausolas, who had returned to Ishka, not to interfere with me. So, the Dragnote sisters, who had been waiting impatiently until today, rushed to the deep area along with Klausolas when the ground shaking caused by the Hydra ceased. That was the sequence of events that led to their arrival here. Sora-san, I brought stamina recovery potions and advanced healing potions. Saying this, Claudia thrust the vials towards me. She did so with such force that it was almost as if she was pressing them against my chest. It wasn't an atmosphere where I could simply say, "No, thank you." In reality, while the battles with the Hydra and Gauze were one thing, the fatigue from the dragon's lair weighed heavily on both my shoulders. I decided to gratefully accept Claudia's thoughtfulness. "Lord Sora, is that woman perhaps from Anagosima?" As I finished drinking the potions, Astrid inquired with concern. Astrid, who knew about Anagosima, had probably guessed after hearing about Curia and the others' exploits during the magical beast rampage. It was only recently that Jijinbo, a blue forest flag-bearer, had attacked the royal capital. Astrid's gaze as she looked at Curia was sharp. Yes, due to various circumstances, she will be staying with me for a while. I conveyed this briefly, omitting the details as a full explanation would take too long. Astrid nodded without seeming to take offense. I understand. Now we're planning to return to Ishka. Are you able to ride? It was a question filled with consideration. Originally, as someone who had received the king's orders, Astrid should have had a mountain of things to ask me. About the Hydra, about Anagosima, none of these could be neglected. Considering the importance of the situation, it wouldn't have been strange if she had interrogated me forcefully. However, Astrid showed no signs of such intentions and was instead concerned about my well-being. Her gentle amethyst eyes told me that it wasn't because it would be impossible to forcefully extract information from me. Grateful for the Duchess's thoughtfulness, I nodded in response to the question about whether I could ride. In truth, even after drinking the potions Claudia gave me, the intoxication from the dragon's lair hadn't disappeared. Riding Klausolas in this state would be quite tough, but I couldn't leave the Dragnote sisters in the depths of titties indefinitely. So, swallowing the bitterness rising from the pit of my stomach, I mounted Klausolas. As for Curia, I made sure to hold her tightly so she wouldn't fall. Afterwards, I returned to Ishka, flanked by the Dragnote sisters on both sides. Upon our return, various things happened. Seal and Suzium clung to me crying, Luna Maria and Miroslav welcomed my return with moist eyes, and Iria and Priestess Sarah held both my hands with serious expressions, expressing their gratitude. There were also summons from the Ishka government office, Elgart and Liddell coming from the Adventurers Guild, and soldiers and adventurers who had participated in the defense rushing and asking, "Are Gaz and Klimt safe?" The reactions to my return were endless. While I could handle Suzium and the others, I didn't have the energy to deal with the government office or the guild. So I asked Astrid to convey that I'll explain everything tomorrow and forcibly shut out the noise. It was a fact that the magical beast rampage and 2 mythical species that had attacked Ishka had been resolved, and there was no doubt that I had greatly contributed to this. At the very least, I should be allowed to sprawl out on a bed and sleep for one day. Thinking this, I sluggishly lay down. The time it took for my consciousness to be engulfed by sleep was very brief. Section: Dragon Slayer. That was the title given to me for defeating the Hydra. Slaying a dragon as a human was a feat comparable to the heroes of Kamishiro. As an adventurer and a warrior, I had obtained about the highest honor imaginable. However, the single-handedly part was removed, so by the original achievement standards, it was reduced to about a quarter. This was because the Ishka government officially announced that the Hydra subjugation was done by a party of 4, me and the 3 from Anagosima. This was based on my idea. It would be suspicious for a human who was despised as a parasite just a few months ago to claim they defeated a dragon species alone. Even if people believed it, they would then start probing into, how did you become so strong in such a short time? Both were troublesome matters. On the other hand, the 3 from Anagosima had been working to suppress the magical beast rampage since before the dragon's roar, demonstrating superhuman strength in full view of everyone. The trust from the soldiers and adventurers who had participated in the defense force was absolute, thinking it wouldn't be strange if those 3 defeated a dragon. Considering all of this, we decided to say that the Hydra subjugation was achieved by the power of 4 people. Even if it was reduced to a quarter, a dragon slayer is still a dragon slayer. My fame and influence in Ishka would surely skyrocket. In the past, I was used as bait by Falcon's sword and had that crime erased by the Adventurers Guild, but such a thing would never happen again, nor would I allow it to happen. I had acquired a position where I could declare this with certainty, which was quite emotional. Of course, not everything went according to plan. Especially the Adventurers Guild, which knew the fact that the trio had attacked my house during the magical beast rampage. Among the guild staff, there were whispers that Curia and the others, who defeated the Hydra, might have given me part of the achievement as an apology for the previous incident. There were others who doubted my achievements, and these people called me a fake dragon slayer. A lying dragon slayer who didn't participate in the Hydra battle, but stole the achievements. It's truly infuriating, but I had already been praised as the Blue Dragon Knight recently. This was probably the result of such resentment building up. Now that I've reached level 27, I don't even think about dealing with these kinds of people anymore. There are mountains of things I need to do. To be honest, I don't have time to care whether my title becomes Dragon Slayer or Fake Dragon Slayer. As for the content of those things I need to do, first is the investigation of the dragon's lair and monitoring for the rebirth of mythical species. I don't think another dragon species will appear in just a day or two, but after seeing that dragon's lair, I can't completely rule out the possibility. So, I decided to move into the former nest of the Fly King with Curia. Well, when I say move in, it's more like commuting between Ishka and the deep area riding on Klaus Solas, so I spend about half of each day in Ishka. The reason for placing Curia in the Fly King's nest is, needless to say, consideration for Suzium and the others. After all, it was only a few days ago that Curia attacked Suzium and cut down Seal. As for Miroslav, she used self-destructive magic to protect the two, suffering near-fatal injuries. There was no way I could ask them to live under the same roof with such a person. It was also simply the result of calculating our battle strength. In the unlikely event that a dragon species is reborn, the only one who could properly fight it besides me is Curia. Considering that I would be returning to Ishka frequently, I needed Curia to be stationed in Titties. There's also the reason of avoiding attention in an unpopulated place. Both Curia and I are currently the talk of the town in Ishka. Wherever we go or stay, people's eyes constantly follow us. We could shut out people's gazes by staying at home, but then we'd be inundated with visitors. In that sense, the Fly King's nest was the ideal environment for excluding others. Here, I repeatedly practiced with Curia almost daily while preparing for the appearance of dragon species. Curia, who had officially mastered the illusory one-sword style beyond the trial ceremony. By seriously engaging with her, I aimed to refine my own sword style, which was close to self-taught. Of course, even when I say seriously, we couldn't hone our skills in a life-or-death battle with our soul equipment fully activated. To be honest, against Curia, the fight would end too quickly. So we fought with conditions. No using soul equipment, no using soul techniques, or sometimes not even using soul body enhancement. In some cases, I would impose these restrictions only on myself, giving Curia a handicap advantage. Both Curia and I can fight for extended periods using soul energy, so when we get caught up in it, we often lose track of time. Today was no exception, and before we knew it, Curia had exceeded her limits and collapsed, drenched in sweat. "Welcome back, Master." Luna Maria greeted me as I returned to the nest carrying Curia on my back. Currently, there are only 3 of us in the nest, me, Curia, and Luna Maria. I brought Luna Maria here because she was the only one who hadn't directly fought Curia. Luna Maria had only fought Klimt. Of course, that doesn't mean she can be completely impartial about Curia's existence, but at least her fear of Curia should be less than the other 3. Moreover, I wanted to hear the opinion of Luna Maria, who is both a forest elf and a sage, about the deep realms affected by Hydra's poison and the dragon hole in the deepest part. This Luna Maria, upon seeing me carrying Curia on my back, seemed to grasp the situation instantly and furrowed her brow in concern. It's not the first time Curia has exhausted herself during practice with me and collapsed. Each time, I order Luna Maria to change Curia's clothes and wipe off her sweat. Luna Maria must have a thing or two she wants to say about this. However, Luna Maria never voices any complaints to me, and even if she were to say something like, "Shouldn't you consider her physical condition a bit more?" I had no intention of nodding in agreement. I may not look it, but I can be quite vindictive. I have no intention whatsoever of letting the trio's actions slide. I've already taken revenge on Gauze and Klimt by hurting them. The reason I didn't do the same to Curia was that I had planned to make her useful in this way. By the way, when I return to Ishka, I'll take Luna Maria with me, leaving Curia alone in the nest. Of course, she could escape if she wanted to, but if she attempts to flee, she'll be given a role other than practice partner, the role of sole provider. I guaranteed the safety of the hostages to Gauze and Klimt. Curia herself has been behaving well so far and obediently follows my orders, So, for now, I won't lay a hand on her. However, if Curia tries to escape, that's a different story. To be frank, I can't deny that I'm deliberately creating an environment that makes it easy for her to escape, almost inciting her to run away. If I can corner Curia into a situation where she has to admit her own wrongdoing, then she'll be at my mercy. As I was pondering such thoughts, Luna Maria, having finished tending to Curia, opened her mouth with a serious expression. Master, I have something to discuss. A discussion. I thought it might be about Curia, but I realized I was mistaken with her next words. It's about the dragon hole you took me to the other day. It's also related to the demon gate said to be on Anagosima. Ahem. As Luna Maria said, I had already taken her to the dragon hole once. Curia had accompanied us on that trip, and we had also heard about the meaning of her previous words, calling the dragon hole a demon gate. However, Curia's account was quite vague, and to be honest, when Curia woke up, she didn't remember her own statement. It seems she was in a daze by the time we reached the dragon hole. What Curia did remember was that the sensation of approaching the dragon hole was very similar to the feeling of passing through a demon gate. That was probably the meaning behind her words. Is this a demon gate? Since I hadn't passed the trial ceremony, I wasn't even allowed to approach the demon gate, let alone pass through it, so I couldn't verify the truth of Curia's words. However, there are several similarities between the dragon hole and the demon gate, such as causing significant changes in the local vegetation and the ecology of magical beasts. I relayed this information to Luna Maria before taking her to the dragon hole. I hoped that the elven sage, who had noticed my same-source existence before anyone else, might notice things that I couldn't. It seemed that Luna Maria had lived up to that expectation. What I'm about to say is more of a hunch than a theory. Please listen with that in mind. Understood. First, regarding the dragon hole, it's an eruption point where the power of the earth gushes forth. What was overflowing, there was a torrent of pure, turbid magical power. Think of it as a volcanic eruption, lightning strike, or even a tornado. It's not something that should be touched by human hands. I see. I had hoped that if possible, we could use it to eliminate the poison in the deep realm. When I said this, Luna Maria shook her head firmly. If we were to touch it, we would spread a calamity worse than Hydra's poison. That abnormal magical power is undoubtedly toxic to ordinary plants and animals. The scene in the deepest part is the best evidence of its toxicity. Saying this, Luna Maria prefaced her next words with, "This is the part that's just my intuition," before continuing. Although I haven't seen it myself, if the demon gate on Anagosima functions the same way as the dragon hole, it must also be toxic to plants and animals. Ah yes, I've heard that the island's vegetation changed dramatically after the demon gate appeared. The strength of the monsters there is also incomparable to those on the continent. If that's the case, Master, don't you think it's natural that the people living there would be affected in some way? I frowned at Luna Maria's question. It wasn't because I thought her words were wrong. I wondered why I hadn't realized such an obvious thing. However, thinking about it again, the answer was clear. The people actually living on the island, including myself and other residents of Anagosima, know that there has been no effect on the inhabitants. That's why we don't think the demon gate affects humans. For example, if abnormalities frequently occurred, such as people suddenly turning into monsters or babies being born with horns, there would probably be people concerned about the demon gate's impact on humans. In response to my opinion, Luna Maria looked at me with an almost frighteningly sharp gaze. Master, I only know 4 residents of Anagosima, and all 4 of them possessed power incomparable to ordinary people. The dragon that dwells within you, what you call the same-source existence, appears abnormal to my eyes. I too am skilled with the bow. There certainly exists a state one can reach as a result of mastering a single school of martial arts. But yours is far too great. Haven't you ever thought that it might be a power that transcends the human species? Section: The Fly King's nest has a deep vertical shaft structure, with the bottom of the pit wide enough to accommodate an entire nobleman's mansion. Sora had brought in food and water, set up multiple tents to create a living environment, and was using it as a base for activities in Tithais. Now, Luna Maria was residing with Sora in one of those tents. Haven't you ever thought that it might be a power that transcends the human species? She had posed this question when she was alone with Sora in the tent. She didn't want Curia to overhear their conversation. Luna Maria harbored strong doubts, directed at the environment surrounding her master. The dragon hole, the demon gate, the same source existence, the illusory one-sword style, the Mitsurugi family. Some things she knew, some she didn't. When she pieced all of these elements together, a grotesquely distorted image emerged in Luna Maria's mind. Whether it's the dragon hole or the demon gate, anything that warps the original form of plants and animals is no different from poison. And there's no reason why a force that affects plants and animals would make an exception for humans. The residents of Anagosima are probably already infected. It's been 300 years since the demon gate appeared in that land. If anything, it would be strange if they weren't infected. In conclusion, Luna Maria thought that the manifestation of the same source existence might be the result of this infection. She had heard a brief explanation about the same source existence from Sora, another self residing in the depths of one's heart and soul. The secret technique of the illusory one-sword style is to become aware of this same source existence, control it, and materialize it. The dragon that Luna Maria sensed within Sora was also this same source existence. Sora, who had given that explanation to Luna Maria, didn't seem to doubt what he was saying. But for Luna Maria, who was listening, it was utterly unbelievable. It's impossible for a human to gain the power of a dragon just by mastering a single school of swordsmanship. However, Sora had actually acquired that much power, and the three from Anagosima also possessed skills approaching Sora's. Moreover, there were dozens of people in Anagosima who were equal to or even more skilled than these four. The other day, in the royal capital of Horus, Duke Dragnote, the strongest dragon knight in the Canaria Kingdom, was subdued by a single flag-bearer. The fact that such military strength was commonplace in Anagosima. If this isn't considered abnormal, what would be? No matter how excellent the illusory one-sword style might be, it couldn't explain this abnormality. Besides, if mastering sword techniques could awaken one's same-source primal existence, shouldn't practitioners of other schools also harbor primal existences? But such stories were unheard of. Luna Maria's speculation was that the reason only the illusory one-sword style could lead to primal existence lay in the demon gate. Perhaps the demon gate was an artificial dragon's lair created by human hands, and the blue forest flag-bearers were humans mutated by the demon gate. Normally, if something like another self were to dwell within oneself, it would be recognized as madness or illness. If this were a symptom unique to Anagosima, it wouldn't be surprising if residents dispersed, believing it to be a curse of the land. But Anagosima had a system that transformed the curse into power through the illusory one-sword style. This allowed those afflicted to avoid being shunned by others and instead become objects of respect and worship. Here, the curse became a blessing, and the residents of Anagosima gathered under this system, creating a foundation for continuously producing military strength. The name of this terrifyingly efficient system is the Mitsurugi family. Sora is trying to challenge this system that has continued for over 300 years head-on. Luna Maria felt that no amount of warning would be enough, and she had actually urged Sora to be cautious many times. This wasn't out of concern for her own safety being near Sora, but purely out of worry for Sora's well-being. Luna Maria stayed by Sora's side for atonement and had continued her devotion until today. But now, her feelings of concern for Sora didn't include any shades of atonement or devotion. If asked how she could assert this so confidently, it was because just thinking about Sora being struck down by assassins from Anagosima sent a pain through her heart, as if it were being gripped. If her feelings for Sora were merely a sense of compensation, her chest wouldn't hurt this much. It was the same during the battle with Hydra. Although she believed Sora would be all right, she could barely eat during those 4 days. When Sora returned safely, she found herself on the verge of tears. Luna Maria was aware of the identity of the emotions stirring her heart. She hadn't been completely oblivious until now, but this incident made her acutely aware. To be honest, she couldn't help but feel perplexed. Elves, being a long-lived race, have little desire for the opposite sex. In fact, Luna Maria had never felt this kind of emotion towards anyone of the opposite sex before, regardless of whether they were of her own race or another. this was no exception for Lars. She found his proactivity and unpretentious personality attractive, which is why she joined the Falcon's Sword and acted alongside him for over 5 years, but this didn't affirm the existence of romantic feelings. Like many other elves, Luna Maria believed in having only one life partner and expected the same values from her partner. On this point, Lars's different values were evident in his attitude towards Iria and Miroslav. From Luna Maria's perspective, Lars was a reliable warrior and master, but nothing more. In terms of the presence or absence of romantic feelings, the same could be said for Sora. She had shared his bed when asked, but that was to atone for the sin of letting Sora die, and no other emotions were supposed to sprout. At least, that's what Luna Maria initially thought. However, that thinking gradually changed, leaving Luna Maria's will behind. At first, she was alone in the nighttime activities, then Seal joined, and after a while, Miroslav was also called. Naturally, Luna Maria's opportunities to share intimacy decreased. For Luna Maria, who should have been relieved to be distanced from an unwanted environment, it would have been natural to feel a sense of relief. However, what actually crossed her mind was an emotion other than relief. At this point, Luna Maria realized that an unexpected feeling had sprouted within her. She became aware that both her body and heart had been drawn towards Sora, as if pulled by his roughness. Whether it was romantic love, affection, sympathy, or some other emotion. While she was still trying to figure it out, the 3 from Anagosima attacked, magical beasts went berserk, Hydra appeared, and before she knew it, she found herself genuinely afraid of losing Sora. Luna Maria let out a small sigh. What would happen from here on, and what did she want to do? Even with the sharp mind of a sage, the answers to these questions seemed elusive. Section. Sora's special water gun, firing in 2 seconds. 1 second. Fire. The children in the bathtub energetically raised their voices and clasped their hands as if squeezing. Then, water forcefully spurted from the gaps between their hands, drawing an arc in the steamy air. While this scene was heartwarming in itself, being the target of the water gun had its drawbacks. Iria, who was in the middle of washing her hair, silently plunged both hands into the bath bucket after taking 3 direct hits to the face. Then, she executed a retaliatory act with exactly the same motion as the children. Blub, bubai, boo-boo, hit directly on the forehead by a water spray far superior in precision and power to their own, the children let out 3 distinct cries. Iria addressed the 3 with a grave tone. Ein, zwei, drei. Only those prepared to be shot at can shoot water guns. Few haha, we won't back down, won't flinch, won't look back. Men counterattack. Oh, oh. Someone's unsavory influence is showing prominently. Iria muttered softly, once again doused with water to the face. After that, a fierce shootout ensued for a while, but Iria pulled the 3 out of the bathtub before it could drag on too long. She had been warned that staying in the bath for too long could be dangerous as blood could rush to their heads. In Ishka, baths typically meant steam baths, and in Melt Village, baths didn't exist at all. Care had to be taken to ensure the children didn't fall ill from the unfamiliar bathing experience. Unaware of Iria's concern, the siblings who had left the tub were excitedly chattering away. Iria skillfully caught the 3 and began washing their bodies and hair. The process was similar to when they used to bathe in the river back home, so she was used to it. It's easier to remove dirt with hot water, so it's more convenient than washing with cold water. And it feels good 'cause it's warm. Ein nodded emphatically as he washed his brother's hair next to her. Seeing Ein frolicking about so happily, Iria addressed him sternly. Ein, we can't live in this house forever, you know. If you get too used to this lifestyle, it'll be tough when we return to the village. A luxurious mansion rivaling that of nobles, with a large bathroom. The water they were using was provided by Luna Maria summoning water spirits, and it was clean enough to drink as is. Using this much water just for bathing was the height of luxury even in peaceful times. Especially now, with the Kale River contaminated by Hydra's poison, it went beyond luxury to extravagance. When they return to Melt Village, a life awaits where they'll struggle not only for baths, but even for drinking water. Even though she knew she was dampening the children's joy, she couldn't help but say something. However, her concerns seemed lost on the children. But Sora said we could stay as long as we like. He did say that. He did. Even so, we can't possibly live here forever, can we? The three tilted their heads in unison at Iria's words. They seemed unable to understand what she was trying to say. As Iria was wondering how to make these children understand the current situation, the bathroom door opened silently and a fifth person entered. At first, Iria thought it was Mother Sarah, but when she caught sight of the red color in her vision, her body unconsciously tensed. Ah, it's Big Sis Myro. Ah, it's Big Sis Myro. As the three showed their respective reactions, Miroslav smiled with a seemingly innocent expression. I'll join you all, if you don't mind. With that, Miroslav walked up to the bathtub, took a bucket, and poured bath water over herself. Miroslav let out a sigh, almost unconsciously. Lately, Miroslav had been holed up in her room day and night, engrossed in drug research. The undisguisable fatigue had cast a shadow over her face. That shadow seemed to dissolve like melting snow as she entered the bath. Just then it happened. I'm getting out now. Zwei, who had been having his hair washed by Ein, suddenly stood up and hurriedly left the bathroom. His cheeks were as red as apples as he departed. Hey, wait up, Zwei. I'm getting out too. Me too. Ein and Dre followed Zwei out of the bathroom. Iria hastily called out to the three as they left. All of you, make sure to dry yourselves properly. Okay, the three voices responded to Iria's call. As Iria sighed, thinking they're always good at replying, at least, a chuckling voice came from beside her. Fufu, such energetic children, aren't they? Yes, sometimes they're too energetic to handle. That's far better than the opposite, isn't it? Saying this, Miroslav slowly stood up. Iria's vision was filled with the magician's dazzlingly white body. Looking at Miroslav now, no one would be able to tell that just a few days ago, she had suffered severe burns all over her body. Even her hair, which had been damaged by the burns, had completely regained its former color and luster. Only the length remained different from before. Originally, Miroslav's hair had been luxuriously long, reaching her waist, but during the missing person incident, it had been shortened to shoulder length, and after this recent event, it had become even shorter. With her short hair, Miroslav now exuded a somewhat masculine aura. Miroslav dipped her toes into the bathtub and, letting out a small sigh of contentment, submerged himself in the water. Seeing this, Iria silently followed suit, moving into the bathtub. The two maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far without opening their mouths to each other. A veil of silence covered the bathroom. The faint sound of water and rising steam, the laughter of the trio could be heard from afar. It was Miroslav who broke the silence. Don't you have something you want to ask me, Iria? Hearing this, Iria slightly furrowed her brow. Not because she didn't understand the meaning of Miroslav's words, but because she did. She had submitted to Sora, come to Ishka, and interacted with Luna Maria and Miroslav. Iria was now mostly aware of what role Miroslav had played in the process of Falcon's sword's collapse. Did she have something she wanted to ask? Of course she did. Why did she betray her comrades? Why did she betray Lars? Why was she following Sora? Why? There were countless questions, but Iria didn't try to voice these doubts. For now, I don't have anything in particular. I see. Miroslav nodded, after a slight pause at Iria's response. She had probably accurately read Iria's feelings in that instant. Miroslav opened her mouth again. Then, allow me to speak, or rather, to make a request. A request, you to me. Yes. Iria, I'd like you to keep what you're thinking now from Lars. The moment she understood the meaning of those words, undisguisable anger appeared on Iria's face. What do you mean? Don't tell me you still intend to deceive Lars. Or are you going to say that you don't want Lars to hate you at this point? No, I have no intention of returning to Lars's side now, nor do I think I could. I'm asking you to keep quiet not for my sake, but for Lars's. What does that mean? Not understanding the other's words, Iria pursed her lips. Miroslav continued speaking while gently scooping water from the bathtub with both hands. It's about Master. Did something happen with Sora? Master doesn't harbor much hostility towards Lars, probably because of the situation when we were attacked by the Fly King. At that time, Lars was just unconscious. Unlike Miroslav, who had used magic to harm Sora, or Iria and Luna Maria, who had intentionally abandoned Sora, Lars bore no blame in the incident where Sora was used as bait. Of course, that doesn't mean Sora is favorable towards Lars. Lars has never hidden his disappointment in Sora, and after regaining consciousness, he defended his comrades and rejected all of Sora's claims. In that sense, Sora probably hates all members of Falcon's Sword. However, the hostility directed at Lars is incomparably milder than that directed at Miroslav and the others. At least, that's how Miroslav felt. I was kidnapped, Luna was captured, and you were bound. Now our fates are in Master's hands. I don't know if you've heard, but Master intends to make public the Fly King incident and have us apologize in public. Apologize? Yes. By doing so, he aims to show that the guild's judgment was wrong, and at the same time, create an ostensible reason for us to join Bloodsword. And this is the crucial point. This is where Master's revenge against Falcon's Sword ends. He probably thinks he's taught Lars enough of a lesson by humiliating him in a duel and dismantling Falcon's Sword. But that's only if Lars stays quiet. Is that what you mean? Miroslav nodded clearly at Iria's question. I see, Iria thought with a difficult expression. If Iria were to tell Lars the truth, he would undoubtedly become furious. Furious and seek revenge against Sora. If that happens, Sora would surely take up his blade again, which he had once put down. While Lars might have stood a chance against the previous Sora, there's no way he could match up to the current Sora, who can even slay dragons. Miroslav had warned Iria out of fear of this possibility. Right now, Lars is grateful to Master for rescuing me from Mount Skim. On top of that, if he hears about this recent Hydra subjugation, he's likely to be impressed rather than think of opposing him. You mean the Griffin extermination? When I heard about it from Lars, I thought it wasn't like you, so that was a calculated action on your part. I won't deny it. Nodding simply, Miroslav stood up and got out of the bathtub. Then she headed straight for the bathroom door. It's an unusually short bath, but as someone who has been ordered by Sora to improve the antidote, Miroslav probably feels that every minute and second is precious. Iria had wondered why Miroslav was so devoted to someone she once hated like poison, but she was certain that even if she asked, she wouldn't get an answer to this. Left alone in the bathroom after Miroslav's departure, Iria looked up at the ceiling. For now, she just wanted to immerse herself in the comfort of the bath without thinking about anything. Section. For now, this should be fine regarding Iria. Miroslav muttered as Dhe returned to her room, letting out a small sigh. It wasn't a coincidence that she had gone to the bathroom used by Iria and the three siblings. Originally, Miroslav had been thinking that he needed to warn Iria early on and had been looking for an opportunity to do so. She had heard that Iria had submitted to Sora of her own will, but given Iria's impulsive nature, there was still a non-zero possibility that she might explode with emotion at some point. She might even tell Lars about the situation on a whim. If that were to happen, the hostility towards Sora that Miroslav had worked so hard to remove from Lars would reignite. For these reasons, Miroslav felt the need to restrain Iria, but given the nature of the conversation, she had to be careful not to let others overhear. Outside the house was out of the question, and even inside the house wasn't necessarily safe. There was no guarantee that the children, Priest Sarah, Suzium, or Seal wouldn't overhear. This is why she chose the bathroom. There was no chance of someone accidentally walking in. Thinking this, she had timed her visit to coincide with when the children were finishing their bath. Miroslav recalled her conversation with Iria from earlier. Having stated things so clearly, it was unlikely that Iria would leak the situation to Lars. For Miroslav as well, she didn't want Iria to ruin the efforts she had gone to such lengths to achieve, so she could finally feel at ease. Still, I didn't expect that Iria would accept Master to such an extent. Miroslav uttered words that, if Iria had heard, she would have surely retorted, "You're the last person I want to hear that from." In fact, Miroslav was surprised. Even though Iria had sworn allegiance to Sora, she hadn't expected her to maintain her composure after realizing Miroslav's betrayal. She had been prepared for at least a slap, but Iria hadn't done that. She had suppressed her resentment for having her relationship with Lars torn apart, realizing that blaming Miroslav would lead to blaming Sora. This was proof that Iria's submission wasn't fake. So, as she thought at the beginning, this is fine regarding Iria. The next person who came to Miroslav's mind was Iria's mother, Priestess Sarah. It was clear that Sora had a deep affection for Priestess Sarah, and Miroslav intended to maneuver the priestess's heart towards Sora. This wasn't on Sora's orders, but Miroslav's own initiative, providing prey for the hungry Sora. While Luna Maria was intelligent, she was inept in these matters. She also had personality constraints. Even if she thought of ways to bring others down, she probably wouldn't act on them. Miroslav was different in that regard. She had already driven Falcon's sword to near disbandment as a hidden poison, and going back further, it was Miroslav who had engraved the infamous name of Parasite onto Sora. She was well-versed in this kind of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Not that it's anything to be proud of, mind you. A self-deprecating smile escaped her unknowingly. To put it simply, it was all about scoring points with Sora. Miroslav was a supplier like Luna Maria and Iria, but Sora's interest in her was thinner compared to the two of them. If she fell out of favor, she would be mercilessly cut off. Miroslav was desperately trying to make Sora think of her as a necessary existence in her own way. And Miroslav's behind-the-scenes activities were not limited to Iria and Priestess Sarah. "Master, if I may have a moment of your time." That day, Miroslav approached Sora modestly. Perhaps noticing the different tone in his voice, Sora furrowed his brow suspiciously. "I don't mind, but judging by your face, it doesn't seem like something that can be discussed openly. As you've surmised. Then let's use my room. The little ones are stuck to Klaus Sola's, so they probably won't suddenly barge in." "Thank you very much." Miroslav bowed deeply, and what she proceeded to discuss in Sora's room was about the Adventurers Guild. More precisely, it was about the guild master Elgart and the receptionist Liddell. "Actually, I've been asked by Liddell to pass on a message to you, Master. She wants to meet and talk with you privately." "Liddell wants to talk to me. If it's a private meeting, does that mean she's a secret envoy from the guild?" "No, it's Liddell's personal matter. Of course, it's not entirely unrelated to the guild." Hearing this, Sora raised his right eyebrow. "That's quite an assertive statement. Have you heard the details?" "Yes, I couldn't pass it on to you without knowing the content, so I've heard the gist of it. Besides, I'm somewhat involved in the matter myself." I don't quite understand, but let's hear it for now." "Certainly." Urged by Sora, Miroslav began her explanation. To cut to the chase, Liddell's request was to stop the retaliation against the Adventurers Guild. The retaliation referred to here was the content of the conversation with Iria in the bathroom the other day. "The Master intends to publicize the Fly King incident and make us apologize publicly. It seems he intends to make it known that the guild's judgment was wrong." Liddell had come to ask Sora to stop this final stage of the peaceful way to pick a fight with the guild that Sora had devised. Miroslav continued. "Do you remember when I told you that Lord Sergei, who's in charge of the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, wanted to meet with you? It seems that at that time, he intended to bring you to his side and then oust Lord Elgart. With your refusal, Lord Sergei's plans were thwarted, and now it's reignited with this incident." "Yes, he's loudly criticizing that the chaos in Ishka, the monster rampage, the phantasmal species, the death poison, was all due to Lord Elgart's inaction. It seems he's already sent envoys to the guild headquarters in the Holy Kingdom. Lord Elgart and Liddell are overwhelmed trying to contain the situation and don't have the luxury to deal with Lord Sergei. Liddell was worried that at this rate, Lord Sergei's claims might be unilaterally accepted. Sergei is skilled at amassing wealth and has deep connections with the upper echelons of the guild. Moreover, not a few of the guilds in various regions have been financially helped by Sergei. In a battle of swords, Elgart's victory would be unwavering, but in a battle of money, the possibility of defeat emerges. In such a situation, if Master the Dragon-slaying publicly denounces the faults of the Ishka Guild, Lord Elgart's position will become even more precarious. In the worst case, he might be held responsible and sent to the execution ground. Elgart did his best in this incident, but the fact that Ishka suffered massive damage cannot be erased. If this were an incident in an ordinary city, a mere guild master wouldn't be held responsible. However, Ishka is an adventurer city. It has a history of favoring adventurers as a city policy, and the guild has benefited from this. As the person in charge of the Adventurers Guild, Elgart is in a position where he must take responsibility. Liddell is aware of this too, apparently. But even so, she can't accept that Lord Elgart, who did his best in a critical situation, should be punished. And if Sergei's personal grudge is added to that crime, all the more so. So she's telling me not to do anything unnecessary. Well, it's straightforward if you put it that way. However, Sora mentally crossed his arms. He had a question. Indeed, Sora had intended to retaliate against the guild, and as a plan for that, he had devised a peaceful way to pick a fight with the guild, and was implementing it step by step. But to be honest, since defeating the Hydra, he had almost forgotten about that plan. Now, honing his illusory one-sword style against Curia took priority over everything else. Besides, he had no intention of showing himself berating the guild high-handedly in front of Suzium, Priestess Sarah, and the children, while ignoring the city's miserable state. Moreover, Sora had never publicly announced his plan. How on earth did Liddell hear about Sora's plan? Additionally, he had heard that there were quite a few people in the Adventurers Guild who questioned Sora's Dragon Slayer achievement. From Sora's perspective, there wasn't a single reason to accept Liddell's proposal. Far from accepting it, he felt like laughing out loud at Elgart and Liddell's predicament. If Liddell insisted, he might listen to what she had to say. But she would have to offer everything she had as compensation before he would even consider sitting at the table. Just as Sora was thinking this, Miroslav opened his mouth as if reading Sora's thoughts. Liddell harbors feelings beyond respect for Lord Elgart. Given his crisis, she would probably swallow most demands. You could use her as a hidden poison against the guild, recruit her into our clan and use her, or use her as knight fodder. It might differ from your initial plan, Master, but I believe sufficient results can be obtained even considering that. Section: It's better not to delay in matters like this. Thinking so, I decided to meet with Liddell the day after Miroslav told me about it. However, there was no need for me to go all the way to the guild, so I just sent a message saying if she wanted to talk, she should come at the specified time. Sure enough, Liddell arrived in her guild uniform right at the specified time. It seems she had been working at the guild until just before. Miroslav guided Liddell to my room. I let only Liddell into the room and had Miroslav keep watch in front of the door. There shouldn't be anyone in the house who would eavesdrop, but it's possible for conversations to be overheard unintentionally, and if the little ones barged in during our talk, any sense of tension would be lost. Facing me in my private room with a bed rather than in a guest room, Liddell was visibly pale even to an onlooker. At first, I thought Liddell was frightened of what was about to happen, but upon closer inspection, there was a strong light in her eyes. It seemed like the eyes of someone who had made up their mind. If that's the case, the reason for her poor complexion was simply fatigue. Knowing Liddell, who takes pride in working for Ishka, she's probably been running around tirelessly, cutting back on sleep and meals since the monster rampage occurred. I was about to open my mouth to offer her a chair, as it's only polite since I had invited her, when Liddell moved ahead of me. She bowed her head. Not just a nod, but a deep bow, bending her waist at a 90-degree angle. Maintaining that posture, Liddell spoke in a stiff voice. "I thank you for hearing my request, Dragon Slayer." Oh, I heard that fake Dragon Slayer was more common in the guild. As I threw out this sarcastic comment right off the bat, Liddell's shoulders twitched. Although I couldn't see her face as she was bowing, I could somehow imagine the receptionist's face with her lips tightly pressed together. I was planning to apologize for that matter. HMPH. Well, I don't care if it's a slayer or a liar. If you're going to apologize, I'll listen. Saying this, I gestured for her to sit down. Liddell sat on the sofa with a tense expression. Even in that slight movement, her strong wariness towards me was evident. No, this was more than wariness, it was awe, or perhaps terror. This receptionist seemed to think of me as some man-eating beast. I'd like to say how rude that is, but she's right on the money. Should I praise her for her keen insight? I smiled sardonically, and seeing my expression, Liddell's already pale face turned even whiter. Her cheeks were almost ashen, and I was worried she might faint. Well, from Liddell's perspective, she probably wished she could faint. If she were to ask me to stop retaliating against the guild, it was obvious what I would demand in return. Offering herself to a despised person for the sake of her beloved master, even a strong-willed receptionist couldn't remain calm. I looked at such a Liddell and curved my lips. If it were someone else, I might have cracked a joke to lighten the mood, but I didn't feel like being considerate to Liddell. Facing her like this, I was reminded of the day I was expelled from the guild, as if it were yesterday. The receptionist who had looked at me like I was something foul was now pale-faced and trembling, trying to beg for forgiveness. This must be what they call feeling vindicated. I let out a small chuckle. After that, the content of what Liddell said was almost the same as what I heard from Miroslav yesterday. However, it seems Liddell wasn't the origin of the name, fake dragon slayer. Liddell had properly reported the events of the day the Hydra appeared to Elgart, and she had judged that it was entirely possible for me to defeat the Hydra, given my current abilities. Rather, Liddell had been desperately trying to stop the spread of malicious rumors about me. If bad rumors about me spread among the guild and adventurers, it would only increase my hostility towards the guild. Liddell, who wanted to avoid making an enemy of me at all costs, had tried desperately to dispel the bad rumors, but to no avail. It seems that the doubts, jealousy, and resentment towards me were worse than Liddell's efforts. I can understand such reactions, given that a lowest-ranked adventurer, who was until recently reviled as a parasite, is now hailed as a dragon slayer. Besides, behind the scenes of Liddell's efforts, there must have been certain magician working to spread the bad rumors. The reason for the magician's actions was probably to create a pretext for me to blame the guild. Although it would temporarily discredit me, they judged that a greater result could be obtained in exchange. The fact that Liddell is here in front of me now proves that judgment was correct. Spreading malicious rumors to corner others and guide them in the desired direction, it's a truly brilliant tactic, and it shows the magician's skill. It's very similar to how the name Parasite was spread about me, but that must surely be a coincidence. Heh. Oops, I let something dark slip out unintentionally. I lightly shook my head to clear away the emotional residue and looked at Liddell again. Her figure, reminiscent of a prisoner waiting for a verdict, waiting for the execution of a sentence, looked much smaller than when she was at the reception counter. To conclude, I have no intention of stopping my retaliation against the guild. If you insist, I might consider it, but in that case, you know what I'll demand, right? I pointed to the bed with my chin, and Liddell tightly closed her eyes before slowly nodding. I'm prepared. For the sake of your beloved master, how admirable. I had no hesitation in smearing that admirable resolve with mud. Thinking this, I directed a crawling gaze at Liddell's chest and waist. A receptionist wearing the guild's simple uniform impeccably. While colleagues like Parfait loosened their necklines or increased the exposure of their limbs to attract adventurers' eyes, Liddell did none of that. Even so, the twin hills of her chest, asserting their presence by pushing up against her clothes, were sufficiently attractive, and her waist was so slim I could probably encircle it with one arm. Her slender, long limbs suggested a womanly softness. Especially those thin, long fingers seemed like they could be quite useful in various ways. If I could have this woman, I might be willing to give up on retaliating against the guild. I thought that quite naturally. However, there was a proper procedure to follow before getting there. I decided to mention it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's a passage from imperial law, do you know it? When I asked this, Liddell, who had been closing her eyes and enduring my lecherous gaze, looked up quizzically. Yes, I know it, but this is a law that affirms revenge while also prohibiting excessive revenge. It's fine for a person whose eye was gouged out to gouge out the eye of the perpetrator. But cutting off the perpetrator's limbs or taking their life is not allowed. I'm not a legal expert, but I think this concept is reasonable. I don't consider the guild, which covered up the crimes of the Falcon's Sword who tried to kill me, to be equally guilty as the Falcon's Sword themselves. If I had thought they were equally guilty, I would have killed Elgart and kidnapped Liddell right away. Because I didn't think that way, I devised a method to peacefully pick a fight with the guild. Retaliation against the guild means stripping away their influence as an organization. Regardless of who the guild master is, I'll bring them to a state where they can never lay a hand on me again. There were some unexpected events along the way, but the current situation was almost exactly as I wanted it to be. Elgart and Liddell, who had cast me aside thinking it was for the guild's benefit, had ultimately brought about the guild's decline with their own hands. As retaliation against these two who prioritized Ishka and the guild, it was more than sufficient. I continued talking about such matters at length. Liddell listened silently for a while, but eventually, as if unable to bear it any longer, she squeezed out words in a trembling voice. "So, what are you trying to say? If you intend to toy with me, I'm saying that my revenge will soon be over without you having to go so far as to offer your body to stop it. Sergei, was it? I have no intention of siding with the guild master from the royal capital. Is that true?" "Yeah. The only thing you could stop by offering your body is the final step, the apology from the Falcon's sword. If that would be fatal for Elgart, then there might be value in Liddell offering herself to me. But if not, Liddell's act would be extremely wasteful. Just one more time letting me have my way, and my revenge against the Adventurers Guild would be complete. Is there really a need to offer herself to prevent that one time?" As I was thinking about this, Liddell asked with a look of confusion on her face, "Why did you tell me this? You could have just silently taken me." "Indeed, that might have been smarter, but, well, I just wanted to follow proper procedure. You said an eye for an eye, right? Is what you did to Rona the same thing?" Liddell mentioned the name of the Bluebird Inn's poster girl. I shrugged. "That wasn't even revenge. When I was kicked out of the inn, I was told to come back when I could at least pay a tip, so I just paid a tip as they said, including compensation for past troubles. It's not my responsibility if that father and daughter pair overinterpreted the meaning of the repeated large tips and became frightened or anxious. I know that as my fame grew, they became increasingly nervous about when and how I might take revenge, but I had neither the obligation nor the courtesy to alleviate their anxiety. That's all there is to it." After hearing this, Liddell said, as if to confirm, "If I withdraw my offer, you'll let me go home, right?" "That's what I'm saying. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all if you changed your mind and started taking off your clothes right here, so what will you do?" I voiced a question whose answer was already clear and waited for Liddell's response. A short while later, Miroslav, who had escorted Liddell out, returned and timidly opened his mouth. "Master, was that really okay?" "It's fine. Right now, if there's trouble with the guild, the city's functions won't be maintained. That would be troublesome for us too. Besides, I have no interest in a partner who's been all set up and presented to me as if to say, 'Here, take her.'" I glared at her, and Miroslav trembled, bowing deeply in a manner reminiscent of Liddell just earlier. "I apologize, I overstepped my bounds. I'd rather you show your sincerity through actions, not words." Fortunately, or unfortunately, all the time I had set aside for Liddell has now gone to waste. I didn't specifically say what to do, but Miroslav seemed to immediately grasp my intention. The red-haired magician, her cheeks turning from pale to crimson, reached for the sash of her clothes. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7, Stirrings. I'm utterly speechless, Gashima. It's beyond belief. The one who slammed his fist on the tatami mat while saying this was Gilmore Baruhi, one of the 4 ministers supporting the Misturugi family in administrative matters. As the head of the Baruhi family, which has been flourishing remarkably on Anagosima in recent years, Gilmore oversees personnel and finances for the Misturugi family as the Minister of Civil Affairs. He was also the adoptive father of Klimt, who was prostrating behind Gaz. However, Gilmore's gaze was fixed solely on Gaz, not sparing even a glance for Klimt behind him. Gilmore continued speaking. "Since this is a public forum, let's set aside the matter of my daughter Curia for now. But what's the meaning of this? A warrior of the Blue Forest, no less one holding the position of military affairs minister, being defeated by an outsider and fleeing back home. Moreover, to cover up this blunder by telling lies to Lord Misturugi is absolutely unacceptable." "Well now," Gaz calmly responded to Gilmore's angry outburst. "It's true that I was defeated and fled. I make no excuses for that. However, I have no recollection of telling lies to Lord Misturugi. Be silent. It's hard enough to believe that an incompetent who was exiled from the island 5 years ago for failing the trial ceremony could defeat 3 Blue Forest warriors simultaneously. And on top of that, you claim he single-handedly slayed a mythical species. If this isn't a lie, then what is it?" "It is not a lie, but the truth." Gaz's words and attitude remained calm as he responded. However, in reality, his inner state was not as composed as his outward appearance. After being defeated by Sara in the Canaria Kingdom, he had rushed back, sparing no time for treatment, riding day and night to report to the clan head as quickly as possible. That's how he came to be in this situation. To be honest, he felt like he could fall asleep spread-eagled right now. But he couldn't afford to show such an unsightly appearance in front of someone who was trying to run the Mythical family like a self-styled prime minister. He was secretly gritting his teeth and feigning composure. Though Gaz's thoughts weren't transmitted, Gilmore's eyes took on a glinting light. Gazshima, I suspect you intend to use these false achievements to lift that incompetent one's banishment. Then, you plan to restore him to his position as heir, while you yourself wield power as his unrivaled retainer. Thinking of it this way, your current absurd claims make sense. Hearing this, Gaz finally furrowed his brow and objected. Wait, Minister, that's slander. Even if I were to use petty tricks to bring back the immature Lord Sora, everything would be for naught once the trial ceremony is held. There's no way I would engage in such an obvious deception. Indeed, no sane person would attempt such a transparent ploy. But are you truly in your right mind now? You claim that someone who couldn't last even a moment against the Dragon Fang soldiers has, in just 5 years, gained enough strength to defeat you, the third-ranked warrior of the first banner, and 2 other Blue Forest warriors. Moreover, you say this happened after he unleashed his inner existence. And if that weren't enough, you claim he slayed a dragon, the king of mythical beings. This is worse than a child's made-up story. It's hardly the words of a sane person, Gilmore boasted, suggesting they put it to a vote right then and there. Present at this gathering were the clan head, Mr. Shikabu, along with the 4 ministers: Minister of Civil Affairs, Minister of Works, Minister of Justice, and Minister of Military Affairs, as well as the 8 banner chiefs and 8 vice-chiefs who lead the 8 banners of the Blue Forest. Gilmore was proposing to ask these individuals, who represent the essence of the Mythical family's civil and military affairs, whether Gazshima was of sound mind or not. He could make such a confident proposal because Gaz's report was so unbelievable and unacceptable. For Gilmore, this was an excellent opportunity to strip Gaz of his position as Minister of Military Affairs and insert one of his own clan members into the vacant seat. The Baruhi family already held 2 of the 4 minister positions, Civil Affairs and Justice. If they could secure the Military Affairs position as well, the Baruhi family's power in Anagosima would become unshakable. Naturally, his tongue moved even faster in an attempt to discredit Gaz. While Gaz and Gilmore were engaged in this verbal exchange, those around them remained neutral observers, siding with neither. Although many harbored resentment towards Gilmore for his strong desire for power and his attempts to control family affairs by borrowing the authority of the clan head, they were also hesitant to support Gaz's seemingly far-fetched report. This sentiment was written on the faces of all those gathered. Naturally, all eyes turned to the clan head, Shikabu, seated at the place of honor. Only someone of equal rank to the 4 ministers or the Lord himself could arbitrate this dispute between the ministers of civil affairs and military affairs. Perhaps sensing the gazes of his retainers, or perhaps having intended all along to let the 2 have their say before taking control of the conversation, the current sword, Saint quietly opened his mouth. Gaz, I have one question for you. As Shikabu began to speak, both Gaz and Gilmore straightened their postures and bowed their heads where they sat. Yes, anything you wish to ask. In your battle in Canaria, were you fighting seriously? Of course, I fought with all my might. Gaz was about to answer this way, but hesitated. After a moment's pause, Gaz formed his words while recalling that battle in his mind. I fought intending to bring Lord Sora before you, my lord. Therefore, I cannot say that I fought him as I would fight a demon from the demon gate. He hadn't intended to take Sora's life. He couldn't even bring himself to view Sora as an enemy in his heart. As Sora's tutor, he had looked after him since infancy. There was no way he could direct genuine hostility or killing intent towards him. However, even so, he certainly hadn't held back. With that said, I must report, I fought Lord Sora seriously and was defeated, my lord. I see. Shikabu nodded once at Gaz's reply, and then closed his eyes. Sora had made a demand to the Mythical family to never again lay hands on the Oni people. Shikabu was likely contemplating how to respond to this demand. Gaz waited respectfully for his lord's answer. He didn't know what answer Shikabu would give. Since the matter involved the Oni people, he wouldn't simply accept Sora's demand without question. However, if he wanted to eliminate Suzyum, he would have to fight Sora. To defeat the current Sora would require allocating a significant portion of the island's forces. For the Mr. family, which continues to face the threat of the Demon Gate, this was a situation they wanted to avoid if at all possible. Moreover, even if they defeated Sora, the only gain would be Suzyum alone. There was no need to hunt Suzyum at the risk of endangering Anagashima's defenses. Gaz hoped that Shikabue would make this judgment. Although his reunion with Sora in the Canaria Kingdom had only left behind bitter consequences, he felt that with time, they might be able to have a different conversation. Even if Suzyum had been possessed by an Oni god, he was confident that the current Sora could handle it without issue. However, Gaz had one concern. There was a way to minimize the forces needed to defeat Sora, namely a solo subjugation mission. In the current Mr. family, there were at least 3 individuals capable of such a feat. Gaz glanced at the front. In his field of vision were the clan head, Mr. Shikabue, and the 2 swordsmen seated to his left and right, as if protecting him. Seated on the right was Diet Baruhi, the chief of the first banner, with skin as white as snow and long black hair that could be mistaken for a woman's. Seated on the left was Shukuya Kumon, the vice-chief of the first banner, with dark brown skin and dull-colored hair reminiscent of iron. Despite their contrasting appearances, both were swordsmen of unparalleled skill. Even in this gathering of the Blue Forest's elite 8 banners, this description remained undisputed. It was said that if they hadn't been born in the same era as the rare genius Mr. Shikabue, either of them would have certainly reached the position of Sword Saint. The clan head Shikabue, and the 2 under his command hailed as unrivaled, these 3 could potentially defeat Sora single-handedly. This was the source of Gaz's anxiety. Gaz, Gilmore, and the other retainers held their breath, waiting for Shikabue's instructions. At this moment, there was one person who moved without waiting for the clan head's instructions. It was Klimt, who had been standing behind Gaz. In this setting, only the clan head, the 4 ministers, and the chiefs and vice-chiefs of the Blue Forest 8 banners had the right to speak. Others were allowed to observe, but not to voice their own opinions. This rule applied even to the heir of the main family. Mr. Raguna had been gritting his teeth and tightly gripping his hakama, restraining himself from speaking. In such a meeting, Klimt raised his voice desperately towards the clan head. "Section, if I may speak to you, Lord Mr. As Klimt moved forward on his knees and raised his voice, sharp gazes from those around pierced him. Klimt's rank in the Blue Forest 8 banners was 7th in the 7th banner. For a young warrior not yet 20 years old, he was more than exceptional, but from the perspective of the 4 ministers and 8 chiefs present, he was still a greenhorn. For Klimt to address the clan head Shikabue directly was an act that could not escape criticism for being presumptuous. Klimt was well aware of this fact, of course. However, he couldn't remain silent in this situation. The words Sora had spoken when they crossed swords in Titty's forest flashed through his mind. "If you want to save Curia, you'd better fulfill my demands at the risk of your life. Otherwise, your sister will face a fate where she'll be screaming that death would be better. I don't need to explain why I hold the woman Curia as a hostage instead of you, a man, do I?" Unknowingly, Klimt clenched his jaw tightly. Of course, Klimt had no intention of naively following Sora's words. Besides, no matter what Gaz or Klimt might argue, there was no way Sora's demands would be accepted. The Shikabue would certainly order Sora's pursuit. No matter how strong Sora was, or how powerful Sora's inner existence might be, it would be impossible to repel all of the Elite 8 banners. Given this, regardless of how events unfolded, Sora's ultimate defeat was certain. For Klimt, it was necessary to rescue his sister Curia before the pursuit team made contact with Sora. If Sora learned that Anagosima had rejected the demands and sent a pursuit team, he would undoubtedly attack Curia without hesitation. The question was whether the other flag-bearers would share this view with Klimt. If the flag-bearers dispatched to pursue Sora would help Curia before the attack, there would be no problem. However, taking the risk of alerting the enemy to rescue a hostage, such a lenient way of fighting doesn't exist in the military law of the Blue Forest 8 banners. If an innocent woman or child were taken hostage, it might be different. but Curia was a full-fledged blue forest flag-bearer who had become a prisoner as a result of defeat. Therefore, whatever happened to her was the responsibility of the one who was defeated. For example, if Klimt were a third party with no connection to the Baruhi family and was ordered by his lord to pursue Sara, would he show any consideration for Curia, who had become a hostage? The answer is clear. He would focus all his efforts on eliminating the target without any consideration for the hostage's safety. If the hostage survived as a result, that would be fine. If not, it would be due to the hostage's own lack of skill, and Klimt would have no reason to feel guilty about it. Knowing this, Klimt was about to appeal to the Shikabue, despite knowing it was presumptuous. He wanted to ask that not only the pursuit of Sora, but also the protection of Curia be added to the requirements of this mission. If that wasn't possible, he wanted to ask to be included in the pursuit team himself. Normally, such actions should have been taken by Gilmore, the adoptive father of Klimt and Curia. However, Gilmore was a man interested only in expanding the influence of the Baruhi family, and regardless of what he might say, Klimt knew that he viewed them merely as tools for advancement. Many of the children gathered as adopted children in the Baruhi family had been discarded like worn-out shoes halfway through their journeys. Even one of the golden generation was nothing more than a disposable tool to their adoptive father. Much less would Gilmore give a second thought to someone who had been defeated and become a prisoner. Only Klimt, as her brother, could save Curia. It was the result of Klimt's desperate thinking that led him to try to appeal directly to the head of the family, knowing it was disrespectful. However, in conclusion, Klimt wasn't able to make a single word of direct appeal to his lord. Just as Klimt advanced on his knees, about to plead with the Shikabue for his sister's protection, a strong impact struck Klimt's head. There was no time to react. He didn't even know what had happened. When he realized it, Klimt's head had been slammed against the tatami mat. As he writhed silently in pain so intense he hallucinated that his skull had been shattered, a voice as clear as crystal slid into his ears. "Fool, by what right does a mere flag-bearer show disrespect to the Lord?" The one stepping on Klimt's head with his left foot was the white-skinned, black-haired swordsman who had been sitting to the right of the Shikabue just a moment ago. First banner, first rank. Diet Baruhi, who was tasked with taking command of the Blue Forest 8 banners in place of the head of the family in times of emergency. He was the biological son of Magistrate Gilmore and Klimt's older brother. However, neither Klimt nor Curia had ever called Diet brother. In the Baruhi family, everything from education to meals was different for biological children and adopted children. Moreover, Diet was the next head of the family and the first banner general. The difference in treatment between him and Klimt and the others was like night and day. I'm sorry, Ga." Klimt tried to apologize, but his words were cut off again by Diet, in the form of being forcibly made to kiss the tatami mat. "Silence, you don't even have the right to speak in this place. Know your place." Saying this, Diet increased the pressure on his foot. Unable to withstand the pressure, the floor could be heard creaking beneath the tatami mat. Or perhaps it was the sound of Klimt's skull creaking. It was just as Gaz, who had been listening to the exchange between the brothers up close, was about to move, thinking that this must be stopped. Suddenly, Klimt's figure disappeared from Gaz's field of vision. As if sinking into the shadow reflected on the tatami mat, Klimt's body vanished. After Klimt's figure disappeared, Diet's left foot touched the tatami mat, but the foot wrapped in tabi socks firmly pressed down on the tatami. Naturally, there was no sign of it sinking in at all. So where had Klimt, who had been there just a moment ago, disappeared too? "Isn't this punishment a bit excessive, Flag General?" The one who said this was the owner of brown skin and dull-colored hair, sitting to the left of the head of the family, Shikabue. First banner, second rank. The young head of the Kumon family, one of the most prestigious families in Anagosima, and at the same time serving as the vice-general of the first banner, Kumon Shukuya. In front of Shukuya lay Klimt, groaning. By some means, Shukuya had instantly transported Klimt, who had been pinned down by Diet, to in front of himself. Diet responded to Shukuya without even raising an eyebrow. "That disrespectful one is a member of our family. There's no need for restraint in punishing a family disgrace. I have no intention of interfering with the Baruhi family law, but now is the time for deliberation." We shouldn't hinder the Lord's contemplation. In contrast to Diet, who kept his expression as still as a no mask, Shukuya admonished his superior with a likable smile. Moreover, Shukuya continued, besides, his real sister has been captured by the enemy. We should overlook some disrespect. I don't think I could remain calm if I were in his position, especially when the enemy is the young master. At that point, Shukuya seemed to realize something and fell silent. Then he looked apologetically at Raguna, who was sitting in a corner of the room. Excuse me, not the young master, but the former young master. If what Gaz says is true, and the former young master has gained enough power to slay a dragon species, this is quite a complicated situation. We must be careful not to act hastily. Your consideration is unnecessary. Curia fell into enemy hands due to her own immaturity. Can we uphold the law of demon suppression and God sealing while valuing the life of an immature person? As Diet responded, Shukuya shook his head while maintaining his smile. Curia is indeed a member of the Baruhi family, but she is also a flag-bearer of the Mitsurugi family. I think it would be too wasteful to lose a corner of the golden generation, who holds great potential, in a place like this. Saying this, Shukuya turned his body towards Shikabu beside him and bowed his head deeply. My lord, if it pleases you, could you entrust this task to me? I would like to negotiate with the former young master, release Curia, and bring both of them before you. If Sora were to refuse, then the matter could be settled by force. Shukuya didn't say this out loud, but everyone present understood his implication, and everyone judged that Shukuya could undoubtedly do it. Originally, Shikabu shows no interest in events outside the island. With one of the twin pillars volunteering, the matter seemed as good as decided. For those who thought this way, Shikabu's next words were unexpected. It cannot be. Recently, the demon gate has been restless. It's a sign that chaos may arise. I cannot send you, Shukuya, away from the island at such a time. This answer seemed unexpected even to Shukuya, who responded with wide eyes. The demon gate, I apologize, I didn't notice. I regret making an unnecessary suggestion. It's fine, the signs are still faint. Nothing will happen today or tomorrow. But it's not a matter of half a year or a year from now either. The Blue Forest 8 banners must be prepared to respond to any situation. Yes, sir. Not just Shukuya, but Diet and the other flag generals and vice generals responded in unison. At this point, Gilmore spoke up. My lord, how shall we handle this matter then? If there was movement at the Demon Gate, they couldn't move the twin pillars, of course, or the other flag generals and vice generals. On the other hand, sending regular flag bearers would likely result in the same outcome as Gaz and the others. While everyone was racking their brains, Shikabu calmly responded to his subordinate's question. Tell Sora to come to the island. If his ability to slay a dragon species is true, then entrusting him with 1 or 2 demon people shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Gaz raised his face with an icy expression. Regardless of the reason, he was glad that Shikabu had chosen not to fight against Sora. My lord, then I shall go to the Canaria Kingdom and persuade Lord Sora. Unnecessary. Gaz, who had spoken with enthusiasm, blinked in confusion as his words were abruptly cut off. Addressing the bewildered Gaz, Shikabu continued as if it were nothing. There's no need for you, the Sheba, to go in person. A letter will suffice. But, my lord, I believe Lord Sora won't come to the island with just that. Gaz recalled Sora's hostile gaze when they confronted each other in the Canaria Kingdom. Even if they sent a letter stating that they would demonstrate their strength if Sora came to Anagosima, and that they could be entrusted with the Oni people, Sora would never come. Moreover, upon reading such a letter, Sora might conclude that his demands had been rejected and harm the hostage, Curia. In response to Gaz's concerns, Shikabu had an unexpected answer prepared. It doesn't matter. Send the letter. Specify a date for him to come to the island. A date, my lord. Yes. The moment Gaz heard the date Shikabu mentioned, his eyes widened as he understood his lord's intention. Gaz wasn't the only one to react. Several others also realized Shikabu's aim and showed surprise. That date was 1 month from today, the season when summer ends and autumn begins. It was the anniversary of Sora's mother, Shizuya Mitsurugi's death. Section? 2. The The voice of a young child echoes in the courtyard of the mansion, where the Sword Saint and his family live, in the center of Hieragi, the only city on Anagosima. Wielding a wooden sword made by gauze is 4-year-old Ibuki Mitsurugi. Of course, it's not a real wooden sword like those used by the Blue Forest flag-bearers, but a toy modeled after a sword. The wooden sword Gauze gave to his nephew for his 4th birthday is a masterpiece crafted with great care by the Mitsurugi family's Shiba. Every detail, from the hilt ornaments to the scabbard patterns, is intricately worked. For Ibuki, it's a one-of-a-kind treasure, and he even takes it to bed with him at night. His mother, Cecil Shima, tries to persuade him to keep it by his pillow while sleeping, saying it's dangerous, but Ibuki stubbornly refuses, causing his mother concern. Speaking of Cecil, she's currently not present, having gone to fetch a change of clothes for the sweaty Ibuki. Those present are Gauze, Ibuki, a female flag-bearer playing with Ibuki, and one more person. "My, Ibuki seems quite enthusiastic, doesn't he?" says a woman smiling at Gauze. Her name is Emma Mitsurugi. With eyes like blue jewels and hair like golden thread reaching her waist, her beauty in appearance and figure is more reminiscent of a spirit or goddess than a human. Emma is the official wife of the Sword Saint, Shikaibu Mitsurugi, and the birth mother of Raguna Mitsurugi, the next head of the Mitsurugi family. Her family is the Paradise family, one of the most prominent noble houses in the Ad Astra Empire. Additionally, Gauze's sister Cecil is Shikaibu's concubine and ranks below Emma, the First Lady, in the inner palace hierarchy. For Gauze, Emma was someone he could never raise his head to for multiple reasons. Yes, he's quite the handful, I must say. Children are like the wind. It's good that he's spirited. When Raguna and Sora were about Ibuki's age, they would always run around outside and not come back, causing trouble for me and Shizuya. Indeed, I can't count how many times I ran around outside looking for those two. Emma and Gauze reminisce with gentle expressions. If a third party were to observe this scene, they might have been unable to suppress their surprise. From Emma's perspective, Cecil is a rival competing for Shikaibu's affection, and Ibuki, Cecil's child, though still young, could potentially threaten Raguna's position when he grows up. As for Gauze, he could be seen as an ambitious person who sent his sister to the Lord to gain power. In fact, people around Emma are wary of Gauze and Cecil. Although neither Gauze nor Cecil is interested in the power struggles within the Mitsurugi family, those around them view them with suspicion simply because they are qualified. A prime example of this was Gilmore Baruhi last night. The Baruhi family is actively approaching Raguna to maintain the influence they've built up in this generation for the next. Bringing down Gauze is equivalent to bringing down Ibuki, which would allow them to seize the position of Shiba and nip a potential future power struggle in the bud. Such intentions were at play in last night's scene. However, contrary to the enthusiasm of those around her, Emma herself is friendly towards both Gauze and Cecil. As for Ibuki, she dotes on him so much that she comes to visit him herself, as she did today. Emma Paradise has always been that kind of woman. Perhaps because she was raised with utmost care since childhood, she is so unfamiliar with malice that she sometimes appears naive to others. It could also be said that she has such a broad mind that she doesn't care about minor ill will. When Emma first married into the Mitsurugi family, Shizuya Mitsurugi was already the First Lady, forcing Emma, a princess of a great noble family, to become the Second Lady. Even her child was excluded from being the legitimate heir. A typical noble daughter would have harbored strong resentment towards Shizuya and might have even plotted to overthrow her from the position of First Lady. But Emma, far from trying to overthrow Shizuya, actively engaged in conversation with her, and before long they became friends. Being the kind of person she is, Emma harbors no resentment towards Cecil, Cecil's child Ibuki, or of course Gauze. Gauze, aware of this, can speak to Emma without reservation. Just then, the cheerful voice of a female flag-bearer reached their ears. "All right, that's enough for today, Ibuki." "Awe, but I can still fight more, big sis Yaka. What if monsters attack when you're tired? Who will protect your mother then?" A flag-bearer must always keep their body in good condition to be ready to fight at any time. That's part of our job too. Okay, I understand. Good, now go to your mother and wipe off that sweat. You'll catch a cold if you stay like this. As the female flag-bearer, Ayaka Azurite pointed. They saw Cecil returning with Ibuki's change of clothes. After watching Ibuki run to his mother, Ayaka approached Emma and Gaz. Gaz slightly bowed his head towards Ayaka. I'm sorry for the trouble, Azurite. It's nothing. Ibuki is like a cute little brother to me too. This much is no trouble at all. Ayaka said with a smile. Ibuki is Raguna's half-brother. For Ayaka, who is engaged to Raguna, Ibuki is indeed like a younger brother. By the way, Shiba. Changing the subject. How was Sora doing? Ayaka's tone was as natural as if she were asking about yesterday's menu, and her gaze towards Gaz showed no sign of agitation or tension. As a blue forest flag-bearer, Ayaka had participated in yesterday's council meeting. Of course, she had heard Gaz's report. Emma, too, was looking at Gaz as if asking the same question. As mentioned earlier, Sora's mother Shizuya and Emma were close friends. When Shizuya was on her deathbed, she had asked Emma to look after Sora. That's why Emma always cared for and gently spoke to Shizuya's memento. It was rather Sora who rejected Emma's kindness. Emma, who became the first lady after his mother's death, was seen by the young Sora as someone who had taken his mother's place. Combined with his conflict with Emma's son Raguna, the young Sora showed hostility towards Emma. Understanding Sora's attitude, Emma began to watch over Sora's growth from a distance. This was also because she realized that her own attitude of caring only for Sora was affecting her son's behavior. When Sora was banished from the Mitsurugi family, Emma, who was ill at the time, didn't know about it. A few days later, when she learned of the situation, she became frantic, as Gaz knew. Emma, who rarely voiced her opinion to Shikabue, desperately pleaded for the reversal of Sora's punishment at that time. However, as expected, Shikabue's decision was not overturned, and Sora's whereabouts after leaving the island remained unknown, leaving Emma to hang her head at Shizuya's grave. Now, after 5 years, Sora's whereabouts had finally become clear. Perhaps even more than Ayaka, his former fiancée, Emma wanted to know about Sora. The reason Ayaka and Emma had come to see Ibuki this morning was probably also to ask about Sora. Feeling somehow pressured by the seemingly calm gazes of the two, Gaz nodded in response to Ayaka's question. Yes, he was certainly in good health. After all, Gaz had been thoroughly beaten when he unleashed his Sorasu. Hearing Gaz's words, half joking and half serious, Ayaka narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded, saying, I see. Despite being banished from the island, he managed to reach Shinsu, true state on his own. It seems he hasn't changed his stubborn nature. Indeed, it's deeply regrettable. If I had been able to guide the young Lord, Lord Sora, to Shinsu while he was still on the island, none of these problems would have occurred. Ayaka tilted her head slightly at Gaz's lament, but didn't voice her thoughts out loud. Instead, it was Emma who spoke up. I heard that his lordship ordered Sora to be summoned on the anniversary of Shizuya's death. Do you think Sora will respond to the invitation? To be honest, I'm not sure. The old Sora would have certainly responded, but as for how the current Sora would decide. Sora will come, my lady. In contrast to Gaz's hesitant response, Ayaka confidently declared Sora's actions. Emma's eyes widened in surprise at her assertiveness. Gaz asked suspiciously, Azurite, how can you be so certain? Sora may have abandoned everything else, but he will never abandon his promise to Lady Shizuya. If Sora had forsaken his vow to Lady Shizuya during these 5 years, he wouldn't have been able to reach his soul equipment, his source existence. So you're saying that on Lady Shizuya's death anniversary, he will undoubtedly come rushing, no matter what. Gaz nodded, folding his arms. He remembered Sora's words when they confronted each other in Ishka. It's been 5 years since I was exiled from the island. I've crawled my way here. Certainly, this isn't the form I once desired. Mother might be disappointed. Words about possibly disappointing his mother can't be uttered by someone who doesn't remember his mother's wishes. Sora, disowned by the Mitsurugi family and exiled from Anagosima, had been unable to visit his mother's grave until now. The words from the Ministry of Rites, this time, meant nothing less than temporarily lifting that prohibition. Ayaka's prediction that he would rush over no matter what seemed correct. The topic of Sora was interrupted when Ibuki and Cecil arrived after changing clothes. The three engaged in small talk, including Ibuki and Cecil. Although Ibuki initially sat quietly with the adults, It soon became apparent that this was too boring for a child his age, and he began to fidget. Noticing this, Ayaka smiled slightly as if to say, "It can't be helped." "Ibuki, now that you've had some rest, shall we continue from earlier?" "Ah yes, I will. I want to, big sister Ayaka." Seeing Ibuki jump up with his hand raised, the surrounding adults naturally smiled. However, their smiles were replaced by different expressions the moment they heard Ibuki's next words. "I want to get strong quickly and defeat the one who bullied Uncle Gaz." Gaz looked at his nephew as if he had swallowed vinegar. Cecil, his mother, wore a similar expression as she looked at her son. Emma showed slight confusion as she placed her hand on her cheek, while Ayaka blinked as if caught off guard. Ibuki knew nothing specific about the one who bullied Uncle Gaz, Mitsurugi Sora. Neither Gaz nor Cecil knew how to explain to Ibuki about Sora, who had been disowned by the Mitsurugi family and exiled from Anagosima. From Ibuki's perspective, his statement came from a sense of righteous indignation, wanting to avenge Gaz, who had returned covered in wounds. He had no idea that his words would upset the adults around him. "Big sister Ayaka." "What's wrong?" "Oh, I'm sorry, it's nothing." "All right then, today I'll teach Ibuki a special technique. It's the ultimate secret sword technique that my friend and I developed." "Ultimate, is it strong?" "It's very strong, after all it's ultimate. Its name is the Serpent Soaring Sword. It's an unrivaled sword technique that uses the forbidden power of dragons to destroy demons and evil spirits." "Wow, that sounds cool. Teach me, big sister, please teach me that." "All right, then Ibuki, follow me. The training will be tough, but are you ready?" "Yes, I'll do my best." Ibuki replied with sparkling eyes. The strange atmosphere from moments ago had already vanished from the 4-year-old's mind. Unknowingly, sighs of relief escaped from the adults' mouths. Section: Ayaka Azurit, Mitsurugi Raguna, Ursula Utgarza, Kumansai, Sydney Skysheep, Claire Baruhi, and Klimt Baruhi. These are the names of the 7 individuals hailed as the Golden Generation on Anagosima, and simultaneously, a list that shows their rankings within this generation. For Klimt, it's a frustrating and bitter fact that he ranks 7th among the 7. It's not that Klimt alone was particularly inferior. Objectively speaking, Klimt was exceptional, with powerful soul equipment. His achievements since being assigned to the Blue Forest 8 banners were outstanding, as evidenced by his position as 7th seat in the 7th banner. The reason why Klimt had to settle for the lowest rank was simply because the other 6 were even more exceptional than him. While Ayaka and Raguna were in a league of their own, certain to be promoted to vice commanders within a few years, Sai, Sydney, and his sister Curia also outranked Klimt. Only Ursula's rank was still at 10th, but her first banner was the most elite unit directly under the head of the family, a realm of superhuman prowess where even high-ranking members of other units served as ordinary banner warriors. Klimt understood the significance of holding the 10th position there. While Klimt felt a sense of camaraderie with his peers, he held an even stronger sense of rivalry. Even if difficulties arose, he had no intention of relying on them unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the recent incident where his sister Curia became a prisoner was precisely such an absolutely necessary situation for Klimt. Even though he had been kicked by his brother Diet in public, he couldn't just sit idly by and watch the situation unfold. So, Klimt decided to swallow his pride and bow his head to his peers. The Mitsurugi family of Raguna was needless to say. The Kumon family of Sai was a renowned family in Anagosima with 300 years of history, and the Skysheep family of Sydney was similarly prestigious. The Azurite family was famous as an imperial noble house. If he could borrow the power of these families, there was hope for saving his sister. The first person Klimt approached was Sydney Skysheep. The reason was simple. Among the Golden Generation, Sydney had the mildest personality and was the most approachable. Although the Skysheep family was on bad terms with the Baruhi family due to having their position as imperial tutors taken away by Gilmore, Klimt couldn't afford to be picky about his methods. There was no point in worrying about his family's reputation now. To save his sister, Klimt was prepared to do anything, even prostrate himself. However, when Klimt conveyed his determination to his petite peer, Sydney laughed lightly and shook her soft golden hair from side to side. "There's no need for that. She's your sister and my friend. I have no reason not to help. Well, convincing my grandfather might be a bit tough though. I'm sorry, Sydney. Klimt, I'd prefer you to say, thank you, instead of I'm sorry there. With golden hair reaching her shoulders and blue eyes, Sydney, born to an imperial noble mother, had inherited the noble appearance of blonde hair and blue eyes like Raguna, but the impression they gave was completely opposite. Unlike Raguna, who possessed the dignity of nobility at a young age and often appeared older than his actual age, Sydney was frequently mistaken for being younger than she was. It was common for her to be thought 2 or 3 years younger than Klimt and the others, and sometimes even younger than that. Moreover, due to her androgynous voice, she was often mistaken for the opposite gender. She found this amusing and would sometimes act as a woman, which led to a considerable number of Blue Forest Banner warriors believing in the theory that Sydney was actually female. In any case, Sydney, who had promised to help Klimt, true to her word, called out to the other peers to request their cooperation in rescuing Curia. The one who openly refused this request was Sai Kumon. Don't do it, don't do it. If we make a move now, it'll only complicate things further. Sai, the younger brother of Kumon Shukuya, who held the second seat in the first banner, wore a sarcastic expression contrary to his brother's on his similarly tanned face as he rejected Klimt's plea. Interfering with Lord's decision? This time, you might not get away with just having your head stomped on, Klimt. You're doing this without your family's permission, right? Even if you manage to save Curia, you'll just end up being disowned yourself. Sai advised Klimt to stay put and not do anything unnecessary, with an attitude that clearly showed he didn't want to get involved. In fact, Sai's words touched on a part of the truth. There are countless stories of situations worsening as a result of acting purely on emotion. Sai continued, besides, the one holding Curia captive is sore oops. I mean that guy empty, right? There's no way that coward would dare defy Lord Master. Hearing this, Sydney furrowed her brow in concern. Coward or not, I also don't think Sora would defy Lord Master. But Sai, Sora cut down Klimt and Sheba. Shouldn't we consider that both in terms of ability and personality, Sora is a different person from who he used to be? As far as I'm concerned, I'm skeptical about whether those two were really cut down by Sora in the first place. Saying this, Sai glanced at the silent Klimt. Klimt gritted his teeth and glared at Sai. Are you saying I'm lying? Klimt, put yourself in my shoes. If I left the island, met Sora after 5 years, got beaten badly, and came back to report it to the master, would you believe it? Could you believe it? Well, you probably couldn't. It's natural to think there might be some scheme going on, especially since you siblings from the Baruhi family are in a delicate position. It wouldn't be strange to think you're trying to turn things around by putting on an act with Sheba and bringing Sora into it. In fact, didn't the Lord say something similar to Sheba? Sai said this, raising both hands slightly. Of course, Sai wasn't seriously suspecting Klimt of siding with Sora. He was merely pointing out that such an interpretation was possible. If so, there would likely be others like Gilmore who would use this situation as a means to bring down others. Even if it was a request from a fellow classmate, as a member of the Kumon family, he couldn't easily nod in agreement. Besides, even if Klimt's story is true, Sora didn't end up killing either Klimt or Sheba. He didn't even cut Curia, from what I hear. I bet he hasn't changed at the core. If Sai were seriously negotiating with the Mitsurugi family, he would have brought back the head of either Gauze or Klimt and cut off a few of Curia's fingers as negotiation material. Someone who couldn't even do that much was unlikely to harm hostages. His initial words, "Don't do anything unnecessary and stay quiet," were undoubtedly Sai's true feelings. Hearing Sai's direct opinion, Sydney frowned in thought. Sai's view was rough, but it didn't seem wrong. If the head of the family, Shikibu, was acting on similar thoughts to Sai's, what Klimt and Sydney were trying to do could very well backfire. However, Sydney could also understand Klimt's feelings of not being able to stay still. As Sydney was pondering what to do, a voice spoke up. You're having quite a dangerous conversation. The one who appeared with those words was Mitsurugi Raguna. Behind him was Ayaka Azurite. Sydney was surprised by their perfect timing, but Raguna shrugged and said, It's not a coincidence. I came here looking for Klimt. For me, what's this about? Section, for me. What's this about? Klimt tensed up, wondering if they had come on the master's orders to reprimand him for yesterday's rudeness, but Raguna said casually, "I got permission from father to mobilize the fourth flag to rescue Curia. Of course, we can't leave the island ourselves, but this should calm you down, Klimt." "What?" Klimt was stunned into silence. Raguna's words were completely unexpected for Klimt. As was the case with Janinbo, most of the Blue Forest flag members operating outside the island belonged to the fourth flag. Raguna was saying he would mobilize this unit to rescue Curia. Although the fourth flag, with many members working outside the island, is looked down upon by the other 8 flags, it's still one of the 8 flags. Even if Raguna is the heir of the main family, it shouldn't be easy to mobilize them. Moreover, Klimt hadn't even said anything to Raguna yet. This indicates that Raguna had started taking action to rescue Curia regardless of Klimt's intentions. He had probably been moving since yesterday. Klimt, struggling for words, thanked Raguna. "Raguna, I'm sore, no thank you." Following Klimt, Sydney also bowed lightly. "Raguna, my thanks as well, thank you. I'm just helping a classmate, no need for thanks." Raguna's cool response truly showed the magnanimity of one destined to lead. However, there was someone who tried to scratch at Raguna's composed demeanor. It was Sai. "Helping a classmate, huh? Yesterday, when you heard that classmate was alive, you seemed pretty shaken up, Raguna. I thought he had long since died." "Of course I was surprised." "Surprised, you say? To me, it looked like you were panicking. Worried that the former fiancé might appear and steal your beloved azurite, oof." The Golden Generation members know that Raguna, usually calm and collected, tends to show raw emotions when it comes to his brother. Sai, grinning as he tried to crack Raguna's composed face by poking at this, had his words suddenly cut off. Looking closer, a slender white hand was pinching Sai's cheek hard. It was Ayaka's doing, who had somehow moved behind Sai without anyone noticing. "Sai, is this the mouth that's saying such rude things to Raguna, who worked hard for his comrade?" "Ow, ow, it hurts." "Of course it hurts, I'm pinching you." "Come on, don't you have something to say to Raguna?" I'm sorry. It was just a little playful joke, I apologize." Seeing Sai yelling, Raguna, without changing his expression, stopped Ayaka. "Ayaka, let him go. If this continues, Sai's cheek meat will sag. It would be troublesome to have to hold back laughter every time I see Sai from now on." With Raguna's intervention, Ayaka released Sai's cheek. Sai, holding his bright red cheek, grumbled. "Ouch, that hurts. Geez, you still have ridiculous strength. And when did you get behind me? I didn't see you at all." "I didn't see her either, and I was right next to her." "It seems the dancing priestess has honed her speed even further." Sydney nodded, impressed. Hearing this, Ayaka responded cheerfully. "Speaking of which, hasn't Sydney become even more charming? The rumors of the songstress captivating 1/6 flag member after another have reached even our ears. When I met Ursula recently, she said she wanted to hear your song again after so long." Ayaka said this, then shook her head regretfully. "But she can't fulfill that wish now since she's in the Demon Gate." "Oh, I know. When Ursula and Curia come back, let's all get together for a tea party." "That sounds lovely. I'd be honored to attend. By the way, from what you're saying, you seem confident that Curia will return safely." "Sora said not to touch the Oni people if we want Curia back safely. The master said that if Sora's power is real, he's willing to entrust the Oni people to him. Since his demands are being met, Sora has no reason to harm Curia." Hearing this, Sydney inwardly tilted his head. He felt something odd about Ayaka's tone, as if she was stating an obvious fact. Shikabu's words meant, "If the story of Sora defeating a phantasmal species alone is true, I'm willing to entrust the handling of the Oni people to him." Of course, Sydney wasn't doubting Gaz or Klimt either. But if asked whether he believed them 100%, he would hesitate to answer. Especially because he knew the Mitsurugi Sora from 5 years ago and from before that. But Ayaka, who knew the same Sora, seemed to believe Gaz and the others' report without a doubt. No, to Sydney, this sounded less like believing and more like knowing. Just then, the sound of a bell rang out from the western direction. First, one strong ring, then 3 quick ones in succession. This coded signal, designed not to cause panic among the residents, indicated that monsters were approaching from the west. Normally, each unit handles regular attacks without needing to ring the bell. This bell is used when a unit lacking in defense forces, for some reason, requests reinforcements from other flag members. West, so that's the 8th flag. They have many new recruits there. It's no wonder they're having trouble dealing with 3 groups including a large one. Everyone, let's hurry there. Understood. What a pain. Got it. Sydney, Sai, and Klimt responded in that order to Raguna's words. As for Ayaka, she was already preparing to draw her soul equipment. Soul equipment activation. What appeared was a vivid scarlet sword. Its guard was shaped like a bird with spread wings. Ayaka gripped its hilt with both hands and moved to draw it. Take flight, Karura. As Ayaka shouted, those present heard the flapping of a phoenix's wings. In the next moment, Ayaka was holding 2 swords. A pair of swords with a wing as the guard for each, her soul equipment. Ayaka's body gently rose into the air and remained suspended there. This wasn't a jump using odd internal energy, nor was it levitation in midair. It was an innate talent that allowed her to fly through the sky or run through the air at will. This flying-type ability, even rarer among the already rare soul equipment users, was the power of Ayaka Azurite's soul equipment, Karura. I'll go ahead. After calling out to her classmates, Ayaka shot through the air like an arrow, heading straight for the western wall. Seeing Ayaka disappear from view almost instantly, Sai raised both hands as if giving up. Still such a ridiculous ability. She's troublesome enough with just her sword skills, but being able to attack freely from the air? There's no way to beat something like that. Stop whining. You know that great power is hard to control. Only Ayaka can handle that. We'll use the legs our parents gave us. Yeah, hey Klimt, don't push yourself, okay? Didn't that sky creature break your bones? They've long since healed. Your concern is unnecessary. Hey, you two, if you keep chatting, we'll leave you behind. While each of them spoke freely, the 4 members of the Golden Generation simultaneously activated their odd and kicked off the ground. The ground groaned as if unable to withstand the pressure of 4 people's odd. On this day, the monster approaching Hieraragi was the coral worm. As its name suggests, it looks like a long worm of coral color, essentially a snake. However, it has no scales, and its face is specialized for long underground life, making it more like an earthworm than a snake in reality. Outside the island, coral worms grow to a maximum of about 2 meters and rarely appear before humans due to their deep underground habitat. However, the Anagosima species affected by the Demon Gate's magic can grow to over 5 meters, actively appearing on the surface in search of food. Worms, like winged beasts, are considered dragonkin and possess powerful regenerative abilities. Therefore, while small larvae are manageable, even Serinki warriors find it challenging to defeat large worms. After all, they continue moving whether you burn them, freeze them, or cut them in half. Usually, it takes several soul equipment users to defeat a large coral worm, but on this day, that wasn't necessary. Ayaka Azurite single-handedly annihilated all the large ones. Worms cut by Ayaka's soul equipment couldn't activate their regeneration abilities and died much more easily than usual. Of course, this was due to the ability of Ayaka's soul equipment. Karura is the spirit bird that flew in the sky, the natural enemy of all dragons. It's the name of the dragon eater that devoured dragons that committed evil against humans. Section. I see. So that's how it is. After reading the letter from the Mitsurugi family, I shrugged slightly. If I wanted them to entrust Suzume to me, I had to go to Anagosima and prove my abilities. In short, they were saying they'd at least listen if I came there. My opponent is my father, who has given up on me. There was a possibility that he might outright reject my proposal and try to kill the hostage without question. Considering that, being summoned to the island was a relatively moderate outcome. The fact that they didn't specify how or under what conditions I should prove my abilities clearly favored them, but refusing wasn't an option in my mind. That's because the date my father specified was the anniversary of my mother's death. Having been exiled from the island, I hadn't been able to visit my mother's grave until now. Now that the opportunity had come, there was no way I could refuse. Of course, I considered the possibility of a trap. For example, they might target Suzume, who remained in Ishika, while luring me to Anagosima. But traps are set for those who are wary. It's inconceivable that my father would be cautious of me, even if the world turned upside down. Moreover, if my father had decided that he absolutely must eliminate Suzyum, he would immediately send high-ranking warriors. He's not the type to leisurely wait a whole month, coinciding with my mother's death anniversary. Therefore, this assumption is likely incorrect. Another possibility is that they intend to lure me to the island and cut me down. If they wanted to kill me in Ishka, they'd have to divert personnel from guarding the Demon Gate. However, by inviting me to Anagosima, they could eliminate me without reducing the defenses at the gate. They probably judged that just calling me wouldn't be enough to make me come out, so they're using my mother's death anniversary as bait to lure me out. Yes, that seems quite plausible. As for countermeasures to this, honestly, my true feelings were, if that's the case, I don't mind at all. If this assumption is correct, my father's target has shifted from the Oni people to me. That's something I should welcome. What I urgently need to secure is Suzyum's safety, not my own. If their target is me, dealing with it is simple. Now that I've devoured Hydra, I won't easily fall behind any flag-bearer in one-on-one combat, and if my father and the others come at me in numbers, that's fine too. Because that would mean they've acknowledged my strength. The very people who dismissed me as unnecessary for being weak, now judging that they can't possibly win one-on-one and attacking in a group. Damn, just imagining it makes me grin. If it comes to that, I might not be able to stop laughing from sheer joy. Cause of death, laughter. This is no laughing matter. I chuckled, savoring the afterglow of pleasure for a while. Well, there's no point in just laughing forever. We still have a month, so let's wait and see about Anagosima. They might be making me overthink with this letter while secretly moving to rescue Curia. There was no need for us to rush either. Curia is placed in the depths of Titties, so it's difficult to pinpoint her location. Besides, there aren't many people who visit Ishka without reason these days. It shouldn't be too hard to spot suspicious individuals. Or rather, it might be a good idea to move Curia to Ishka and let her contact such people. If Curia leaves Ishka without permission, it means she's broken her agreement with me. I can devour her without hesitation. Since I'm going to Anagosima, it wouldn't hurt to level up. Really, I'm swamped with things to do, and there's another troublesome matter. I need to act quickly on Duke Dragnot's matter too. I mentioned the name of Canaria Kingdom's leading nobleman, my expression becoming serious. Duke Dragnot had communicated two matters, one of which concerned the Duke's second daughter, Claudia. The idea of having Claudia stay at my house came up when I cut down Jijinbo in the royal capital. This plan was postponed with the occurrence of the stampede, and it was thought to have been officially abandoned with the appearance of Hydra. But surprisingly, Claudia herself is already moving forward with the intention of living at my house. The letter from Duke Dragnot, handed to me by her sister Astrid, also politely stated, "Please take care of my daughter." I was surprised that he was willing to let his daughter go in this situation, but according to Astrid, things are getting quite tense in the royal capital as well. So it's partly for evacuation purposes. Well, as for this matter, we were already preparing for it anyway, so it's not a major problem. What's troublesome is the other matter mentioned in the Duke's letter. That matter is dealing with Hydra's poison, which is contaminating the Titties Forest and the Kale River. Although the spread of poison has been prevented with the defeat of Hydra's main body, the remaining poison still covers the Titties Forest and is affecting the Kale River, which originates from the forest. If this situation is left unchecked, all towns and villages along the Kale River could be devastated. That would be tantamount to the destruction of the Canaria Kingdom. Faced with this situation, Duke Dragnot sought a solution from outside the country. He requested cooperation from the Holy Kingdom of Caritas, located south of the Canaria Kingdom. This is because a vast sea of decay, believed to be caused by the corpse of Kamashiro's Hydra, spreads to the south of the Holy Kingdom, yet the Holy Kingdom has steadfastly existed to this day. From this, Duke Dragnot judged that the Holy Kingdom must know a way to prevent the expansion of the Sea of Decay. The Pope of the Holy Kingdom willingly provided information to this envoy from the Canaria Kingdom. According to him, the means the Holy Kingdom has to prevent the expansion of the Sea of Decay is large-scale barrier magic. Of course, a barrier created by mere humans cannot contain Hydra's poison, which is a manifestation of the incurable and impure. What's needed is a catalyst. Rhinoceros horn, the horn of the animal rhinoceros, has long been prized as a tool for detoxification, but an ordinary rhinoceros horn is insufficient as a catalyst. What's required is a legendary beast's horn that amplifies the efficacy of rhinoceros horn by tens or hundreds of times. In other words, the horn of the king of beasts. The king of beasts is a supergiant monster with a body comparable to an entire city. Due to its size, there are very few places where it can inhabit. Within Canaria's territory, the only possibility is the Catalan Desert, along with the Titties Forest and Mount Skim, which are known monster habitats. It's just a possibility. We can't say for certain that it inhabits there, and even if it does, defeating it would be extremely difficult. The Catalan Desert is a massive desert whose total area has yet to be measured, making it extremely challenging to send in a large army. In the worst case, we might lose all our troops and resources in one fell swoop. In a situation already chaotic with Hydra and whatnot, such a large expedition is impossible. I shrugged slightly. In that case, we'd need to find a substitute for the King of Beasts' horn, but of course, such a thing wouldn't be easy to find, or so I'd like to say, but in reality, I had one idea in mind. There's a girl with 2 powerful magical lumps growing on her forehead is living in my house. I don't know if an Oni's horns can substitute for the Beast King's, but it's not impossible that someone might try it, thinking they have nothing to lose. Suzyum's human rights were personally recognized by the King of Canaria, so she has no obligation to comply with unreasonable demands. However, given the situation, some might act recklessly. Duke Dragonaut's message was that while they're doing everything they can, we should also be cautious about our surroundings. If anyone goes berserk, I can just cut them down. But how to tell her? If I tell her, that kind, gentle girl might feel an odd sense of guilt. She might even break off her own horns, thinking that if she endures it, others will be saved. I want to avoid that at all costs. I could even ride Klausolas to defeat the Beast King myself, but leaving Ishka for a long time in the current situation would be terribly unwise. Even a child could understand that. If only there were 3 of me. 1 to stay with Curea, 1 to stay with Suzyum, and 1 to go defeat the Beast King. That would solve everything. Muttering these impossible things, I scratched my head vigorously. Well, there's no use complaining. Let's just do what we can, one thing at a time. First, I need to survey the mindset of those in the house. Especially those who were almost killed by Curea, I need to make sure they can live under the same roof as her. I stretched big, then stood up from my chair with momentum. Then, I lightly slapped both my cheeks. On a whim, I looked out the window to see a cloudless, clear sky stretching out. For some reason, that fact made me feel a little relieved. Epilogue. The battle was reaching its climax. Under the rust-colored sky, an army in black armor was defeating the enemy forces in red armor one after another. Their momentum was overwhelming, and it seemed impossible for the Red Army to turn the tide. However, even in defeat, the Red Army didn't flee disgracefully. They stood their ground, desperately forcing the enemy to bleed. If they retreated now, their homeland would be ravaged by the enemy. This fear gave the Red soldiers the will to resist. The Black Army was also suffering significant losses. Realizing this, the young commander leading the Black forces clicked his tongue sharply. As expected of the elites, they're stubborn. Gray, messy hair, copper-colored skin, and a single horn protruding sharply from his forehead. The young Oni boy, his face brimming with youth and vigor, discarded his battle robe and stripped to the waist. His upper body, forged like steel, was revealed, along with countless scars across his chest. In contrast, his back was unblemished. The boy, displaying the body of a battle-hardened warrior, searched for the enemy commander. The Red soldiers would not stop fighting without their commander's order, likely fighting to the death. He needed to make the enemy commander accept defeat as soon as possible. In truth, the boy didn't feel a sense of urgency to end the war quickly, nor did he feel pain at the thought of slaughtering all the Red soldiers. Lose and die. Your homeland burns, your family is killed. That's what war is. In fact, the boy's father had lost his life and territory to the Red Army, and the young boy had nearly died then too. This battle was the culmination of the boy's revenge. At the thought of finally achieving his vengeance, the corners of his lips naturally turned upward. But brother always says that's not the way to do it. Invading and being invaded, taking and being taken from, killing and being killed. The more Oni fight amongst themselves, the more it pleases the humans. The boy surveyed the battlefield of gravel and earth, a barren land without a single blade of grass or stream, just stones and soil. The rain falling from the rust-colored sky always smelled of iron, bringing stagnation rather than blessing to the earth. No wheat, not even buckwheat, would grow in this soil. And this barrenness wasn't limited to the area where the boy was fighting. In this world, arable land was scarce, and the crops harvested from it were far from enough to feed the total Oni population. Naturally, Oni formed factions and fought over the few farmlands. It was the only way to ensure survival for themselves, their families, and their comrades. Sometimes, figures called heroes would appear, attempting to unite the Oni race and venture to the outside. However, such attempts were invariably crushed by the guardians of the gates. These despicable traitors who once trapped the Oni race in this barren world were undeniably strong, continuing to trample on the desperate wishes of the Oni race seeking liberation. Thinking about this, the boy's fist trembled naturally. From frustration? Of course, that was part of it, but most of the power in the boy's fist was directed not towards the past, but the future. We will break through this 300-year purgatory with our own hands. It was this determination that made the boy's fist tremble. The boy kicked off the ground powerfully and headed towards a group of red soldiers still maintaining some order amidst their defeat. Leaping into the midst of the enemy army, the boy scattered the red soldiers with his specialty, unarmed combat techniques using odd, while loudly declaring his name. I am Kagari, younger brother of Azuma, the king of Nakayama. I have no business with common soldiers. I seek only the brave who do not fear my name. The youngest of the Nakayama 4 brothers, your youth makes you reckless. I am Asagi, one of the 16 spears of Kazan. Come, let us duel honorably. A warrior in luxurious armor appeared before the boy, Kagari, readying his spear. Compared to the enemy's bear-like massive frame, Kagari was rather small. Moreover, he was unarmed against a spear. Kagari seemed to be at a clear disadvantage. However, right at the start, Kagari quickly slipped into his opponent's range, and his fist exploded against the enemy general's face. The enemy couldn't keep up with Kagari's leg strength, enhanced by odd. The enemy general fell, tumbling and scattering noseblood. Kagari could have severed his neck with a hand chop if he wished, but he deliberately didn't. Even without taking his life, the enemy, having his skull violently shaken, wouldn't wake up for a while. The outcome was decided in an instant. The enemy general who called himself Asagi seemed to be a renowned warrior, and a wave of shock ran through the Kazan soldiers. Lord Asagi, with a single blow. Kagari the Black Wolf, damn you. The Kazan soldiers began to move en masse, either to help their comrade or to strike down Kagari. Kagari clenched his fists in response, but at that moment, a solemn voice rang out, stopping both sides. Enough. The figure that appeared, parting the Kazan soldiers, was so large that even Asagi from earlier seemed small in comparison. Kagari knew the name of this giant wearing battered armor. Jin, the king of Kazan. The sworn enemy who had killed Kagari and his brother's father. The little brat from Nakayama, that infant has grown big. And you've aged quite a bit, king of Kazan. As children grow, adults age. It's the natural order of things. The Kazan king extended his right hand, and an understanding subordinate placed a massive battle axe in his grip. Not killing you and your brothers, along with your father, has been the greatest regret of my life. I shall clear a piece of that regret by striking you down here. That's what I want too, but can you even fight in that condition? The Kazan king that Kagari saw was covered in wounds, with barely an uninjured spot. His armor and battle robe were in tatters, likely from being cut multiple times, and 3 arrows still protruded from his shoulder. His limbs were wrapped in multiple layers of bandages, all of which had turned pitch black. Honestly, it was impressive that he could even stand. Kagari thought he wouldn't be able to handle his sole equipment in this state, but the Kazan king paid no mind and laughed, his belly shaking. This is just right for dealing with a greenhorn like you. Here I come. The Kazan king kicked off the ground. His battle axe came down on Kagari with a roaring sound. Kagari dodged this powerful strike with a back handspring, and as soon as he landed, he immediately counterattacked. Though small in stature, Kagori's philosophy was to charge straight ahead and fight head-on. He didn't back down an inch against the large Kazan king, and an intense battle unfolded without a moment's respite. However, as expected, the movements of the severely wounded Kazan king were sluggish, and gradually, Kagori began to gain the upper hand. And then, finally, Kagori's fist caught the Kazan king's shoulder. Kagori's odd-enhanced strikes penetrated the power of his attacks into the opponent's body. Even through armor, the impact wasn't diminished, and the Kazan king's shoulder was instantly shattered. As the Kazan king grimaced in pain, a follow-up roundhouse kick slammed into his chest. The Kazan king was sent flying without a sound, rolling across the ground and kicking up a fierce cloud of dust. Voices of shock and anger rose from the surrounding officers and soldiers. Some soldiers tried to approach Kagori, but the Kazan king's loud laughter as he got up stopped his subordinates in their tracks. Kiwahaha, splendid. To have mastered such martial prowess at your age. Your battle talent has already surpassed your father's. The Kazan king praised Kagori with a pained voice, yet still laughing. When Kagori remained silent, a look of genuine curiosity crossed the Kazan king's face. I don't understand. With such skill, why do you so obediently follow Azuma? Not just you, but your brothers as well. If you wished, taking over a mountain would be easy for you. HMPH. It's true that if I fought Azuma, I'd probably win 95 times out of 100. For Brother Doga, it would be 100 out of 100. But that's all. Neither I nor Brother Doga could have restored Nakayama, which was the weakest of the 5 mountains. We couldn't have incorporated the other 3 mountains and defeated you like this. I don't understand. The strong stand above. Isn't that everything in this land? That's right, and that's precisely why Azuma is the king of Nakayama. The strength of you and me is different from Azuma's strength. HMPH, I still don't understand, but a loss is a loss. Go ahead, slaughter us of Kazan and complete the unification of the 5 mountains, Prince of Nakayama. Then, break down those cursed gates and take back our homeland from those traitors. The Kazan king laughed painfully, saying it was the duty of the survivors. Kagori nodded, pressing his lips together. You don't need to tell me that. We will definitely take back our homeland. That's a good look. Perhaps you resemble your father the most. As he spoke, the Kazan king slowly gripped his own horn. Noticing this, the surrounding Kazan soldiers let out cries that almost sounded like screams. But when the Kazan king glanced at them, they all understood his intention and hung their heads in unison. And then, in the next moment, Nug! With a shout, the Kazan king snapped off his own horn. Fragments of the horn danced in the air, shimmering like crystal. After a brief moment, blood gushed from the wound, overflowing. For Oni, horns are not only the source of magical power, but also the source of life. The act of breaking one's own horn was equivalent to seppuku on Anagosima. As if the tide was receding, the light in the Kazan king's eyes began to fade. Perhaps thinking he should speak before that light disappeared completely, the Kazan king said in a hoarse voice, I beg you for my soldiers, my people, show mercy. We don't harm those who surrender. That's the military code of Nakayama. Oh, I see. The Kazan king slowly extended his horn towards Kagori. The moment Kagori took it, the light in the Kazan king's eyes completely vanished and his hand fell to the ground. Anguished cries arose from the surrounding Kazan soldiers who witnessed this. Their wails, lamenting the death of their lord and the fall of Kazan, were simultaneously the first cries of the newly born unified Oni dynasty, established after 50 years. With this victory, the Nakayama army, having annexed Kazan, rode the momentum of unification to tackle their long-cherished goal, the conquest of the gate. Awaiting them was a history of 300 years of impregnable defense. The next battle was fast approaching. Side Story 1, Kuryabaruhi. Splash. In a bathroom where such a sound might be heard, Kuryabaruhi was soaking in the bathtub with her eyes tightly closed. The cypress wood bathtub was surprisingly large, allowing her to stretch her limbs to her heart's content. For someone who had been forced to live in a cave in a corner of the Titties forest, the pleasure of immersing herself in an abundance of hot water was incomparable. Well, that was an interesting experience in its own way, wasn't it? Kurya chuckled, slowly pouring water from the bath over her shoulders and arms. It wasn't sarcasm. That cave, for some reason, had all the necessary supplies for living, and even small individual tents were set up. While these were only slightly better than camping outdoors, Kyria herself preferred a simple lifestyle, so she hardly felt any inconvenience. Although she was essentially a captive, she was given freedom of movement, so she actually found it more comfortable than living in the Baruhi mansion. To explain why, the Baruhi family, Kyria's adoptive family, takes in many talented children as adopted children and raises them by having them compete against each other. Those deemed useless to the Baruhi family are discarded like stray dogs and cats. If you don't want that fate, you have no choice but to beat the other children. Even if it means stepping on those in the same situation, there was no other way. Kyria and her brother Klimt had grown up in this manner. The children living in the Baruhi mansion had teachers who were essentially watchdogs, always observing whether this child will be useful to the Baruhi family or not. In such a situation, it was impossible for the mind and body to rest, and some children even developed mental disorders from being pushed to their limits. Thanks to her brother, Kyria wasn't driven to such extremes, but still, the environment where she constantly had to be aware of the family members' eyes was painful. That pain was absent in the cave life. Sora probably can't imagine how much that soothed Kyria's heart. To be honest, even Kyria herself was surprised. She hadn't realized how much she had come to despise life in the mansion. It's probably too convenient to think, if only. Besides, the cave had its own issues. Kyria said, her cheeks reddening for reasons other than the heat of the bath. The people living in the cave were Kyria, Sora, and an elf woman. There was nothing wrong with the elf named Luna Maria. Kyria had exchanged words with Luna Maria several times and could tell from her speech that she was an intelligent person. Although she was cautious towards Kyria, she took care of various small aspects of women's daily life things Sora wouldn't think of, and Kyria found difficult to ask about. If they had met under different circumstances, Kyria might have wanted to be friends with her. Although it's difficult for someone who tried to kill her and her companions to say this. In any case, Luna Maria's personality wasn't the problem. The problem was that when Luna Maria and Sora spent the night in the cave, sounds of intimacy could be heard from their tent. Kyria covered her face with both hands. That was quite something. At first, she even misunderstood it as an unconventional threat, as if to say, "You'll be like this soon too." After a while, she realized they simply didn't have Kyria in mind at all. Or perhaps there was an intention to tease Kyria, who was unfamiliar with such things. Oh no, I remembered it again. Kyria shook her head in the bathtub. Her hair, tied up to avoid getting wet, swayed heavily, having absorbed some moisture. Today, on Sora's orders, Kyria had moved from the cave to the mansion, leaving her with mixed feelings, somewhat regretful, yet not entirely so. At least being able to take a bath like this is something to be happy about, she muttered, wondering why Sora had suddenly brought her to the house. Until just yesterday, Sora hadn't mentioned a word about Ishka to Kyria. Then today, he suddenly announced they were leaving the cave. It couldn't be out of consideration for Kyria. While Sora didn't treat Kyria roughly, except during training, that didn't mean he had forgiven what Kyria and the others had done in Ishka. That was clear from his behavior. If Kyria were to go against Sora's wishes, he would likely strike her down immediately. She thought he might be trying to determine Kyria's true intentions by deliberately bringing her clothes to Suzyum, the Oni child, but that would unnecessarily put Suzyum in danger. Seeing Sora's behavior toward Suzyum, Kyria was confident that wasn't the case. This meant Sora must have some other purpose. In fact, Kyria had been considering the possibility that Sora might enter the bathroom while she was here. She glanced at the bathroom entrance, but the door didn't move an inch. It seemed this prediction was also off the mark. This turned out to be pointless too, whim just talking to myself. She chuckled wryly, taking out a thin razor from within her tied-up hair. For the first time since entering the bathroom, Kyria truly relaxed her shoulders. She looked up at the ceiling and quietly closed her red eyes. Klimt would be angry with me. "Why are you relaxing in the enemy's house?" he'd say. With a slight smile, Kyria let out a small sigh. Section, Lady Baruhi this way. While walking down a street in Ishka, that voice struck Kyria's ears, low and sharp. Due to her in the recent stampede, Kyria is particularly popular among soldiers and adventurers. With her distinctive appearance of white hair and red eyes, and wearing hakama rarely seen in Ishka, It's not unusual for people to call out to her. Not just soldiers and adventurers, but their families and citizens who had heard rumors would also express their gratitude to her. However, such people don't call Kyria Lady Baruhi. This is because Kyria hasn't revealed her family name to the residents of Ishka. The only one who knows Kyria's family name is Sora, but even he doesn't go out of his way to call Kyria by her family name. Much less would he use an honorific like Lady. Kyria looked at the source of the voice, tension showing in her brow. A man dressed like a worn-out craftsman was watching Kyria from the shadows. He appeared to be around 40 years old. His unshaven cheeks were particularly red, as if he had been drinking during the day. In Ishka, many people have lost their jobs or occupations due to the ongoing turmoil. It's not uncommon for such people to try to forget reality with alcohol. Indeed, walking down the street, one could find many people who looked similar to this man. However, this man's eyes were different from those people. His gaze towards Kyria held a strong light unrelated to alcohol. "Who are you?" Kyria asked. "Please come this way," the man said in a tone that brooked no argument. Then, as if drunk, he staggered away and entered a less crowded alley. Kyria hesitated briefly, but ignoring him was impossible for various reasons. She followed the man into the alley, slightly behind him. As soon as he recognized Kyria's presence, the man immediately knelt down. It was an exaggerated gesture, but the man was kneeling to the Baruhi family rather than to Kyria herself. Before Kyria could ask, the man revealed his identity. "I am Hydra, belonging to the Fourth Banner. I have come to escort Lady Kyria Baruhi on the orders of the Lord Mitsurugi of the Manor." The Lord Mitsurugi of the Manor. Kyria's voice held a note of doubt. This was because Kyria had judged the possibility of a rescue team coming to be absolutely zero. Sora had taken Kyria hostage to protect Suzyum, but it was inconceivable that the Sword Saint, Mitsurugi Shikabu, would accept such a demand. The Sword Saint would not compromise the tenets of demon slaying and god sealing just to save Kyria alone. Most likely, Kyria, who had become a hostage, would be dealt with along with Sora. Help from the Baruhi family couldn't be expected. Rather, it wouldn't be surprising if the Baruhi family took the initiative to attack in order to erase the family's shame. What had been troubling Kyria lately was how she should act if the Mitsurugi family attacked, and she hadn't even considered what to do if help came. Yet the man calling himself Fourth Flag said he had come to help Kyria. She suspected it might be a trap, but the Mitsurugi family had no reason or need to set a trap for Kyria. If anyone were to set a trap for Kyria, it would be Sora. If Kyria went along with Hydra without a care, Sora might be waiting to punish her for attempted escape. That seemed quite possible. However, Hydra's movements were unmistakably those of someone who handled the illusory, one-strike style. Gensu Idoryu. The Fourth Flag badge he took out from his pocket also appeared genuine to Kyria's eyes. Did Klimt and Shiba manage to persuade the Lord Mitsurugi? Kyria thought, but this guess also left her feeling uneasy. Of course, she didn't doubt that the two had worked hard for her sake, but the idea that Shikabu had accepted their request was somehow hard to believe. Hydra, perhaps interpreting Kyria's hesitation and indecision in some way, continued in a lowered voice. "Lady Baruhi, please be at ease. Whether it's a person or an object binding you, we of the Four Flags will take it back." "What do you mean by that?" "From what I can see, Lady Baruhi, you seem to have freedom of movement. There's no sign of guards either. Yet, if you're submitting to captivity, you must be under some kind of leverage, right?" "Ah, I see what you mean." Kyria's lips curled into a faint smile as she realized Hydra's misunderstanding. Indeed, seeing Kyria moving around freely despite being a hostage, it's understandable to think that way. In reality, Sora was probably just thinking that if she wanted to run, she could run. Rather, he must be expecting Kyria to escape. Here, Kyria found the answer to her recent question, why she was suddenly moved from Titty's forest to Ishka. Kyria and the Fourth Flag couldn't make contact while she was in Titty's forest. That's why Sora brought Kyria to Ishka. This means that Sora had read the movements of the Four Flags and the Mitsurugi family. "Do you know how the Lord Mitsurugi responded to Lord Sora?" "Yes, I do, but..." Hydra looked at Kyria as if to say, "What does that have to do with anything now?" Kyria noticed his confusion, but pressed on for an answer. and learned of Shikabu's words. Come to the island in 1 month. The Lord Mitsurugi called Lord Sora to the island to test his abilities, right? Yet he ordered the 4 flags to rescue me. Hearing this, Hyjin lowered his eyes. I was on a mission outside the island, so I don't know the details. However, I've heard that Lord Raguna took action. Lord Raguna. Curia furrowed her brows slightly. From Klimt to Raguna, from Raguna to Shikabu. Is that how things were decided? Even so, there's little reason for Shikabu to mobilize the 4 flags at this point. And just as she thought this, something suddenly flashed in Curia's mind. She remembered a fact she had considered trivial and forgotten as she looked at Hyjin before her. The 4th flag, Lord Jijinbu, who was killed by Lord Sora earlier, was also one of the 4 flags, wasn't he? Yes. He was my comrade, and I might add, he was my benefactor as well. Hearing this and realizing the situation, Curia let out a small sigh. If she remembered correctly from Gaz's story, the mission of Jijinbu, who was killed earlier, was by imperial command of the Ad Astra Emperor. The 4 flags must act quickly, but to do so, they need to eliminate Sora, who is siding with Duke Dragnote. Raguna must have seen through this urgency and moved the 4 flags, aiming to help Curia and have them defeat Sora. Using the imperial command as a reason would also make it easier to obtain Shikabu's permission. As for Shikabu, he might be planning to use this scheme of Raguna's as the first trial to prove Sora's strength. Sir Hyjin. Yes. I sincerely thank you for coming this far to help me. However, I cannot leave Ishka at this time. The military achievements of Lord Sora that Shiba reported are true. When Lord Sora returns to the island, everyone will recognize that. Didn't the Lord Mitsurugi say that if Lord Sora's abilities were proven, he would entrust him with the matter of the Oni? If so, Lord Sora will release me without any problems. Please convey this to the Lord Mitsurugi. I understand. I repeat, Lord Sora's military achievement of defeating the mythical species is true. It seems you have received other orders as well, but you must not lay a hand on Lord Sora or those around him. This is advice from me, who was defeated by Lord Sora. I have certainly received your words. After saying this, Hyjin bowed his head and then left the place, muffling his footsteps. Curia, left behind, lightly bit her lip. Just now, Hyjin only said he had received Curia's words, not that he would follow her advice. That was probably his answer. For the 4 flags, they must eliminate Lord Sora to fulfill the imperial command. I understand that, but the 4 flags are already treated lightly by other units. If they fail the imperial command on top of that, their evaluation from the head of the family will plummet. In this situation, Sora and the 4 flags are bound to clash no matter what. Curia wondered if she should tell Sora about this. However, telling Sora about this would be a clear betrayal of Anagosima. On the other hand, what would happen if she didn't tell him? There are signs that Sora saw through the 4 flags movements and brought Curia back to Ishka. Sora would surely see Curia's silence as proof of her connection to the 4 flags and blame her for attempting to escape. No matter which way she turned, all she could see were dead ends. She thought it might have been easier to continue living in the cave. While thinking such things, Curia retraced her steps, asking herself internally what she should do. Side Story 3. What is resonance? Once upon a time, in the Ad Astra Empire, there was a saint, a monk of high virtue. Despite his youth, the monk's nature, full of compassion and benevolence, was adored by many. The monk was also an excellent sorcerer and skilled in staff techniques, burning with enthusiasm to subdue the evil demons and monsters that infested the earth. One day, the monk left his hometown wearing his priest's robe. His destination was an island of phantoms steeped in 300 years of grudges. In that land, there was a demon gate said to be the source of all the world's monsters. If this demon gate could be closed, no, closing it wasn't enough. If he could destroy the gate that was the root cause of evil, surely many people would be saved. The young monk believed this and set foot on Anagosima. The monk, who had repeatedly vanquished monsters, was able to enter the illusory one-sword style without difficulty. Then, after undergoing the trial ceremony, he became a member of the Seiryu 8 Flags. Since then, he devoted himself to his duties, skipping meals and sleep, gained the trust of those around him, and even married a local girl. As days of fulfillment in both public and private life continued, The monk passed 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Although he couldn't achieve his cherished wish of destroying the demon gate, the monk's achievements were on everyone's lips, and he received trust and respect from those around him. Beside him was a kind and gentle wife. From an outsider's perspective, it must have been an enviable life. There's no doubt that the monk himself felt happiness. However, after several years on Anagosima, a sense of impatience grew within the monk. It was because he couldn't master the soul equipment, the secret technique of the illusory one-sword style. The monk was an outsider who came from outside Anagosima. He could accept not being able to catch up with those born on the island who had been learning the illusory one-sword style since coming of age, 13 years old. But he couldn't accept that among those who came to Anagosima at the same time as him, or even after him, there were those who mastered the soul equipment earlier than him. Those people have mastered soul equipment, even though they are less talented or hardworking than the monk. In fact, the monk's skills in martial arts and magic were among the top in the Blue Forest 8 banners. Among those who hadn't reached soul equipment, he was at a level that could be counted on one hand. Yet, he still couldn't master soul equipment. What is soul equipment? It's the manifestation of the power of the source existence. So what is the source existence? It's another self that dwells within your heart, deep in your soul. That's what he was taught. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find the source existence. No matter how much he meditated or fasted, his other self never uttered a word. It was fine when he was young. Even without soul equipment, he could stand on the battlefield with his own strength. But as he turned 30, then 40, decline inevitably set in. The monk's body, having been thrown into fierce battles since his youth, aged faster than most. At this point, fighting on the front lines became difficult. However, he couldn't choose to support from the rear as a spellcaster either. In the battles of Anagosima, there was no distinction between vanguard and rear guard. Monsters could appear anytime, anywhere. A spellcaster who couldn't protect himself was nothing but a burden. Feeling his own limitations, yet still struggling to remain in the Blue Forest 8 banners, the monk's wife hesitantly said, "Perhaps there's no need to push yourself so hard. You've fought diligently since you were young. Maybe it's time to rest. Wouldn't it be a noble way of life to retire from the front lines and focus on training the next generation?" Hearing this, the monk flew into a rage. It was an irrefutable point. The monk himself had questioned this countless times, each time suppressing his weak self for the sake of his goal to destroy the demon gate. If it had been anyone else, he might have been able to ignore their words. But because it came from his wife, who had supported him closer than anyone else, he couldn't forgive it. He felt as if all his efforts and aspirations had been dismissed as meaningless. On that day, for the first time since becoming a couple, the monk raised his hand against his wife. On that day, for the first time since becoming a banner warrior, the monk heard the voice of his source existence. The source existence is another self dwelling within one's heart, deep in the soul. It's the naked true nature that cannot be deceived or disguised. The ideal self one aims for after effort and training doesn't necessarily align with the source existence. Those who live purely and righteously cannot hear the voice of an ugly, distorted source existence. Resonance is the act of aligning oneself with one's source existence. Side Story 3, Priestess Sarah. That day, I received an unusual request from Priestess Sarah. "Would you mind taking me to Melt Village tomorrow, if possible?" Of course, I had no reason to refuse. Hydra had already been defeated, the monster rampage had settled, and improvements to the antidote were progressing. According to Miroslav, thanks to my massive level up, the effect of dragon blood had significantly increased. He said that now, we could almost certainly eliminate the effects of the deadly poison. The reason for the almost was that not much time had passed since we defeated Hydra, so the possibility of long-term recurrence after a month or two remained. Anyway, this meant we had a way to treat Lars, who had been affected by the poison. Priestess Sarah probably thought the same and requested to return. It wouldn't take more than half a day to reach Melt Village on Klausola's. The group that seemingly came to rescue Curia had scattered in fear after days of intense training, so leaving Ishka now shouldn't be a problem. So, I gladly nodded to Priestess Sarah's request, but there was one thing I was worried about. The possibility that the priestess might return to Melt for good. Now that various problems were being resolved, if she said she wanted to go back, I'd have no way to stop her. I secretly panicked at this thought, but I was relieved when the priestess said she wanted me to take only her. There's no way Priestess Sarah would leave the kids behind. So, it seemed she intended to stay at my mansion for a while longer. I wasn't the only one happy about this fact. Since Priestess Sarah came, we've basically left the meals to her, and the food she serves is incredibly popular with everyone. Even Curia, who's been living in the mansion with a timid demeanor lately, modestly asks for seconds. Recently, I've been seriously considering if she would just settle here permanently. Thinking about such things, I started preparing to return to Melt. Naturally, my heart lifted. Because going to Melt Village on Klausolas meant, of course, riding in the saddle together with Priestess Sarah, being close to her, and that continuing for hours. For me, it was an opportunity I couldn't wish for more. When we came here, the kids were making a fuss, so there was no room for such thoughts. So, while inwardly excited, I gave Priestess Sarah my consent and was about to put the saddle on Klausolas right away when I said, "If you'd like, we can head out now." "Oh no, there's no need to rush. I haven't even prepared the chicken yet." She apologetically continued, saying she just wanted to confirm if returning tomorrow was possible. I didn't have any complaints, but I couldn't help but tilt my head at the last word. Chicken. Tomorrow is the anniversary of my husband's death. He loved sweet and savory stewed chicken, so I offer it at his grave every year. I see. I stammered involuntarily. Priestess Sarah's words seemed to put a damper on my impure thoughts. Well, I suppose it was just a coincidence. I cleared my throat to cover up my embarrassment. In that case, wouldn't it be better to bring Iria along? About that, when she left the village as an adventurer, she made a vow to her father. She's adamant about not showing her face to him until she fulfills that vow. Priestess Sarah said this, putting her hand to her cheek with a troubled expression. She didn't elaborate on the content of the vow, and I didn't ask. Even as a mother, it's not something to casually tell others, nor is it something others should inquire about. If I wanted to know, I should have asked Iria directly. Later, when I actually did ask her, Iria said she had decided not to visit her father's grave until she became a fourth-rank adventurer, just like her father. By the way, Priestess Sarah was also a fourth-rank adventurer in her day. Not as a priest, but as a warrior priest. Come to think of it, I tend to forget because of her gentle personality, but it was Priestess Sarah who taught Iria recovery magic and martial arts. I picture Priestess Sarah in my mind. There's no doubt that her current relaxed and calm priestly attire suits her, but I wonder if she might also look good in tight-fitting warrior priest gear like Iria's. In my head, I tried dressing Priestess Sarah in Iria's clothes. Not bad. Well, given the size of her chest, it would probably be much more difficult to fight in than for Iria. As I was thinking about this, Iria, seemingly detecting my impure thoughts, glared at me. I shrank my shoulders and moved away from Iria, heading off to find Curia. It was time for another day of mutually satisfying, sweaty training. Section. After returning to Melt Village with Priestess Sarah on Klausolas, I brought along a large quantity of antidotes, stamina recovery potions, holy water, and the like, as usual. It was quite troublesome to gather this many pharmaceuticals in Ishka, which still bore the scars of Hydra and the monster rampage, so I hope they'll be used effectively. My previous largesse when visiting the village was to gain the villagers' trust, but this time it was more like an apology to the inhabitants of Melt. An apology for taking away their two priests, Sarah and Iria, when the village was in dire straits. By the way, Lars had recovered enough to get up and live normally. Apparently, Hydra's octuple roar had echoed all the way to this area, and I was pestered with various questions about it, which was quite annoying. It seems that the information about Hydra and the monster rampage had been greatly exaggerated by those who fled from Ishka, throwing the southern part of Canaria into a bit of a panic. The news of the monster rampage's end was being transmitted with top priority by Canaria Kingdom's messengers, but the content was merely, "The monster rampage has ended. Details to follow." It's unreasonable to expect this to alleviate people's anxieties. In times like these, the reliable Priestess Sarah, whom I had taken away from the village, would have been invaluable. There was not a single element to ease their worries. Thinking about it this way, the impact of my actions was enormous. I'm glad I brought plenty of recovery potions. With these thoughts in mind, I carefully explained the details. That Hydra had been defeated, the specifics of how the monster rampage had ended, that there was no need to worry about the deadly poison with the antidotes I had brought this time, and that once again, there would be no charge for the medicines. While the village chief and the villagers were extremely grateful, I felt slightly uncomfortable. In any case, I conveyed what needed to be said. I didn't mention my title of Dragon Slayer or fake Dragon Slayer because I could foresee things becoming even more troublesome, especially with Lars. Soon enough, it will spread as a rumor, but by then I'll be gone from Melt, so it doesn't matter. Let's hope they'll beautify it on their own, portraying me as a modest hero who humbly keeps his achievements to himself. And now, I'm at the cemetery on the outskirts of the village. I didn't see Priestess Sarah around, so I thought she might be here and came to check. You could also say I was escaping from the persistent village chief and others. There, I saw Priestess Sarah bowing her head and clasping her hands in front of a grave. I immediately realized that this grave belonged to Priestess Sarah's late husband, Iria's father. I didn't want to disturb the priestess's prayers, so I was about to turn back, but I couldn't because the sight of Priestess Sarah praying earnestly was too beautiful. Serene, sacred, yet warm. It might sound exaggerated to call it a painting, but to me, that's what the scene before my eyes was like. How much Priestess Sarah loved her husband, how much she still loves him. It came across more clearly than 1,000 words could express. Before I knew it, I was staring silently. A moment later, an overwhelming surge of emotions welled up from deep within my chest. At first, it was jealousy. Envy towards a person who, even after more than 10 years since his death, was still so loved by Priestess Sarah. But that feeling quickly faded away, replaced by longing. How happy a life it must be to have such a marriage, I thought. This was the ideal I had tried to build with my fiancé when I was a child. That's what I thought. Thinking this, I smiled bitterly, as if twisting my lips. I was surprised to find such emotions, or sentiments, still remaining within me. Well, I was aware that I harbored feelings towards Priestess Sarah that were different from lust or soul-leading desires. The feelings I have for Priestess Sarah are probably close to what I felt for Yaka when I was a child. Behind my fierce facade of revenge and heart armor, I had been yearning for a scene like this. I was astonished at myself. Humans really don't understand themselves very well. No, maybe that's not quite right. I muttered quietly so Priestess Sarah couldn't hear. Just now, I envied the bond between Priestess Sarah and her husband. Envy is longing for something out of reach. Well, it seems I understand myself pretty well after all. Intentionally putting on a cynical smile, I looked at Priestess Sarah again. As always, I found her figure beautiful. If I wanted to, I could probably have this woman. I've done more for Melt Village than they could ever repay. If I were to demand repayment of that debt, Priestess Sarah would likely accept most things. Even without that, I'm now a dragon slayer. My honor and achievements are unparalleled. If I were to use the village chief and others to lay the groundwork and take Priestess Sarah as my legal wife, perhaps the day would come when I could steal the priestess's heart from her late husband. There's certainly a part of me that wants to do that. In fact, I had been making moves towards that, disguising it with casual banter. But if I did that, I would surely lose the heart that finds this scene beautiful. I realized that. That would certainly be a very boring thing. I thought this quite naturally. I let out a long, deep sigh while looking at the priestess's back, to exhale everything I had been holding in until now. After that was done, I turned on my heel so as not to disturb the couple's conversation. Strangely, my steps felt light. Side story 4, A Noble Lady's Gratitude. Lord Sora, may I have a moment of your time? There's something I'd like to discuss. When Astrid Dragnote made this request, I nodded without hesitation. The eldest daughter of the Dragnote Duke family, known throughout the Kingdom of Canaria, and the vice commander of the Dragon Knight Order. Considering her lineage and status, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was someone far above my station. Yet, her personality was gentle, her manner polite, and she never failed to show courtesy even to those beneath her. Who could dislike such a person? No one, surely. So I gladly made time for Astrid. Even when she asked to speak privately in my room, I didn't misunderstand her intentions. Astrid's younger sister, Claudia, was currently in this house. I deduced that there must be some confidential matter concerning her. My guess wasn't far off. Astrid began to speak about the unsettling political strife in the Canarian capital. It all started when the neighboring Ad Astra Empire began to seriously push for the marriage between Prince Azil and Princess Sakuya. Feigning ignorance of the machinations of Jininbo, they were apparently trying to quickly advance the marriage by taking advantage of the confusion in the Kingdom of Canaria. The pro-empire nobles, led by Marquis Calkia, were also bustling about. Naturally, the nobles who disagreed with this plan pushed back. Their eyes turned to Claudia, the prince's former fiancée. After Lord Sora lifted the curse, Claudia's health improved dramatically. She's even been flying around the capital on winged beasts almost daily. While this is certainly a joyous development, some nobles who heard about it began to argue that Claudia should be reinstated as prince's fiancée. I responded carefully to Astrid's words, which were tinged with a sigh. If we welcome the Ad Astra princess, it's inevitable that we'll come under the Empire's influence. So, I assume those making this argument are those close to the Dragnote family. That's correct. Which is precisely why we can't simply dismiss them outright. The Duke's family had apparently grown disillusioned with the Crown Prince, who hadn't even sent a single letter, let alone visited, when Claudia was at her worst, and had even broken off the engagement through the king. Therefore, even after Claudia regained her health, they hadn't schemed to return her to the position of fiancée. However, the nobles allied with the Dragonauts, oblivious to, or perhaps ignoring, these personal feelings, were trying to reconnect Claudia with Prince Azil based on their aristocratic thinking. From their perspective, they probably believed this would benefit not only themselves, but also the Dragnote family. Naturally, word of this movement reached Marquis Calkia and his allies. As soon as Claudia recovered her health, she found herself thrust into the midst of political strife. This time, the Dragnote sisters had come to Ishka despite the danger to counter these movements. In other words, they wanted to make it known to everyone that Claudia already had me as her fiancé. This was the implication of an unmarried princess staying at the home of a single man. I'm sorry for the trouble this will cause you, Lord Sora, but please take good care of Clow. Trouble? Not at all. If I can be of service to Lady Claudia, it would be my utmost honor. I expressed my genuine feelings, perhaps a bit dramatically. Astrid seemed to accurately grasp my sincerity, and she took my hand with a smile so beautiful it was startling. Before me was a beauty that combined noble elegance with knightly grace. A faint, pleasant scent tickled my nose. Was it perfume or her natural fragrance? As I felt my hand, still clasped with Astrid's, gradually becoming damp, I hastily tried to pull away. However, Astrid prevented this movement. She held my hand firmly, clearly exerting force. Surprised, I looked at her face to find the Duke's daughter blushing and looking somewhat tense. Lady Astrid, is something the matter? Lord Sora, I must express my gratitude to you. Gratitude. As I tilted my head in confusion, Astrid slowly articulated her words, as if confirming each one. For what happened in the capital before, and for this current situation. The Dragnote family, no, I personally owe you a debt that can never be fully repaid. I don't want to be called ungrateful. I want to repay this debt, even if it's little by little. No, I never intended to. Even if you had no such intention, I cannot be at peace with myself. My attempt to say, please don't worry about it, was quickly cut off. Astrid continued, I've thought about how to repay this debt. Status or wealth would not suffice as thanks. Moreover, using the Duke family's power for my personal gratitude wouldn't be appropriate. I even considered resigning as a knight to serve you, but that would be unfilial to my father and disloyal to the kingdom. A servant who is unfilial and disloyal would bring 100 harms and no benefit. Why, yes. So, I've decided to give Lord Sora what he desires most, my soul. As she said this, Astrid filled her eyes with determination and brought her face closer. I, on the other hand, was still unable to shake off my confusion. I had already explained the Soul Eater's abilities to Duke Dragnote and Astrid after the battle with Jijinbo. Since I had revealed that my power was related to souls when helping Claudia, I decided there was no need to particularly hide it. So, I'm not surprised that Astrid knows about soul eating. However, I never dreamed that a proper Duke's daughter would suddenly say, please eat my soul as a thank you. I only eat the souls of those who hold hostility or ill will towards me. So I should refuse Astrid's offer. No, wait. Didn't I conclude with Seal that it's fine if the person understands all the circumstances and still says it's okay to eat their soul? If so, there should be no problem eating Astrid's soul here. My gaze, which had been fixed on her amethyst eyes, naturally lowered and settled on her well-shaped, cherry-colored lips. Still, as I hesitated to cross that final line, Astrid's hesitant voice tickled my ear. If you don't want to press your lips against someone as large as me, you can refuse MMPH. The sad tone hidden in Astrid's voice washed away my last hesitation. I pulled the Duke's daughter's body closer, and after a moment's hesitation, Astrid entrusted herself to me. Astrid is taller than me. Her body, trained as a knight, has a certain weight to it, which is different from other women I've known. But rather than dampening my feelings, it only serves to heighten my excitement. From Astrid's earlier words, it seems she's been the subject of various malicious gossip at the Canaria court, but I think there's absolutely no need to mind such slander. Conveying these thoughts, I embraced Astrid's body, and a hesitant embrace was returned. I decided to forget the fact that I only need to touch lips to eat a soul. Side Story 5. The Girl's Dream. One afternoon, sometime after defeating the Hydra that appeared in the Titties forest, I was basking in the sun with Suzyum in the courtyard. I had practically dragged her out, as she had been tirelessly dedicating herself to studying magic and practicing physical techniques lately. As we sat on a bench near the garden trees, several cats approached, meowing. These were the cats that had taken up residence in the mansion since Suzyum and Seal had helped them during a previous request. While watching Suzyum smile as she pet the cats, I racked my brain for how to start the conversation. Ever since coming to Ishka, Suzyum had been saying, "I want to be of help to everyone, even if just a little," and had been receiving magic lessons from Luna Maria and Miroslav. She was so enthusiastic that both teachers were worried about her health. I had occasionally reminded Suzyum not to overdo it, and she had nodded obediently, taking proper breaks, but lately, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was returning to her previous pace. I could guess the reason why Suzyum was pushing herself so hard. She was likely feeling guilty about being the target of the trio from Anagosima who had recently attacked the mansion. Seal and Miroslav had been severely injured trying to help Suzyum escape, and Luna Maria had also been hurt by the attackers. Although Suzyum herself was unharmed thanks to their protection, it was easy to imagine the girl's heartache. Of course, Luna Maria and the others hadn't blamed Suzyum at all, and I had told her there was no need to worry, but that hadn't brightened her face. If left unchecked, there was a possibility that Suzyum might leave Ishka out of consideration for others. Concerned about this, I had brought Suzyum outside. She seemed to sense my intentions and kept glancing at me while playing with the cats. Her expression was one of embarrassment and apology. I scratched my cheek. Telling a girl with this expression not to worry or not to push herself would likely have little effect, so I decided to approach the problem from a different angle. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but do you have any dreams for the future, Suzyum?" "Dreams, you mean?" Suzyum blinked in surprise at the unexpected question. I nodded emphatically and continued. "Yes, like what kind of person you want to become or where you'd like to live. If you have any dreams of what you'd like to be in 10 or 20 years, I'd love to hear them." "In 10 or 20 years." Suzyum furrowed her brow in thought. For an Oni girl who had been living alone in the forest just a few months ago, she was probably still adjusting to the human world and didn't have the luxury of thinking about the future. It was natural for such a child to be confused when asked about 10 years from now, but that was precisely my aim. I hoped it would give this overly serious girl, who was pushing herself too hard, a chance to think about her future. Fortunately, my strategy worked. "Happy," she said softly. "I want to be happy," she said clearly, though quietly. She explained that it had been her late mother's final wish. Offering a silent prayer for Suzyum's mother, who had to leave her young daughter behind, I encouraged her to continue. "Happiness, huh? Well, then the next question is, what does happiness mean to Suzyum?" "Happiness for me? Well, not having to worry about food, clothing, or shelter, I suppose." Suzyum replied with a serious face. "Yes, those are certainly important elements." It might seem a bit too stoic for a young teenage girl talking about happiness, but considering the history of the Oni race and Suzyum's upbringing, it's understandable. However, that alone didn't leave much room to expand the conversation, so I decided to introduce another element. Anything else? For example, being married to someone you love or having lots of children. I do think it would be nice if that happened. I sometimes talk about such things with Seal and others. Oh, that's news to me. I smiled warmly at Suzyum, who had raised her voice in flustered embarrassment. Girl talk, I suppose. It's nice to see girls of similar age getting along well. Seal and the others were probably also cautioning Suzyum not to push herself too hard. Or maybe they were simply enjoying romantic conversations together without any ulterior motives, which would be perfectly fine. It meant that Suzyum was moving forward on her own without my unnecessary interference. As I gazed at Suzyum, who was looking down with a bright red face, I gently narrowed my eyes. Afterward, thank you for reading my humble work. I am the author. It's already been half a year since I started this web novel. This is entirely thanks to the support of you, the readers, and as the author, I express my deepest gratitude. I will continue to strive to increase the number of chapters. Now, this third arc marks the end of part 1. If I were to name this first part, it would probably be the Kingdom of Canaria arc. The protagonist, exiled from his homeland, gains power in a foreign land and seeks to prove himself to those who banished him. This very progression, which could be called a classic formula, is exactly what I, as the author, wanted to write. I believe I have written everything that needed to be written in part 1. The protagonist, having gained power in Canaria, will now be ready to advance into his homeland, Anagosima. Please look forward to it. Now, hoping that I'll be able to greet you all again, I'll put down my pen here. Thank you very much. End of Volume 3.